HarperCollins presents Holy Sister, Book of the Ancestor, Book 3, by Mark Lawrence, read by Helen Duff. Prologue. The roar of the crowd invades you like a living thing, reverberating in your chest, taking its answer from your lips without permission. The press of bodies overwhelms barriers, and unknowingly, the many become something singular, the same emotion bleeding from the skins of different people, the same thought echoing in 100 skulls, or 1,000. For a martial empath, it can be a thing at once both terrifying and glorious, expanding their control, making it easier to reach into the minds around them, but also allowing the possibility that in such a storm of humanity, they may lose themselves, may be lifted out of their flesh, never to find it again. Marcus watched the defeated fighter being helped from the ring beneath the jeers and complaint of the crowd. The victor still stalked the perimeter of his raised battleground, arms lifted, sweat running down his ribs. But already the crowd were losing interest in him, turning to their neighbours with speculation, observation, or jest, turning to the oddsmongers to lay new wagers, turning to the counter in the far corner to fill their cups with wine. And some, seeking new thrills, now faced the second ring at the far end of the hall. The gerant fighter waiting behind the ropes threatened 9 foot in height, and Marcus didn't believe that he had seen a larger man. The fighter was still young, in his early 20s perhaps, and his muscles crowded along his bones, the battle for space heaping them up in great, veined mounds. He watched the world from pale eyes beneath a thicket of short red hair. At the Caltes, the gerant contests were the most popular. The sight of enormous fighters pitting their strength against each other never failed to draw the masses, and on nights with an open ring, the folk of Verity loved to see that strength turned upon hapless challengers. Bouts between Hunsker ring fighters had a strong following among the more experienced watchers, but the speed of the combatants often left the common crowd bewildered. Mixed matches were a rarity, but the contest of speed against strength was always interesting. From the baying press of humanity around the base of the giant's ring, a challenger emerged. A powerfully built man who stood head and shoulders above those pressing him on all sides. In normal circumstances, Marcus would have been impressed by the fellow's physique and backed him against any 3 barroom brawlers. An undercurrent of whispers and speculation flowed around the hall. The man was a refugee from the port of Wren, which now lay within the Durnish incursion. He had some reputation from pit fights in the frost towns along the north margins. "5 says he doesn't last the round against Denham." Someone behind Marcus, seeking a private wager. The roar as the newcomer climbed into the ring drowned out further conversation. Marcus hadn't ever been inside the great hall of the Caltes, though years ago he had spent hours waiting in the compound with the other children from Giljon's cage. The child-taker had never intended to sell Marcus to Partness Reeve, though. He'd suspected Marcus of martial blood and had taken him on to be offered where such talents would fetch a richer price. The great hall had stood silent and dark on that midnight long ago, and as the night had shaded into morning, young Marcus had shivered and clutched himself, and never suspected that he would one day stand within, part of a sweating, heaving mass, baying for blood. Even though it was Marcus's first time before the rings, he knew Denham's name. Despite his tender years, the young man was the new champion among the gerant ring fighters, famed for his brutality. For Denham, open ring night often proved to involve nothing more than glowering at the sea of resentful faces before him. Finding no one to answer his challenge, he would cede his place to another fighter, and once more the crowd would discover its courage.
"Milos of Ren,"
the fight master called out. Milos raised his arm in acknowledgement and walked to his corner to await the bell. Marcus didn't hear the chime above the roar, but the two men closed, Milos dwarfed by Denham. The gerent Fullblood kept his hands down and let Milos take a punch. It was as if he had swung at a tree. Denham's head moved slightly to the left with the blow. Milos clubbed him two-handed across the other side of his face, and Denham's head lurched to the right. Denham returned his gaze to his opponent and grinned, his teeth bloody. Milos didn't appear to understand. He looked down at his fists as if there might be something wrong with them. Denham slapped the man, brushing his arms away. Blood sprayed from Milos's mouth, and he staggered as if drunk. Denham caught him in two great hands, one wrapped around his neck, the other encompassing his thigh, and lifted him 4 yards above the boards before slamming him down, full-bodied, face first. Milos did not rise. An apprentice scrambled in to scatter sand across the crimson smear left behind when they dragged him out beneath the lowest rope. Marcus wasn't alone in thinking that Denham was finished for the night, but the flow of the crowd indicated another challenger coming to the fore. The newcomer appeared, climbing clear of the throng. From behind, Marcus saw only a dark cloak and black hair. This challenger stood even shorter than Milos, little more than 6 foot, and of considerably lighter build. The audience hushed in surprise. "Hunska?" the whisper went round.
"Fool,"
came the reply. The challenger might not be a giant, but even so, Hunskers were never this tall or broad-shouldered. Denham fixed the newcomer with a stare so murderous that Marcus felt the need to run boiling up inside him. As an empath, he was used to swimming in the currents of others' emotions, but the ring fighter's anger ran swifter and more deep than anything he'd felt before, and at each moment threatened to overwhelm his senses. The challenger ducked beneath the top rope.
"Drunk,"
someone speculated. Marcus tried to imagine how drunk a person would have to be to think this a good idea. Too drunk to stand, probably. This one didn't move as if inebriated, though. The hush fell to silence as the challenger's cloak fluttered from the ring. The woman wore the same as the ring fighters, just a white loincloth and a white band of cloth bound tight around her chest, her pale skin accentuating the redness of Denham's complexion. The fight master didn't approach to learn the challenger's name. Instead, he raised his voice.
"Nona of the convent."
Nona didn't lift her arm to acknowledge the crowd's roar, but she did make a slow turn, and when the black orbs of her eyes swept across him, Marcus knew that he had been seen.
"Fight!"
Denham came slowly to meet the novice, fists raised to protect his throat and eyes, his stance closed to defend his groin. Marcus watched Nona intently, trying to see anything of the girl he'd known over those weeks in Giljon's cage. She was 2 years his junior, so she would be around 17, but she looked every inch a woman. Long-limbed, lean, an athlete's body, each muscle chiselled in hard relief, flat belly above the jut of her hip bones. Even frightened for her as he was, Marcus couldn't deny she drew his eye in ways unbecoming to a holy brother. Nona stepped in with a swift confidence, striking Denham just below the ribs on his left side, 5 or 6 blows landing with the rapidity of a woodpecker hammering at a tree. She punched with her whole body, swivelling at the waist. Denham laughed the blows off and swept a hand at the novice. She evaded him with ease, landing 3 or 4 more punches in the same spot. Hard as she must be hitting the man, Marcus couldn't see what hope Nona had of victory. The muscle covering Denham's bones lay inches thick, and the bones beneath must be like those of a draft horse. She might as well try to punch a bear into submission. Denham squared up against Nona, his hatred for her obvious, even as he tried to laugh at her efforts. Nona stood her ground, and the crowd drew in its breath. Denham swung with an arm that looked as thick around as Marcus's chest. The fist he drove at Nona was the size of her skull. She took the punch in the face, her head snapping to the right. The follow-up came from the left, snapping her head back the other way. Marcus imagined those fists would shatter a skull, leave cheekbones in fragments, break a neck. Nona looked up at the fighter towering above her and smiled, her teeth unbloodied. Denham seemed astonished. The crowd roared in wonder. Magic? But Marcus had sensed no enchantment, not the slightest crackle of it. He could only imagine that she had moved her head at the same speed as the fist seeking it, allowing only a gentle contact. Again, Nona peppered the same spot below Denham's ribs with 6 blows in the space of a heartbeat or 2. She leapt back, rolling under a sweeping hand, rising in the same motion, kicking at her target, evading a second questing hand, and spinning to land another kick in the same spot. Denham came towards her, his own roar louder than the mob. As he advanced, he favoured his left side. A small thing that could easily pass unnoticed. Nona twisted clear, bounced off 2 sets of ropes, and landed a flying kick, just below his ribs. For long minutes the fight continued, Denham's attacks almost brushing Nona's pale skin, but never quite finding it. Nona landing a score of punches and kicks on her target, perhaps 2 score. Denham's rage grew, his face crimson, spitting and foaming, howling threats and promises. But he crouched over the injured side now, the bruised lower ribs, covering them with his elbow. He leaned against the corner post, hitching in a breath.
"Come on, big boy,"
Nona's first words in the fight. They worked like a spark to flash powder. Denham threw himself forward with a scream. Nona dived beneath his outstretched arms, rolled head over heels between his legs, through the opening left as fury overcame caution, and drove her heel into his groin with all the speed and strength she possessed. Denham made it 2 more strides before he realised that Nona was no longer in front of him, and a further stride before the pain hit home. The gerent's legs forgot whatever orders they had and dropped him to the planks where he curled around his agony, blind to the world. Nona sprang to her feet, the fight still in her face, teeth bared. With the awful gale of Denham's hatred subsumed into his wordless agony, Marcus could now feel Nona's emotions and found himself rocked back upon his heels by the raw animal aggression bleeding off her. He had experienced something similar when a wrong turn had taken him to the dog pits beyond the walls of Old Town. A bloodied mastiff with its jaws locked around the throat of another hound had given off the same explosive violence that the novice did. Marcus fully expected Nona to fall upon her prey, gouging Denham's eyes from their sockets or stamping his face to pulp. But instead, in the space of 5 deep breaths, she drew it all back in, every piece, until there was nothing he could read above the mixed sea of emotion all around him. Of all that he'd seen that night, it was this quenching of fury that was the most remarkable to him. Ignoring the cheers and the fight master coming to question or reward her, Nona vaulted the ropes and dropped into the crowd. Within moments, she was at Marcus's side, vibrant, sweat-soaked, alive, the alien blackness of her eyes level with his. "You came," she said. Marcus shrugged. "You asked me to." Chapter 1. Holy Class. Present day. Marcus had grown beyond Nona's expectations. She remembered a fierce, spiky-haired farm boy who had welcomed her to Giljon's cage by demanding her age, and had appeared to find comfort in establishing his seniority over her. A bad beginning, but his affection for the child-taker's mule had softened her opinion of him by the end of their journey. Now he stood a solid 6'2", handsome in a friendly way, a face that would laugh with you. The black hair had been tamed with oil and lay flat to his skull in the way of monks. The only sign of the boy from the cage was a sharpness to his features and a quickness in the dark eyes that studied her. Nona had wrapped her cloak around her once more. Sweat stuck the material to her back, making her uncomfortable, or perhaps that was just the frankness of Marcus's regard. She offered a smile in return for his and hugged her hands under her arms. Her knuckles ached from repeatedly punching denim. Nona was sure she'd punched practice timbers that were softer than the gerent's side. She felt good, though, her body glowing, her steps so light that with a little effort she might just shrug off gravity entirely. She leaned in. "Let's talk outside." Marcus nodded. They pushed a path towards the main doors. Already the Caltus' patrons were flocking back to the second ring. A couple of hulking apprentices were helping Denham over the ropes of the first. "I'm surprised the convent lets novices come down here to fight," Marcus said behind her. "They don't." Nona slipped between the doors as they opened to admit more thrill-seekers. "Why did you—" Marcus broke off to draw his robes around him, the black habit of a holy brother. He followed her out into the rain-laced wind, a loud brrr escaping at the cold shock of it. "An old dispute that needed settling," Nona said. It was partly true. Mostly she had wanted to hit someone, hard, again and again. Marcus probably knew that already. Classified church reports named him as one of the most effective martial empaths currently in the Ancestor's service. Nona led Marcus around the corner of the great hall, where they would be sheltered from the gale. The walls loomed dark above them, the sky crossed with tatters of cloud beneath the crimson spread of 1,000 dying stars. "Why did you want me?" "Send the message, I mean." Marcus seemed less sure of himself than she had expected. Someone who could read her like a book should be more confident. She certainly wished her own empath skills would tell her more of his mood than she could glean from the intensity of his stare or the tight line of his lips. "That day at the academy," the words blurted from her. "Did you make that girl attack me?" Nona forced her mouth closed. She had had it all planned out, what she would say, how, when, and now her idiot tongue had cut through all of it. She was already attacking you." Guilt came from him in waves. "She was using the darkness to scare me. Or trying to. But then she went mad." Nona remembered how an animal fury had risen across the girl's face. "You did that?" "I did." A frown now, his brow pale and beaded with rain. "She tried to shadow rend me." I could have been torn apart. Marcus raised his hands. I made her angry. I didn't know she could do that. Well, she could. Nona felt her own anger rising from the well she thought emptied in the ring. I'm sorry. He looked down. But... It felt like honesty, but Nona supposed he could fake that better than anyone she'd ever known. Why? Abbot Jacob told me to. Jacob? A chill ran through Nona. High Priest Jacob? I mean, the one who used to be. Marcus nodded, still looking down. But he's not... You don't have to... He was appointed to St. Croesus as abbot, a year after Abbess Glass had Nevis replace him as high priest. St. Croesus? But Jacob's a monster. Nona couldn't see how the former high priest could have risen from disgrace so swiftly. A monster with friends in high places, including the Tassus. Marcus shrugged. And he's not a stupid man, just a cruel and greedy one. So he bought you from Giljan, sent you to St. Croesus, and followed you there to take over. Nona had seen the high priest beat Giljon's mule to death and leave Marcus broken. And that was just on the day he'd purchased him as a frightened boy of 10. How must it have been to grow up under that man's command? I'm sorry. Marcus looked up and met her eyes. She gave him points for not using his power to try to influence her. She would know. At least, she hoped she would know. He couldn't be that good, could he? Marcus coughed. So, did you ask me down here to beat me senseless? Kick me in the groin? Or is my apology enough? A man hurried around the corner before Nona could answer. He approached them, hunched against the rain. Rhaegal? Nona asked. She'd looked for the ring fighter in the crowd before she took on Denham, but not spotted him. At your service, my lady. He made a sweeping bow, managing to keep both eyes on Marcus. Nona couldn't help but smile. I'm not your lady, or anyone else's. A remarkable victory, novice. Rhaegal straightened. Our ginger friend can be a stubborn fellow. His eyes held a certain distance, a reassessment, perhaps. You saw. She had wanted him to. The whole thing. And did you hear the newest recruits cheering in the attic? Nona flexed her hands, grimacing. I thought he wasn't ever going to go down. Rhaegal winced. The real question is whether he's going to get up again. And what he'll sound like. He squeaked the last part, then turned his gaze on Marcus, as if noticing him for the first time. I would ask if this monk is bothering you, but I guess if he was, he'd be on the ground, looking for his teeth. Again that look, as if he saw a different person before him tonight. I'm sure Nona can have a disagreement without punching anyone in the face. Marcus returned Rhaegal's stare. Not everyone who climbs out of the ring just steps into a bigger one. Rhaegal shrugged, that mocking smile of his firmly in place. The whole corridor is a ring around Abeth, brother. And when the ice squeezes, everyone fights. Go away, Marcus said. Rhaegal opened his mouth with some reply, but a puzzled look overtook him. He turned to go, then spun back as if he had forgotten something. You would rather be watching the fights. Marcus spoke without emphasis, but the waves of power bleeding from him shocked Nona with their intensity. It was as if someone had opened a furnace door and an unexpected wall of heat had broken across her. Rhaegal turned back and walked off without comment. "He won't be pleased when that wears off," Nona said. "No," Marcus nodded. "But it would have been worse if he'd stayed longer. He didn't like me at all, and we both know why." "Oh!" Nona laughed, though it came out wrong. "Rhaegal's not like that. He flirts with all the girls. The ladies of the Cis practically worship. It's you he wants, Nona. You don't have to be an empath to know that." "No, he's just—" She trailed off as Marcus shook his head, his smile half sad. "Anyway, you got rid of him easily enough." A twinge of disappointment had run through her at that. "Easily?" Marcus leaned back against the wall. "He put up a hell of a fight. I would never have suspected it of a Caltis brawler." He put his fingers to his temples. "I'll probably have a headache all night." Nona said nothing, only glanced towards the corner. After Jolie had made Rhaegal abandon Darla mid-fight at Sherzel's palace, the ring fighter had asked Nona to help him. He hadn't wanted to be manipulated like that, ever again. Nona had spent hours training him to erect barriers against that kind of thread work. He would take this defeat badly. Nona defocused her vision and looked at Marcus amid the glory of the threads, the path's halo. Martial empathy was essentially thread work that concentrated only on living threads and manipulated them more intuitively, based around emotional clusters. It was, in many senses, a tool designed for a specific job. Whereas a quantal thread worker had ultimately more potential and flexibility, the task was always more fiddly and harder work. The threads around Marcus formed a glowing aura, brighter and more dynamic than any she had seen before. The host of threads that joined him to her, some years old, some freshly formed, ran taut, shivering with possibility, unvoiced emotions vibrating along their length. Marcus would read it better than she could, but he would feel the answer rather than seeing it before him in the complexity that filled the space between them. In fact, Sister Pan had revealed that all martial enchantment was simply the power of the path and the control of threadwork, but collected together into useful tools in the same way that iron and wood may be turned into many different implements, and many of those are of more immediate use than a log and a bar of iron, and the option to shape both. "Nona?" Nona realised that Marcus had said something she missed. She looked back. "You asked me here?" "I did." She stepped closer, and he pressed his shoulders to the wall, every thread he had bent towards her, like the reflex of a river anemone to touch. "I need your help." Marcus frowned. "I can help you." "I need to do something dangerous and illegal." Marcus's frown deepened. "Why would you trust me?" "Because we rode together for a few weeks in a cage when I was 10 and you were 8. I nearly got you killed 2 years later." "I trust you because you didn't ask me why I thought you would help, just why I would trust that help. And also because you didn't lie about what happened at the academy." "All right." He met her eyes. "Why would I help you? It's dangerous and against the law." "You'll help me because when they put us in that cage, we never really came out of it again. And because your abbot Jacob is still tied to the Tassus name, and so are his plans for further advancement. Doing this will help make sure that never happens. Hessa told me what happened to Forefoot when Giljon took you to Jacob's house. I suppose you think me weak, serving a man who did something like that. I suppose you would have beaten him to death. Marcus didn't try to hide the mix of anger and shame bubbling through him. Maybe I would have killed him, but you're a better person than I am. I'm not proud of my temper. Marcus twisted his lips into half of a doubtful smile. So, you need me? And you trust me? What is it that you need me for, and trust me not to betray you over? Nona glanced over her shoulder into the night. From inside the Caltis, the crowd's roar swelled. Another bout coming to a bloody end, no doubt. I have to break into the Cathedral of St. Alum and steal something from High Priest Nevis's vault of forbidden books. Chapter 2. 3 years earlier. The escape. In the dark of the moon by the side of the Grand Pass, 24 citizens of the Empire huddled away from the wind. Dawn would show them an unparalleled view of that empire, spread out before them to the west, marching between the ice towards the Sea of Marne. Nona stood close to the rock wall, pressed between Ara and Kettle. Her leg ached where the stump of Yisht's sword had driven in, pain shooting up and down as she shifted her weight, the whole limb stiffening. Abbas Glass had gathered the survivors in a bend where the folds of the cliff offered some shelter. There were among their number men and women who owned substantial swathes of the corridor, who had been born to privilege and to command. But here in their blood-stained finery, with flames from the palace of the Emperor's sister licking up into the night behind them, it was to Abbas Glass they turned for direction. It will take Sherzal's soldiers a while to navigate around Zol's landslide, but they'll come. It won't take long then to alert the garrisons and send riders down the road to Verity. There's no chance of making the capital that way. We don't need to reach Verity. Lord Jotsis spoke up. My estates are closer. Castle Jotsis is formidable, Ara said, looking between her uncle and the abbess. Abbess Glass shook her head. Sherzal will bottle us up anywhere but the capital. She might not be insane enough to lay siege to your castle, my lord, but she would likely encircle your holdings to prevent word reaching the Emperor. And besides, I fear that closer is not close enough. So we've escaped only to be hunted down on the road? One side of old Lord Gloss's face had swollen into a single bruise, but she still had enough energy to be temperamental. Unacceptable. It's the shipheart that Sherzal wants above anything else. The abbess nodded to where Zol waited, some 30 yards closer to the landslide, her hands dark around the glowing purple sphere she had recovered from the tetragode. If we give her good reason to think that it has gone in another direction, she won't spare many soldiers for chasing us. Maybe none. And how? Lord Jotsis asked. Can we make her think we haven't taken the shipheart with us? Abbas Glass turned to stare at the darkness of the slopes rising above them. By making them think it has gone south, towards the ice. How can we make them think it's been sent south? Lord Glosses asked, leaning on the arm of a young relative. By actually sending it south, to the ice, the abbess said. Zol will take it, and let them see the glow upon the slopes. But that's madness. Lord Jotsis drew himself to his full height. You can't entrust a treasure like that to a lone novice. I can when it's the lone novice who somehow stole that treasure from the heart of the Noir Gwyn stronghold in the first place, Abbess Glass replied. She won't be alone. Nona limped forward. Ara hobbled to stand beside Nona. Kettle put her hands on their shoulders. In our state, we're going to be slowing the abbess down on the road. None of us will be any use to Zol, trying to outdistance soldiers that cross the mountains. Kettle was right. Nona gritted her teeth against the pain in her thigh and refused to let the admission out. The abbess advanced on them. Wind-swept grey hair straggled across her face. The Noir Gwyn's shipheart is a martial one. It's said that in the hands of a martial healer, it can mend any wound, but that it can also bring harm.
Well, I don't want to go near it.
Nona shuddered. She knew what harm the shipheart could bring. It had even squeezed the devil out of Zol, the most tightly bound person she had ever met. And we don't have a martial healer. We have Zol, the abbess said, and raising her voice, she called to the ice triber. Zol, time to show us what Sister Rose has been teaching you. Zol beckoned them rather than approach and bring with her the awful pressure of the shipheart's presence. Nona took a few uncertain steps towards the girl, Ara behind her, then Kettle, all of them limping, the novice because of the arrow wound in her calf, the nun because of a knife wound in her thigh. We shouldn't be doing this, Abbess. Nona looked back. The sweet Mercy shipheart did terrible things to Yesht. And yet Zol is untouched. The abbess and the others were black shapes now, with just edges picked out here and there by the deep purple light of the shipheart. But Zol was not untouched. Find your serenity. Zol's voice resonated through the night. Serenity will preserve you. Nona didn't feel serene. She felt scared and in pain, but she reached for her trance, running the lines of the old song through her head, imagining the slow descent of the moon and the children of her village chanting in a circle around the fire. And with the moon's fall, a blanket of serenity settled upon her, setting the world apart, her pain not gone, but no longer personal, more a curio, an object for study. Zol held the shipheart out towards them, a sphere the size of a child's head, resting on both palms, dark purple, almost black, but somehow glowing with a violet light that seemed to shade beyond vision. Nona advanced. She felt the pressure of the thing, as if she had fallen into deep water. She had plunged into the black depths of the glasswater sinkhole before, and this was no less terrifying. The need to breathe built in her and threatened her serenity. Before, with a gasp, she remembered that there was no reason not to draw breath. With just a yard between them, Nona's skin began to prickle, then burn, as if the devils were there already just waiting for their true colours to be made known. Nona had shared her skin with a devil before, Kiot, not one of her own making, but one that had infected her when she killed Raymel Tassis. The rocks around the man's corpse had been stained black beneath the crimson. Hold to yourself. Zol closed the remaining distance that Nona's feet proved unwilling to cross. Zol had seen Nona's old devil and kept the secret. Zol said they called them Klalatu on the ice. Things of the missing. Without preamble, Zol pressed the heart's orb to the wound above Nona's knee. Nona had expected her flesh to sizzle, the blood in her veins to boil like the water in Sweet Mercy's pipes, But instead icy fingers wrapped around her bones, and a black-violet light stole her vision. For a moment, she saw strange spires silhouetted against an indigo sky, swept away in the next beat of her heart, as if by a great wind. The path opened before her, not the narrow and treacherous line that had to be hunted, but broad, blazing, so wide that its direction became uncertain, a place one might wander, drunk on power, until the end of days. Voices began to sound within Nona's head, all of them hers, but speaking from different places, some raging, some jealous, some whispering secret fears or wants. A babble at first, but each taking on a separate identity, becoming clearer, more distinct. Done. Zol pushed Nona back, the base of her palm against Nona's sternum. Nona staggered, and Ara kept her from falling with help from Kettle. The heartlight caught their faces, making something alien of them both. "Are you all right?" Kettle asked. Nona stood straight, stamped her leg. It still ached, but the flesh had been made whole, a white line of scar tissue marking the passage of Yisht's blade. "Yes." The voices that had filled her mind became jumbled together once more, fading back into the shadows. "Go on." Kettle sent Nona back towards the abyss and the rest of the group, giving her shoulder a small shove to get her going. By the time Nona reached the ruins of the carriage that they had escaped the palace in, she was calm again, her serenity intact. "How do you feel?" The abbess watched Nona's eyes with an uncomfortable intensity. "I don't know," Nona said. "Tired, but full of energy, if that makes sense." She looked back down at her leg, the scar visible through the tattered smock. The cold no longer touched her. "I don't know how Zol can stand it." Part of her wanted to tell the abbess about the devil she had seen at Zol's wrist when she first arrived with the shipheart. She bit down on the impulse. She had lived with Kiot for years, and Zol hadn't informed on her. Zol would have to deal with her own demons. The abbess probably couldn't help in any case, and the inquisitors with her would want to burn the devil out of Zol. Abbess Glass took Nona's hand and led her back to the main group. "You're mended. You can walk the distance now." "I could run it." Ara caught them up, her hair rising around her head as if backcombed, a blonde confusion defying the wind. She had a wild look in her eye. Nona met her gaze, and a grin broke across both their faces, a shared understanding, and something more complex that perhaps neither understood. Nona wanted to run with her, to chase her, wanted her friend. The three of them turned to see Kettle silhouetted against the shipheart's glow, Zol on one knee, applying the heart to the nun's inner thigh. Kettle broke away with a cry after just a moment's contact. She came hurrying down the road, not glancing back. She moved quickly, though still with a slight limp. "Sister Kettle?" The abbess stepped forward to meet her. "Mother." Kettle's wide eyes sought the abbess as though she were night-blind. "Here." Abbess Glass took the nun's hands. "You're safe." Nona raised her brows at the enormity of that lie, but said nothing. "I can't go near it again. I can't." Kettle shot a glance over her shoulder, as if Zol might be approaching with the shipheart even now. "It's all right, sister." The abbess led them further away. "I need you to protect us as we journey west. Even if all Sherzel's forces follow the shipheart towards the ice, the Empire roads are no longer a safe place for the vulnerable. and unguarded cis-lords are likely to be a tempting prize to any bandits we might pass. But Zol will have her shield. Chapter 3. Holy Class. Present day. After leaving Marcus at the Caltus, Nona ran to the city gates. She covered the 5 miles from Verity's walls to the foot of the Rock of Faith at a near sprint. The burning of her muscles and the hot thrill of her blood battled the night wind's chill. Doubt dogged her footsteps, each mile and each yard. The voices of her suspicion were almost as real, almost as disembodied, as Kiot's voice had been when he lived beneath her skin. Will he be true? Can he be trusted? Questions Nona had no answer for, just the feeling in her gut. Clara betrayed you, the voices whispered, and she was a friend. She saved me, too, panted out between breaths as Nona picked up her pace, trying to outrun her doubts. Nona shook her head, sweat flying in the wind. She was to be a nun. She would choose from the disciplines offered to her. Just a handful of final tests stood between her and the vows. She was to stand her life upon a foundation of faith. Faith that the branches of the Ancestor's tree would hold her, and that those branches would carry all of humanity into a future less dark than they feared. If a nun could not have faith, then who could? The bonds of friendship had always borne her more firmly than those of blood. Marcus had ridden with her in the cage, and that bond would suffice. She had faith that it would. Also, she had a backup plan. With a gasp of effort, she ran faster still, until any that she might have passed on the road that night would have stood amazed and watched her fly. At last she came to a halt, breathing heavily. The base of a great limestone cliff rose above her. From its heights, the southern windows of Blade Hall offered a view of the city and, 20 miles beyond, the ice glimmering red beneath the moon. Those walls were closer now than they had been when Abbess Glass had first brought Nona to the convent. North and south, the ice squeezed, and all the nations of the corridor bled. The start of the Seren Way lay close at hand, just a few minutes' walk around the rock, but Wheel had taken to watching it of late. The old woman spent whole nights seated at the narrowest part, wrapped in a great blanket and staring at the night with watery eyes, just waiting to catch any errant novice. Why she didn't just check the dormitories was unclear, but Rudy claimed Wheel had been made to vow never to enter the building under the tenure of the previous abbess, following an unspecified incident. Rudy claimed a novice had been killed, but when pressed, she had to admit making that part up. Nona craned her neck and looked up at the dark acreage of stone. Here and there moonlight picked out a line where it caught upon an edge of rock. She took a deep breath, swung her arms, and began to climb. She followed an old fault line, digging her leather-clad toes into the crack, reaching up for fingerholds. Her floor blades would make a quicker, easier job of it, but Nona had learned the danger in relying too much on something that might not always be there. Besides, the pattern of regular slots driven into the rock might be spotted one day, and it would be hard to deny her own signature. As she gained height, Nona's arms began to join her legs in complaint. Her hands ached from punching Denham over and over. The thought of him falling gave her fresh energy, though. She had wanted to fight him for years. She could say it was to take him down a peg or 3, punishment for being a bully, or that it was payment for his attempt to break her in the ring on the instruction of Raymel Tassis. The truth, though, was something less laudable, and came in 2 parts, both now settling into her mind as truths often do when a head is empty of all things save the demands of hard labour. Nona had fought Denham because even with Kiot gone, a hunger for violence burned in her, and if left unfed too long, it would break out in dangerous ways. Much of what she had blamed on Raymond's devil seemed instead to be some fundamental part of who she had grown into. Denham represented that rare someone, a person she could hit over and over without the danger of killing them, or any need for remorse over pain inflicted. The other reasons for the contest had been Marcus and Rhaegal. She had asked Marcus to break holy law. She owed it to him to show him who he was breaking those rules for. And Rhaegal needed to see it too. Rhaegal, who spoke foolishness into the pillows when she joined him beneath the roof that Partness Reeve put over his head. Rhaegal, who thought her something precious, as holy as the vows she broke. He needed to see what really lay behind the eyes he claimed to lose himself in. Something sharp-angled and vicious, not the princess he sometimes let himself pretend she was. Nona knew better than to allow him to build his hopes upon a lie. Rhaegal fulfilled a need, as Denham had, one in the ring, one in the furs. She and Rhaegal were friends, whose bodies were pleasing to each other. She couldn't let a friend build their hopes upon such a flawed foundation as her. She hadn't saved Saida, or Hessa, or Darla. Even as an agent of vengeance, she had failed. Scherzel, the architect behind so many deaths, still walked the world, as did others who had served her will. Nona hauled herself over the edge of the cliff and lay on her back on the cold stone, just inches from the fall. Her arms trembled. Her body knew the bone-deep exhaustion of prolonged mistreatment, but her mind still raced, images rising from the darkness, one after the next. Denham's anger, Rhaegal's surprise, Marcus's caution, 100 other scenes, drawn by threads of memory. In time, she rolled onto her side and levered herself up. She passed around the far end of Blade Hall, slipping along the perimeter of the courtyard before Hart Hall. Moving between moon shadows, she skirted the buildings, placing each foot with the caution of one born to the grey. "Narvis Nana," a soft voice at her shoulder. "You smell of man's sweat." Nona turned, unable to see anyone in the darkness behind her. "And you smell of apples, sister. One red apple, to be more precise." "Then our sins are evenly matched." The shadows melted from Sister Kettle, and she stepped forward with a half-smile. "Perhaps," Nona grinned. "But I earned mine in front of an audience." "Well, that's novel." Kettle widened both eyes, and her smile. "In a ring at the Caltas." "No Rhaegal tonight." Kettle frowned. "That's a habit I should discard," Nona said. "This one, I should keep on." She patted her garment. "I'll be taking a nun's vow soon. If they don't mean more to me than the promises novices make, then I shouldn't say them." "There are other ways to serve." Kettle pursed her lips. "You don't have to stay. Nor do you have to be perfect. But you do have to go to bed." She pointed. Nona nodded. "Bed sounds good. A bath would be good too. But I would probably fall asleep and drown." She shrugged and turned to go. "Watch out for Jolie." hissed at her back. Nona approached the dormitories. She examined the main door before opening it and entering the hall beyond. A sleepy novice emerged from the red dorm, lantern in hand, and passed her without looking up, bound for the necessary. Nona moved on, climbing the stairs to the holy floor at the top of the building. She studied the door to her dorm more closely than she had the main one. Defocusing her sight, she picked out a glowing thread laid across the floor just in front of the door, another looping the handle, both veering off at strange angles to the world. They were trip threads, most likely, set to warn Jolie of her comings and goings, but there could be more to them. Some threads could cut you. Others could just make it hurt as much as if they had cut you. Others could wreak more complex damage, or adhere and trail out behind you, providing information to anyone holding them closer to where they joined the path. How many of those tricks Jolie had mastered, Nona couldn't say, except that she had definitely used both trip threads and pain threads in the past. Nona's own talents still lagged behind, but not so far as they once had. Nona removed the threads, pushing them temporarily out of alignment with the world. They would return shortly and appear untouched. She saw the third thread just as she reached for the door handle, gossamer thin, turning virulent green as she brought it into focus. Something new and unfriendly. Fortunately, it too gave way when she worked to remove it from her path, though it scalded her fingertips before it vanished. A moment later, Nona entered the dorm. Almost half the top floor was given over to individual study rooms. The Holy Class novices slept in a long hall not much bigger than the one given over to the novices in Red Class. The girls were not yet trusted with the privacy of a nun's cell, but the class code was to overlook each other's indiscretions, and Wheel would undoubtedly have apoplexy were she to watch a typical evening unfold. Nona moved silently down the row of beds, her eyes returning several times to the long curves beneath Jolie's blankets. The abbess had been forced to accept the girl's return a year earlier as part of the Emperor's efforts at reconciliation and unity after the events at Scherzel's palace. Lord Namses had secured his daughter's re-entry by having her submit to the Inquisition. The interrogator had been armed with one of Sister Apple's bitter little truth pills. To the astonishment of everyone who knew her, Jolie had affirmed her innocence with a black tongue. She had used her threadwork against Darla and Rhaegal, only with the intention of scaring them into retreat, hoping to end the bloodshed that way. Nona slipped into her bed, still watching Jolie in the dim glow of the night lantern. Her own thought was that Lord Namses had paid an academy man, a quantal threadworker, to undertake the delicate task of altering Jolie's memories. The girl now believed her own story and hadn't lied, even though what she said was not true. In the warmth of her blankets, Nona released the breath she had been holding and surrendered to exhaustion. The next day would be a long one. Not only would she undergo her final blade test, she needed to steal the convent seal of office from the abbess. Neither task would be easy. Chapter 4. 3 years earlier. The escape. Nona's not going alone. Correct. She is not going alone. She's going with Zol. The abbess turned from dispensing brief advice to Nona and set a hand on Ara's shoulder. We have a long road ahead of us, novice, charged with the protection of the Emperor's subjects, including many of his most powerful supporters, your own uncle among them. Would you leave us with a lone grey sister and a single Inquisition guard for protection? We will likely need someone among our number who can call on the power of the path. Nona saw the anguish in Ara's expression and tried to ease her mind. "We have to bring 2 things back to Sweet Mercy to make it right again. Zol and I will bring the shipheart. You'll bring the abbess." "But—" Ara glanced up the curve of the road towards Zol, painted in violet light amid the darkness. "Shirzel will send an army after you." "When we make it to the ice, armies won't matter," Nona said. "Because the ice will kill you." Ara shook the abbess's hand from her shoulder, anguish on her face. "Zol was raised on the ice." Nona smiled. "You'll be in more danger down on the plains than we will up there." "Also," Abbess Glass interjected, "consider that if Shirzel doesn't get the shipheart back, she will very definitely find her alliance with the Scithrowl in tatters, and likely the Noir Gwyn turned against her. As soon as the odds shift against recovering the heart, Shirzel would be sensible to recall her forces to defend the Grand Pass against the Battle Queen's hordes. It's certainly what any sane person would do. My guess is that if you reach the ice, she won't dare risk mounting further pursuit in any significant numbers." There were no preparations to be made, no rations to be apportioned, no equipment save clothing to be dispersed. Nona stood ready, wrapped in Kettle's coat. She was armed with a Noir Gwyn sword, a knife, and 18 throwing stars. Kettle embraced her next. "It's a hug, Nona, not spiders running down your back. Relax." Nona tried to unstiffen and smiled. "Get the abbess home." Ara hugged Nona next, her Hunsker quickness allowing her friend no escape. "Come back to us," she breathed into Nona's ear. "To me." She pressed some coins into her hand. "This may help." Kettle and Ara retreated, leaving Rhaegal standing before her, looking almost nervous. "Careful on the ice." His old smile covered up any uncertainty. "I should watch for hoolers and ice bears." "If you like. I just meant that it's slippery." He turned to go. "You should visit us at the Caltis when you get back," and walked off to rejoin the group. "I know Denham misses you." Nona watched as Abbess Glass, flanked on the drop side by the Inquisition guard Melchior, led the way down towards the main road and the long descent from the mountains. Ara brought up the rear, Rhaegal by her side. Nona knew a moment's jealousy. A day earlier, she would have blamed it on Kiot. She turned back towards Zol, further up the track. In the distance, the flames from Shirzel's palace lit the slopes, but seemed less vigorous than they had been. "Time to go," she said to nobody in particular. Now that she had lost her devil, she lacked both an audience for her passing thoughts and a scapegoat for unworthy emotions. The peaks loomed somewhere above her in the darkness, and an arduous journey lay ahead, with only Zol for company. "Do not fall behind." Zol led the way, her gaze fixed upon the fractured rock before her. "I'll try to avoid falling in any direction." Nona snatched a cold breath and hauled herself up. Kettle's coat blunted the wind's teeth. Other items of warm clothing had been recovered from 2 guests who made it into the carriage, but thanks to arrows from Shirzel's soldiers, did not make it out again. She wore a dead man's shoes, a poor fit, but better than bare feet on icy rock. Back on the road, Nona had considered herself well wrapped. On the slopes, despite the strenuous climb, she found herself shivering each time they rested. Nona kept a distance of no less than 2 to 3 yards while following Zol. If she came closer, the beat of the shiphearts started to vibrate through her bones, and each thought threatened to coalesce into its own creature that would then run roughshod through her mind. Any further away, and she lost the light. The shipheart's glow served both to draw any pursuit and to illuminate the girl's progress across the mountain slant. Nona quickly began to learn how to interpret the confusion of night-black shadows and dull violet surfaces revealed by Zol's strange lantern. Gravity and rocks provide a harsh but swift education. Navigating the raw flanks of the Grampanes proved a worryingly slow affair. Nona had no experience of mountains, and Zol had little more. The ice was, as she said, mostly flat. The first shock had been in discovering how quickly a sharp incline could sap your strength. Nona knew herself to be fit, but within half an hour her breath came in ragged gasps, and her newly healed leg ached almost as badly as it had when the wound lay open. The strength and coldness of the wind was an unwelcome revelation, too. The Grampanes forced the gale to climb, just as the novices must, and the wind seemed displeased by the task, dumping any warmth it might have held back on the plains, as if to lighten the load. Above them the rocks glistened with frost, and ice collected in every crevice.
They're catching up.
Nona's glance back showed a serpent of fireflies weaving its way along the ridge she'd toiled up not long before. Distance reduced each lantern in the pursuit to a glowing point. Slowly but surely, Nona and Zol were losing ground. The soldiers giving chase knew these slopes and patrolled across them regularly. The advantage was theirs.
Close now.
Zol grunted.
We're not going to be able to outrun them.
Nona felt as if she were whining, but the truth was that she was frozen and exhausted. Also, terrified of the invisible drops beyond those jagged edges, picked out in violet light on either side. The unseen falls held more fear than the empty yards below the blade path ever had.
Zol!
Zol paused, not looking back.
We are not trying to outrun them.
What then? Nona furrowed her brow.
I am looking for the best place to kill them.
Kill? Nona turned to face the pursuit.
But there are hundreds.
Hundreds foolish enough to follow into the heights someone who has already shown them a landslide. Nona watched the points of light twinkle, their advance almost imperceptible. A warm hand held each of those lanterns. Other soldiers clambered up between them.
Can't we hide instead?
Killing came easy when an enemy raised their weapon against her. But to end so many lives, soldiers of the Empire following the orders of their commander, it felt wrong. She pictured Zol's face when she had first hauled herself up onto the road, lit from beneath by the heartlight, something demonic in the play of shadows. Did devils own her now, their claws around her heart? Zol turned, and the light flooded across Nona's shoulders, the pressure building, an almost physical push.
It is harder to hide ourselves in the rock than to bring it down upon them. And if we hid, we would not be able to travel. They would surround us. There will be Nwa Gwyn among their number, and some may be able to sense the proximity of the shipheart, just as you and I can. We might not stay hidden long.
Nona hugged herself and said nothing. There seemed to be nothing to say. For once, Zol had said it all. Dawn broke over the peaks, a grey wave spilling pale light across the slopes. The black serpent, its head now only a few hundred yards behind them, began to resolve into individual figures. Zol set to scaling a rock face, so close to vertical that cliff seemed a reasonable description. Nona, staring at the smooth stone, could see no way it could be climbed, and yet the chosen one made relentless progress, the shipheart in her backpack now, its illumination no longer required. How? Nona shrugged, gathered her strength, and started to follow, stabbing her floor blades into the rock. Here and there as she climbed, Nona spotted patches where the rock face looked different. The stone somehow rippled, like butter, melted then returned to solid before it could flow away. Zol was digging herself handholds and allowing them to reseal as she moved on. It would buy them time. The soldiers would need to find a true mountaineer among their number to lay them a rope, or they would have to discover a longer path. After 60 or 70 yards of climbing, Nona joined Zol on a ledge of fractured stone that led across the gradient, with another cliff rising above it. She hauled herself onto the flat space between the two rock faces and lay bonelessly, drawing a deep lungful into her aching chest. Clara would have moaned, "Carry me." The thought made Nona cough out a painful laugh. "Are you well?" Zol frowned at her from a perch several yards off. Nona rolled to her front. "No." Below them, the first soldiers had arrived at the base of the cliff and were starting to puzzle over how their prey had scaled it. "What now?" Nona asked. "We wait." Nona didn't argue. She lay as if dead until the coldness of the stone forced her to sit, huddled against the cliff for any shelter on offer. 70 yards down, the soldiers gathered until they ran out of space. With a queue stretching behind them, they began to argue, loud enough for the edges of their conversation to reach the novices. "They can't fit any more down there," Nona said. "You should do whatever it is you're going to do." "Wait." "What for?" "The leaders. And the Nona Grey." "How will you know when they're here?" Nona squinted at the helmed heads far below. "Once they start climbing, that will be the Nona Grey. To see the officers, watch where the troops face." "There!" Nona pointed to where one soldier, looking no different to the others, started to scale the unclimbable rock face. "And there!" 2 more had started up a little further along. "We are never more vulnerable than when giving chase," Zol said. "Is that what they say on the ice?" Nona snorted. "The wisdom of the tribes." There might be 1,000 soldiers on the mountain, and they looked far from vulnerable. Abbas Glass said it. Zol shrugged off her pack. She took the shipheart out, holding it in one hand. It looked too big for her to grip securely. "Hold on." She voiced Nona's thought. Zol brought her hand round in an overhead swing and smacked the shipheart into the top of the rock face just below her. The impact was a strange one. No fragments of stone flew off. There was no great crash, just a deep pulse that seemed to spread out through the mountain. Nona felt it through her back where it pressed against the stone. All 3 climbers froze. A moment passed. Another. Then a lurch that sent Nona flying towards the drop. It seemed the whole mountain twitched. Only Hunska reflexes combined with stone-piercing floor blades saved her from falling. Everything below the 2 novices, except for the top 12 feet of the cliff, broke away and began to fall, a descending curtain of rock, fracturing as it slid over the deeper parts of the mountain that remained fixed. The scene below them vanished beneath a rising cloud of dust. Zol stood,
and returned the shipheart to her pack. "Follow me." She began to walk away along the ledge. "If we keep climbing, we could lose the survivors," Nona said, still staring at the dust in horrified fascination. "We do not want them to lose us," Zol called back, not looking around. "Just that they not catch us." Nona hesitated for one more moment, then hurried after the ice triber before the wind-driven dust could take her from view. She didn't feel like a shield, or anything else useful. Spare baggage at best. Her head felt fuzzy from the shipheart's constant pressure, her thoughts unorganized and slow. Zol led them back to the north for a way, then began to climb on a south-leading ridge. She called a halt where a spire of rock offered some shelter from the wind, and marvellously produced both food and water. "How?" Nona accepted a strip of dried meat and a near-full water skin. "I prepared for my journey." Zol crammed a strip of the blackened trail beef into her mouth and began to chew methodically. "You came after me," Nona said. After so long surviving on cell slops, the leathery meat seemed to explode with flavour, her mouth flooding. "I followed Sister Kettle." Zol spoke around the rhythm of her jaws. "But you knew she was looking for me." "Yes." "Why did you come?" Nona wanted to hear it from Zol's lips. "You are the shield. I need your protection." If the ice triber was mocking her, she let no sign of it show. "You don't believe that stuff. It's all made up." Nona forced herself not to drink too deeply from the skin. "Everything ever said was made up. The Ancestor, the Hope, all the small green gods of the corridor who will die when the ice closes." Nona wiped her mouth. "And on the ice? Don't you make gods of the wind?" Zol shrugged. "Some do." "And you tell stories about the future?" "Perhaps we have a prophecy about a black-eyed goddess who will save us all, and the four-blood child of the ice, whose job it is to lead her home." The smallest smile quirked the corner of Zol's mouth. She stood and shouldered her pack. "Time to go." "Up?" Nona's heart fell. "Up," Zol nodded. "They will try to get ahead of us. The Nwa Gwyn will try to come at us from several different directions at once." "Can't you just drop rocks on their heads?" "It is tiring." Zol rubbed at her wrist, where Nona had seen the devil. "It would be better if we do not find out whether I can or not." It was true. For the first time ever, Nona saw lines of exhaustion in Zol's face. The shock of it surprised her. Before she started to work wonders, Zol had never seemed quite human. Chapter 5. Holy Class. Present Day. Nona rose with the bell, rolled from her bed, and hurried into her habit, oblivious to the room around her. The rest of the novices were still dressing when she left, Ruli only just poking her head from beneath the blankets at Jula's urging, hair in a tangle of amazing proportions.
"Good luck today,"
Alata, flashing a grin as she plaited Leanie's hair into a single red rope. Nona paused only to check the doorway for malicious threads, then took the stairs 4 at a time. She was first into the refectory and was reaching for the bread as she slid her legs beneath Holy Class's table. By the time Ketty joined her, Nona had heaped her plate for the second time and was attacking a pile of bacon with purpose. "I wouldn't be able to eat, not with the blade final in front of me."
Ketty started to help herself to eggs. Nona grunted around a mouthful. Meals at Sweet Mercy were not as large or varied as they had been when she had arrived as a starveling child. The Durns held much of the Marne coast, and the Scithrowl had crossed the Grampians. With both advances slow but seemingly as inexorable as the ice, good and plentiful food wasn't something that could be depended on, even within sight of the capital's wall. "Eat while you can." Nona reached for her water. It was a point of regret to her that she'd proved unable to pack on any reserves. She would be the first to go in any famine, where someone like Sister Rose could lose half her body weight and still survive. Even so, she didn't plan to give up on trying.
"Good luck today."
Jula sat herself opposite, eyes tracking across the various steaming bowls lined along the centre of the table. She always spent 5 minutes in careful consideration of her options, then chose porridge.
"Here."
Ketty leaned forward and pushed the porridge bowl towards Jula.
"I thought I might try something different today."
Jula frowned at the mushrooms. Ketty and Nona exchanged a quick, "No, you won't," glance. Jolie seated herself at the far end of the table, hair gleaming as if the sun had found a way through the clouds just for her. Somehow her habit looked as if it had been tailored to her personal requirements, as flattering as any ball gown.
"Blade final? Why, Nona, you're quite pink with excitement."
She smiled brightly.
"Pray Ancestor, it will be a good one."
They all ignored her. Jolie had been relentlessly nice since her return, as if they were all best of friends. Nona could almost imagine that Lord Namstis's academy man had rearranged Jolie's opinions where she was concerned, in addition to her memories regarding the events at Scherzel's palace. The thread traps scattered around the convent gave the lie to all those pretty smiles, though. Genna came to the table, raindrops beading the tight frizz of her hair.
"Good luck."
"It's not about luck."
Nona bit back a snarl and forced herself to lower her voice.
"My thanks. I will try to acquit myself well."
She regretted ever telling anyone that the test date had been set. She manufactured a smile, pushed her chair back from the table, and stood to go, aware now of the tension in her limbs. Today she would face Mistress Blade, without armour, sword in hand, and her performance would decide whether she could take the red. A downpour greeted her exit from the refectory. She ran to Blade Hall, head bowed, crashing through the main entrance to stand dripping in the foyer. Ara waited in the shadows by the doors, a practice blade in each hand.
"Thought you might want some help warming up."
She offered one sword, hilt first.
"Thanks."
Nona slipped off her shoes and moved across the sand towards the changing room, skirting the area marked off for the test to come. She emerged a short while later, wearing a white exercise habit to match Ara's. The pair of them began the blade kata side by side, the slow version first, stringing together all the core movements of the form in a way that gradually warmed and stretched the muscles. Nona watched Ara move as she made her own forms. Although Nona knew her own kata met Sister Tallow's exacting standards, somehow there was a beauty to Ara's that made her heart ache.
"You'll be fine."
Ara grinned, her breath now quickened following the double kata. They crossed blades. Normally they would both be wearing the heavy blade habit with a wire face mask. Today wasn't going to be normal. Nona hadn't any real concern that she would fail to meet the required performance. The question in significant doubt concerned her sword. She would receive her blade on taking orders, just like any other Red Sister. It should be an arc steel sword like Sister Tallow's, a weapon that in the right hands could shatter a lesser blade and cleave a block from a castle wall in two.
but Nona knew that none of the most recent novices to graduate to the Red had been given arc steel. Over the years, swords had been lost, and the Red Sisters' ranks had grown. These days, sisters new to their names were most often given a fresh blade. The steel for these came from the forges of the Baron's witches. As fine a steel as could be made within the corridor, but nothing compared to that of the ancients. "Ready?" Nona asked. Ara attacked by way of answer, and Nona barely turned the thrust from her face. She replied with an immediate countercut. If Nona made a sufficiently good impression today, she might have one of the few arc steel swords awarded to her on her first day in the Red, rather than having to wait for an older sister to die, or to set down her weapon and retire to prayer as a holy sister. New Reds without arc steel were known as pinks in certain quarters. Ara's blade crashed against Nona's, flickered away, sliced in, parried, cut. A stillness always settled on much of Nona's mind when she sparred, and in that stillness, a realization reached her. "Pink." "What?" Ara paused, and Nona attacked with renewed vigour. No matter how tightly she held herself against threadwork, Jolie could still pull her strings, in the way that required no magic. Just dropping the word pink into the conversation around the breakfast table earlier had nearly made Nona bite Genna's head off for daring to wish her good luck. Nona rocked back to avoid Ara's slash and spun in behind the swing. She drew on her anger at the Namsis girl, feeding the fire that already burned there. Jolie thought to spoil her concentration, to put her out of the cold centre of her serenity, where a Red Sister was supposed to dwell in the heat of battle. What Jolie failed to appreciate was that Nona had never followed that part of Mistress Blade's instructions. When she fought in earnest, she fought angry, and her rage seldom wanted for fuel. Nona kicked out at Ara's knee and leapt in as the girl jumped back. At the very limit of her speed, Nona got her offhand to block Ara's wrist, deflecting the downward blow that should have felled her, and brought her own blade up into Ara's side, managing to turn the iron flat just before it hammered into her ribs. "Good one." Ara stumbled back, clutching her side. Sword dropped to indicate surrender. "Ah!" She hugged her ribs. A black line would show there tomorrow. "Did anyone ever tell you you look scary as hell when you fight for real?" "Never." Nona stuck her tongue out. "Are you all right?" She moved forward to check Ara's side, suddenly concerned. She set a gentle hand to Ara's ribs. "Fine." Ara pushed her off. "I hope you don't make faces that scary in other kinds of battles." "What are you—" "The late night thought you might get into with Rhaegal." Their eyes met, and for a moment Nona wondered if she saw something hidden there. Something hurt? The look vanished as quickly as it had appeared, replaced with Ara's impression of Nona's worried expression. Nona shoved Ara, who fell, laughing, until she hit the sand and jolted her injured ribs. Nona was helping her up, still apologizing, when Sister Tallow entered the hall. The abbess and sister superiors followed Sister Tallow out into the hall, turning to take their seats in the stands. Tallow approached Nona and Ara, her weathered face inscrutable. A nun Nona had never seen before dogged Mistress Blade's heels. She looked a good 20 years younger than Tallow, tall, slim, skin the colour of old leather, though smooth save for the scars on both her cheeks. The twin wounds might be ritual markings, or perhaps their curious symmetry had arisen by chance. The newcomer fixed Nona with a piercing gaze. She had a beauty to her,
but there was nothing soft about it, her cheekbones almost sharp enough to cut you if you slapped her.
"Novice Arabella, you may leave."
Sister Tallow nodded to the doors. The final blade test never had any audience but the abbess and her sister superiors. Novices who attempted to watch through the windows had been whipped in the past, even expelled from the convent. Ara gave up her practice blade and ran off with a last encouraging glance. Tallow waited between Nona and the unknown nun until the doors closed. Nona stood a hand taller than both women and was of heavier build. Some said she had gerant in her, but if so, it wasn't more than a touch. There had been no blood war, as there had been when her martial traits started to show. Tallow lifted a hand to indicate the other nun.
"This is Sister Iron, Nona. She is to be the new Mistress Blade. She takes over today."
"No."
"I am getting old, child. We Hunts can do that fast, too. I will join the Holy Sisters and give the Ancestor my full attention as the abbess instructs."
Nona shot a glance towards the stands. The Sister Superiors flanked the abbess. Sister Rose sat to Wheel's left. Wheel, the older-looking of the two, though they were of an age, glared at Nona with those pale, watery eyes, just as always.
"You will fight Sister Iron for the red, novice."
Tallow drew a sword from a second scabbard at her left hip. A red sister's blade, Baron's forged. She handed it to Nona.
"Control, restraint, respect."
Tallow folded Nona's fingers around the hilt.
"You'll be judged on these. But in the corridor, winning is also quite important."
"I'll win, then." Nona stepped back, circling away from Sister Iron. She didn't want a new Mistress Blade, though she couldn't quite suppress the relief that she wouldn't have to face Sister Tallow with sharp iron in hand in an earnest fight. Sister Iron drew her blade, a sword identical to Nona's, since pitting arc steel against Baron steel would damage the latter and likely ruin it. The nun made no move, only cocked her head to the side and watched how Nona positioned her feet. Her gaze slid up the length of Nona's body, coming to rest on her wrist and the fingers around the sword hilt. Nona felt as if she were being judged and found wanting. "You're ready?" Nona asked, unsettled by the woman's stillness. Back against the wall, Sister Tallow rolled her eyes. Nona came forward, sword extended before her. She didn't reach for her speed, but instead waited to react, a lesson she had learned from Zol. Sister Iron did nothing, only watched her move, her own blade loose in her hand, the point in the sand. Nona came closer. Closer still. The point of her sword just 2 feet from the nun's chest. She could lunge and run the woman through. She glanced towards Sister Tallow, uncertain. The moment Nona's eyes moved from her, Sister Iron pushed Nona's sword away, the back of her hand flat against the side of the blade. The nun released her own sword and slapped Nona across the face, hard enough to rattle her teeth. Nona leapt away, and by the time she was clear, Sister Iron had kicked her falling sword back into the air and snatched hold of it once again.
"You think this one is ready?"
Sister Iron asked Sister Tallow. Nona spat blood into the sand. A dozen sentences wanted to escape her tongue, some bitter, some angry, but she swallowed them all. The fault was hers. There were no rules. "Try me again." Sister Iron came forward, blade extended as Nona's had been. Nona let her get just as close. The nun's gaze never faltered. She lunged, showing no reservation about skewering a novice. Nona sank into the moment and made to push the sword away as Iron had, only to find the cutting edge angled towards her hand. She pushed it anyway, sparks flying as barren steel scraped over floor blades. She made to slap the woman, but Iron proved swift, Nona's fingertips missing her cheek by a hair's breadth. Nona kicked her falling blade back into the air and caught it as Iron had, but with far less grace. The pair of them finished 2 yards apart, gazes locked, one on the other.
"No claws today, novice," the abbess's voice from the stands. "Just the blade you hope to earn."
Nona nodded her acknowledgement. She moved smoothly into attacking. No more playing. No more games. She told herself that Zol stood before her. With the exception of Yisht and Sister Tallow, Zol had been her most lethal opponent. Faster than thinking. Merciless. Efficient. Sister Iron replied with a storm of blows, feints, and counterattacks, every bit as swift and ruthless as Zol's had ever been. She had more than that, though. Something in her touch, a kind of mastery that let her tame a blow on her blade, guide it, twist it. At every exchange, Nona felt on the edge of having her sword torn from her grasp. Sister Iron used combinations that Nona hadn't seen before, series of moves that drove Nona step by inexorable step into the wrong place. Her balance lost, her momentum stolen, sword unready. Sister Iron ended a lengthy combination attack with a rising slice. An extravagance of speed saved Nona from being struck, though she would not have been surprised to find a thin line of blood across her front had she the time to look down. She spun away, sliding to a halt on one foot, spraying sand. "Ah!" Nona staggered. Her heel felt as if a hot wire had sliced part way through it. Sister Iron came forward, pressing her attack. Nona defended with desperation, hobbling back before launching sideways on her good foot to win space. She rolled across the sand, biting down a scream as something cut into her just above the elbow. Coming to her feet, she expected to find blood sheeting down her arm, but the skin lay unmarked, despite the agony. Nona got to her feet, wincing, sword raised, injured arm held close to her body. As Iron came in, Nona saw it. Where the sand had been scuffed away, almost to the stone, she glimpsed something, a nearly invisible distortion running over the slab beneath. If she had time to defocus, she knew her path sight would show a thread. Lurid green, no doubt, as so many of Jolie's curse threads were. As Sister Iron drew close, Nona swept away the sand in front of her with one foot. It proved a useless endeavour. Pressed to defend, she had no time to clear more ground or study the area exposed. Their swords met, and met again, beating out a high-tempo tattoo. Sweat flew from the ends of Nona's hair, sparkling droplets mired in the moment, unable to fall in the space between 6 strikes. Another pain thread caught Nona's foot, and she fell backwards with a cry, turning a thrust and a swing as she dropped. Nona rolled through 3 more pain threads, evading Sister Iron, stamping at her. Finally, the nun backed off, perhaps remembering that the exercise was a test rather than murder. Nona stood slowly, meeting Sister Tallow's puzzled frown. "It's only pain." She muttered the words, forcing her hunched body to straighten, relaxing the tight muscles of her arms and legs. She had suffered worse. Thurin Tassis had pressed his sigil-marked toy called the Harm against her. It had hurt more than 1,000 pain threads. Later, she had glued it to his flesh. He hadn't been found for over a day. They said he sat drooling upon his lord's chair now, ruler of the Tassis in name only. Why his remaining son, Leno, didn't have him quietly killed, nobody could say.
Only pain.
Spoken loud enough for Sister Iron to take note. Nona thought of Jolie creeping out in the dead of night to lay her threads in the blade hall sands, each full of malice and carefully attuned just to Nona. It was a work of art, really. Nona doubted there were 6 thread workers in all the Empire who could match it. Maybe not so many. A red anger rose through her, its heat burning through the agony that lanced from her invisible wounds. Lips curled back from teeth. A savage grin. Nona threw herself back across ground already trodden, the potency of the thread traps there now spent. She attacked Sister Iron not with the calm efficiency Sister Tallow taught, but with the honest and savage desire to do her opponent harm, acknowledging the beast that dwelt within her, the hot core of her that Tarkak's ice spear had seen. Passion lent her a strength that Sister Iron had to grit her own teeth to turn. Rage put an edge on a quickness that was already blinding, and Sister Iron was forced back for the first time, weaving her defence within the depth of her own serenity. Perhaps no battle so ugly had ever played out across the Blade Hall sands before, but the simple fact was that Sister Iron, the presumptive Mistress Blade, retreated before the sword of Nona Grey, her own hair wet with sweat now. Sister Iron's own swordwork was now stretched to extravagant lengths, all within a packed handful of seconds that few possessed the vision to follow. Another thread snagged Nona's foot. She hardly winced, but in the mist caught a beat, Sister Iron parried her wide, kicked the inside of her left knee, and punched her square in the face, before following up with the hilt of her sword to the side of her neck. Nona fell hard, and, trying to rise, found the point of Sister Iron's sword inches from her face.
Enough, novice.
The woman stood, apparently calm, but with her chest heaving. Nona repressed a snarl and let her head fall back against the sand.
Sister Tallow taught me to fight,
Sister Iron said.
She did not teach me to fight like that.
She stepped back, allowing Nona to sit. Sister Tallow stepped forward, offering Nona her hand, then pulling her to her feet.
You seem to be in pain while fighting, novice. Did you sustain some injury sparring with Arabella?
No, Mistress Blade. Just an old injury returned to haunt me. Nona sealed her lips. Jolie's reinstatement was a matter of palace politics. Even if the abbess could be convinced of her guilt, Anamsis would not be punished or sent from the convent. Not with the Scithrowl in the east advancing mile after mile, and the Durns raiding from captured ports on the shores of the Marne. Sister Iron studied Nona with evident displeasure.
The question is whether the Ancestor would be properly represented by such a warrior. Where was your serenity? You fight like a wild animal. I cannot recommend you be given an ancient blade. Would it even be proper for you to wear the red?
Nona ground her teeth. Revealing Jolie's tricks might change the judgment, but she wanted nothing of the Namsis girl in her trial. Others would say Jolie's actions earned her the red, then stand between her and her revenge.
She is to be denied the red, then. Sister Iron has said so.
Wheel called down from the stands, her cracked voice reverberating with long-sought triumph.
When we leave this hall, Sister Iron will be Mistress Blade.
Sister Tallow raised her voice, a thing Nona had heard on maybe 3 occasions in the half of her life spent at Sweet Mercy.
But she is not yet.
Tallow set her hand on Nona's shoulder. She had to reach upwards. Once she had seemed so tall.
She had no recollection of the woman touching anyone except to adjust a fighting stance or deliver a stinging reprimand. The hand remained on her shoulder.
Nona has passed the blade test. If she accepts ordination and takes on her new name, then when I take up the devotions of a holy sister, she shall have my sword.
Tallow turned towards Iron, her voice low now, conciliatory.
Many of the lessons I try to teach this girl have not stuck, but the important ones have. And when the ice presses, we need sisters in the red who can win, however ugly that victory may be.
What followed passed in a blur. The bows given to, and reciprocated by, the sister superiors, the required formal embrace with the abbess, the long march from the hall. Before she knew it, Nona found herself hurrying from the building, the blade test behind her. With her arms raised against the sharp burden of ice carried on the wind, she set off to find her friends. Nona came dripping and shivering to the wellhead. It lay in a seldom-used back chamber to the rear of the laundry wing, a structure that formed one arm of the novice cloister. She defocused her sight to check for any traps Jolie might have placed. She didn't think the girl knew of the oubliette beneath the centre oak. But then again, there were clues if one paid attention, and in past weeks she had seen Jolie gazing at the laundry wing, her brow furrowed. Nona went down the rope hand over hand, not using her legs. The blade test had left her muscles tired and aching, but not so weak she couldn't climb a rope. At the bottom she swung, released her hold, and landed on the rocky edge of the subterranean pool. Jula, Ruli, Ara and Ketty waited to one side of the chamber, hunched around a single candle. Glimmers of their light picked out the descending stone-clad forest of the centre oak's roots.
Nona, Sister Tallow didn't cut your head off.
Ruli jumped to her feet as Nona approached.
It was Sister Iron, our new Mistress Blade.
Nona wasn't supposed to speak about the test, but she felt she could share this much.
New what?
But Sister Tallow. Did you pass? Ara cut across the others.
Yes, I passed.
Nona raised a hand to forestall Ara's next question.
And I got a sword.
We're not to call you Nona Pink, then? Jula grinned.
No.
Nona sat down with Ruli.
If they let me take my orders, I'll be a proper red.
So how did...
We're not here to talk about my blade test,
Nona said.
We're here to talk about Jula's book.
Hey, it's not my book, Jula protested.
A pity. If it was your book, we wouldn't have to go to all this trouble to steal it.
Ketty frowned, then brightened, as if finding new resolve. We've been talking it through again, Nona. We're agreed. We need 2 things to pull this off, and we're going to have to steal both of them. And I've no idea how. Ara held up 2 fingers to count them off.
We have to steal before we can steal,
Ruli interrupted, showing no sign of remorse at the proposed criminality.
And we're meeting underground with 1 candle. It's like we're Noir Gwyn.
Ara scowled at Ruli's enthusiasm. 1, we need the Book of Lost Cities from Sister Pan's secret stash. That's got to be in the 3rd room. Unless we have a forbidden book to take back, we're not going to have a reason to be anywhere near the High Priest's vault. She pulled her 2nd finger back. 2, we need the Abbess's seal of office. Without her seal on our message, they'll never let us in. Nona raised one of her fingers.
We also need the eye drops the poisoner was working on.
Jula looked shocked. She stashed those away for good reason, Nona. They're dangerous. She said you could go blind using them.
They're the only way I'll get in there unrecognised,
Nona said.
Plus they make you look good,
Ketty added. It doesn't have to be you, Nona, Ara said. Any of us could do it.
It has to be me. And it doesn't matter about looking good, Ketty.
Nona shot her a narrow glance, though it was true that she had loved those few days when her eyes had looked like any other person's. Rhaegal had said he liked her the way she was normally, unique. But whatever he said, he had spent a long time looking into her newly cleared eyes, and part of her wanted that again.
4,
Nona said before Ara and Jula could object.
We need a brilliant martial empath, or this just won't work.
So 4 impossible things, then. Ara swirled darkness around the candle flame, making shadow birds take flight.
No.
Nona shook her head.
Just 2, like you said.
But
I found us an empath of the fight rings last night. The strongest I've ever met.
4 mouths opened. Nona spoke first.
And I have this.
She drew from her habit a disc of amber, carved in deep relief on one side, its edge guarded by a hoop of gold, the whole thing making slow revolutions on its golden chain. The Abbess's seal. Jula stared at it, wide-eyed. How?
I stole it from her when she embraced me, after the blade test.
Chapter 6. Holy Class. Present day. Kettle moved through the town wrapped in a cocoon of shadow. In an hour, the great red eye of the sun would see the carnage for itself, but no other witness remained to watch it roll back the night. The fires had burned out, the smoke stripped away by the wind, but the stink of burning remained. The stink and the dead, and the ruins of their homes. The Scithrowl had spared none. They left the corpses of their own scattered infrequently here and there among the bodies of farmers, weavers, shepherds, and of children who might one day have taken up those trades. A small blonde girl lay broken in the doorway to an unburned hut, her hair straw and mud. A woman nearby curled around the wound that had killed her. The mud showed how far she had dragged herself to reach her daughter, that she had died 3 yards short of touching her child that last time. In the harbour, a single boat still burned amid the blackened and half-sunken wrecks. From behind Kettle's eyes, Nona wondered what its cargo was that it should sustain a flame when all else had long since guttered into darkness. She knew that Kettle had drawn her sleeping mind along their thread bond to show her something. Too often lately, Nona had rolled yawning from her bed after first waking in the small hours to find herself inhabiting Kettle as the Grey Sister stalked her prey. Last time, it had been a Scithrowl commander amid his army of 500 soldiers. Kettle had ghosted among the lesser tents and cut her way into the grand pavilion in which the officer slept beneath hula furs. Nona could make no sense of it, signposting their leaders with such luxury. The Empire generals slept in tents identical to the common soldiers to foil just such assassination attempts. Kettle turned from the dark lake and moved on through the town towards its margins. She had something to show Nona. She rarely spoke on these tutorials, needing all her focus to keep her alive. Even here, Scithrowl softmen might be lurking, ready to kill or capture scouts, or Noir Gwyn assassins, loyal to neither side, only to the coin that paid their fee. Ahead of them loomed a larger building, no detail hidden from Kettle's dark sight. A stone construction, the roof gone, presumably taken by flames, though the stink of burning hung less heavily here. Kettle closed the distance. Grave markers stood behind the building. Dozens of them. A church, then. Kettle glanced skywards to where the hope burned white amid the crimson scattered heavens. A hope church, then, roofless by design, so that the white light could reach in and wash away all sin. And suddenly, as Kettle approached the shattered doors, Nona knew where she was. White Lake, not 80 miles from the walls of Verity. White Lake, where her mother lay beneath the ground, and doubtless now Preacher Mickle lay sprawled upon it. Adoma had splinter armies pillaging just 5 days' march from the capital. Swift horses could bring them to the foot of the Rock of Faith in less than half that time. Something caught Kettle's eye. Something Nona had missed. Kettle pressed herself to the church wall, pulling darkness to herself as if drawing a breath. The night entered her as ink soaks into blotting paper. There, out across the graveyard, a pale, questing tentacle, almost flat to the ground, insubstantial as mist. Another, yards long, snaking out between the graves. A pained spider, some creature of the Softmen in service to the Scithrowl battle queen Adoma. Rumour had it that they bred such monstrosities, releasing demons from the black ice into unholy alliance with flesh. More tentacles insinuated themselves across the barren ground, one thin as leather and broad as a hand, sliding noiselessly over the top of the church wall just yards from Kettle's head. Even at that distance, her skin sang with echoes of the agony its touch would bring. Nona woke sweat-soaked and alone, her body hunched, arms tight around her. She lay in the darkness of the Holy Class dormitory, trying to still a racing heart. Kettle had kicked her out, requiring her whole concentration. Sleep did not return that night. They were coming to the sharp end of things. The peace of the convent, seemingly eternal, would not last. Idle days, bickering among friends, the rivalries of children, all of it was passing into memory. A black tide was coming from the east, and all the empire hadn't the strength to stand before it. We don't even know the book exists. It's not as if the High Priest posts a list of forbidden books on his door. Ara stood with Jula and Nona in the lee of the dome of the Ancestor, watching Path Tower, a dark finger of stone. The Inquisition burned my history of St. David, Nona said. It wasn't yours, and Kettle shouldn't have allowed it in the scriptorium library, Jula said primly. And that was a banned book, not a forbidden one. Banned books are burned. Forbidden ones are just forbidden. So how come Sister Pan has one, if it even exists? Ara asked. We know it exists because there are references to it that they forgot to remove from other books by Aquinas. And we know that Sister Pan has a copy because she quotes from it when talking about the lost cities. You haven't read it. How do you know she's quoting from it? Ara rolled her eyes. Aquinas has a very distinctive prose style. Jula folded her arms. That's it. We're breaking into Sister Pan's secret room based on distinctive prose style. Ara asked. How do you know she hasn't memorized the quotes? Nona demanded. She still calls you Nina sometimes. Jula grinned. Fair point. Nona nodded slowly. So I just have to get into the third room? Or I do, Ara said. Do you know how? Nona asked. No, but you don't either. Nona started towards the tower. We'll both try then. Nona narrowed her eyes at Path Tower, black against the wash of the sky. Sister Rule taught that it was the oldest building on the Rock of Faith, predating the convent by centuries. Given that all save the top and the bottommost rooms lacked doors or windows, Nona supposed it had been built for a powerful pathmatey, though no records remained to name the first occupant. She approached the east entrance, apprehension rising. It wasn't as if they were about to attempt the impossible. Every novice with ambitions to be a mystic sister had to enter the third room unaided. It was part of the path test. Maybe all of it. Nona would choose the red habit, not the sky colours of the mystics, but she wanted to pass the path test even so. Ruli followed Nona in through the east door. Ara entered by the north. They met at the bottom of the stairs in the room of portraits. 24 or more mystic sisters regarded them from wooden frames. Each woman was pictured amid abstract representations of their magic, the variety remarkable. Nona's favourite was a young red-headed holy witch whose hair became flames. When you looked closer at her, you could see that in the darkness of each pupil, a tiny star burned crimson.
"We know 2 things," Nona said as Ara joined them.
"What?"
"Firstly, it's all about path. Otherwise, Jolie would have cracked it months ago."
Ara and Nona had been waiting an age for the individual training Sister Pan gave candidates for the path test. The old woman liked to instruct one novice at a time, and whatever lesson she had been trying to teach hadn't been getting through Jolie's skull.
Jolie Namsis couldn't take 2 steps on the path if you threw her at it.
"True,"
Ara nodded. "And secondly, we know that it must be different for each person. Otherwise, Pan would just have trained the 3 of us together."
Ara began to climb the stairs, Jula and Nona on her heels. They went up in silence, stopping just below the classroom. "Should we really be doing this?" Jula asked for the 10th time that morning.
"No,"
said Ara.
"We're not doing this. At least you aren't, Jula. And it was your idea. Forget whether we should be doing it. Will the book get us into the High Priest's library? Will the library have Aquinas' Book of the Moon? And will the moon save the Empire?"
Nona watched the girl's face, pale in the daylight that filtered down from the trapdoor to the classroom. "The moon's the only hope," Jula said, her voice small. Nona nodded. Jula had real faith in Aquinas and his book. Kettle had shown Nona the conflict's horrors through their thread bond. The Empire was losing on both fronts. It would not be long before those horrors arrived at Verity's walls, and if the Emperor fell, then the Empire was lost, the Ark taken. Kettle had said the end would come in months rather than years. The Grey Sister scouted for the Emperor's armies both east and west. Adoma's horde seemed to be endlessly replaced, ready to spend their lives for the Battle Queen. And she, ready to spend them. Shurzel had all but filled the Grand Pass with Scithrowl corpses, and still they had flooded over the Grampanes. The ferocity of Shurzel's defence and the cleverness of her stepped retreat had been what forced the Emperor to overlook reports of her planned treason. Shurzel had organised and directed the ongoing attacks in the mountains to continually disrupt Adoma's supply lines. That, and a scorched earth withdrawal, had slowed Adoma's advance from a charge that would have reached Verity in weeks to a crawl that had taken almost 2 years to get just over halfway. But like with thin ice, a slow creaking could become a sudden plunge into freezing death, and the Empire's defence had started to fracture weeks ago. Emperor Crucicle needed his sister. The Durns to the west were a different breed. Not fanatics, these, and given to quarrelling among themselves, but blood-hungry and backed by the magics of their priests. They had crossed the Marne Sea in their barges, coming in force once news of the Scithrowl victories reached them. Their holy men came to war wielding sickwood staves and wreaking havoc with both martial firework and waterwork. Nona had seen too many towns aflame, too many families strewn across the fields from which they tried to feed themselves. The Emperor kept the red and the grey close, and the mystics as a last reserve, but soon he would unleash them all. Whether that would turn the tide of war, push the Scithrowl back beyond the mountains, drown the Durns in a red sea, Nona didn't know. She only knew that in the land left behind such a conflict, the dead would outnumber the living. Sister Pan always led the way when she took novices to the sealed rooms. She had taken Nona and Ara to the first 2 rooms. The third they knew to exist only because the tower held space for it, and because every novice knew that the path test required you to reach the 3rd room unaided. Nona turned and walked down the spiral stair, squeezing past Ara and Jula. She defocused her vision as she always did when she followed Sister Pan to the sealed rooms. Normally that gaze would be fixed between the ancients' shoulder blades. She focused her thoughts on the 3rd room, the place where it should lie, the shape of it, the wall where a door would likely be set. Nona was so deep in her search, it was a shock to find someone on the stairs blocking her way as she followed the spiral down. Abbess. The abbess rarely came to Path Tower.
"Where's Pan?"
The abbess snapped, eyeing the girl before her with evident distaste. Mistress Path is in the scriptorium, Abbess. Nona met the hostility of the old woman's stare. The abbess turned away, evidently unable to find fault with Nona's reply, her bad temper further inflamed by this failure. She glanced over her shoulder, new suspicion in her pale eyes.
"What are you doing here, girl? Stealing?"
"No, Abbess." Nona had stolen from the abbess that morning, and she would be stealing from Path Tower this afternoon with any luck. But right now she wasn't stealing.
"Praying. In the dome. That's where you should be."
Shaking her head, the abbess stamped off, back down the stairs, thumping her crozier on every step. Ara came into view behind Nona, smoothing her palms over the stonework. "Was that Abbess Wheel?" "Yes." Nona returned to her own search. "Ancestor's blood!" From behind Ara, as close as Jula got to an oath. "We really shouldn't be doing this." Nona searched more quickly than her friends, leaving them behind her. About halfway down, her vision shook for a moment. After that, nothing. Not even a tingle. She returned to the spot and studied it with thread sight. Nothing. She visualized the path and tried to see past it into the wall. Nothing. She placed both hands upon the stone and exerted her will, pressing as hard as she could. "Open, damn you!" At the same time, she set one foot upon the glowing glory of Path, the river of power that joins and defines all things. Nona felt something give, a lurch within her, as if she had fallen through thin ice. The cry of victory died on her lips, though. She was still standing on the stairs, her hands against the cold stone. Feeling foolish, she reached for her serenity and tried again. Nothing. Not even a twinge. She wiped her palms on her habit and continued down the stairs, calling on her clarity trance to reveal any faint trace that might indicate a place to exert her magics. One of the others stumbled behind her. "Keep it quiet," Nona hissed without looking back. "Abbess Wheel might still be lurking downstairs." Nona reached the bottom step without finding any further hint of an entrance. The abbess seemed to have decided against waiting for Pan and have taken her leave of the tower. Nona sighed and turned to climb the steps again. Something caught her eye. A new portrait hanging amid the others. just to the right of the door that the abbess must have left by. She walked across to the painting, marvelling that she had never seen it before. It seemed impossible that she had simply missed it in the past, given that she had visited the tower almost every day for the best part of a decade. Perhaps Sister Pan had hung it recently. There was something familiar about the woman, her face pinched but friendly, high cheekbones, blue eyes. She had pale hair, curling close to her skull, but with wisp after wisp trailing off into the air to create a faint haze of threads that filled the space all around her. Nona cocked her head. The nun looked 30 at least. And yet... Hessa! Nona's eyes blurred with tears. How? She bowed her head, wiping at her face. Hessa had died as a child, and Nona had missed her friend every day since. Her death at Yisht's hands had taught Nona many of the bitter lessons that stand as milestones along the road between girl and woman. Her own fallibility wasn't the least of those lessons. How many times had a friend died because she lacked what had been necessary to save them? How often had her own faults tripped her up? Her pride, her anger. Losing Hessa taught her the hollow lie of vengeance, a conceit to distract oneself with, an addiction that offered no cure. I miss you. But as she looked up again, the world lurched, a new layer of ice breaking, and somehow the room was a different room, and she was on her knees beside a bed. Nona? Abba's glass lay in the bed, grey-faced, the comfortable weight wasted from her, leaving skin on bones. Don't cry, child. Nona snapped her head up, looking wildly around. The abbess's bedroom in the big house. This was where she had died. This was how she died. Taken by disease, something that ate her from within, and that neither Sister Rose nor Sister Apple could touch with all their pills and potions. I don't understand. Meaning is overrated, Nona. A cough convulsed the abbess for a moment, rattling in her chest. She had said exactly that. Meaning is overrated. Nona remembered it, but not the question she had asked to prompt it. There might not be a meaning to the world, or in it, but that does not mean that what we do has no meaning. Glass fell silent, and for the longest minute, Nona thought she would not speak again. When she did, it was weak, faltering. The Ancestor's tree is something humanity planted, and that we have watered with our deeds, our cares, with each act of love, even with our cruelty. Cling to it, Nona. Cling. And then she did stop, as Nona remembered, and the gleam had gone from her eyes. Nona stood, an old sob shuddering through her. Sister Rose had been sleeping in the chair by the window when the abbess died, the sleep that crept in behind too many nights without rest. She had woken at Nona's sob and sucked in a huge breath of her own. Now, though, the chair lay empty, and at the door it was Sister Pan who stood, her eyes bright and wet. The old nun spoke, her voice strangely distant. You're getting further from the door, Nona. What? Sister Pan turned towards the window. Out beyond the rooftops of the refectory, Path Tower rose like the line of darkness offered by a door beginning to open, or almost closed. Nona frowned, torn between confusion and grief. She knew this for a memory of that awful day, but it seemed more real than all those days that had queued between her and it. Glass had been taken by a foe Nona couldn't stand against, and the heart of sweet Mercy had broken. She had thought when the shipheart was stolen and the convent left cold, its magic gone, that no greater blow could be struck against it. But the abbess had always been the true heart of sweet mercy, and the emptiness she left behind was more profound than any Nona had known. "You're getting further from the door." Sister Pan stood in the doorway, but her single hand pointed at Path Tower. And in an instant, the tower raced into the distance, becoming tiny, almost lost to sight. The room had gone, Abbess Glass and Sister Pan with it, and instead, Nona stood in sunshine, gazing out across a formal garden. She staggered, seized by vertigo, but prevented herself from falling. She took a step forward, focused on a ficus tree in full bloom. The sound of a heavy blow hitting flesh arrested her. A second blow and an agonized cry turned her around. Standing before the grand colonnade of his mansion, High Priest Jacob swung his staff again. The wood thunked into 4-foot's side, a dull sound like a hammer hitting meat, and the mule grunted his pain. "No!" The horror of the moment pinned Nona to the spot. Another blow descended, and her floor blades shimmered into being around both hands. "No!" Nona tensed as the high priest raised his staff, 4-foot snorting bloody foam about his muzzle. She knew it was memory or dream, but it seemed more real than her life, more solid, more important. Losses like Hesse and Abbess Glass, horrors like 4-foot's death, were nails struck into her life, pinning those moments to her forever, the punctuation of sorrow. She could no more tear herself from the scene before her than rip the skin from her body. Marcus, impossibly young, struggled at the limit of his strength to escape the grip of the high priest's guard, wild in his passion. Giljon stood at the cart, held by bonds of the sort that no child can see, the kind made of debt and of a bitter understanding of the world's truths, the kind that tear at a life as you struggle against them and leave wounds that won't heal. Nona thanked the Ancestor that here in this strange dream the chains of duty and service had no purchase on her. Every muscle gathered itself as she prepared to leap at High Priest Jacob, ready to rend him into pieces. It was raining that day. The heavens wept to see such cruelty. At the back of Nona's mind, a small voice asked why it wasn't raining. Her leap never happened. Unbalanced, she fell to her knees, hands upon the dry stones at the path. It had been raining. It had. The water had run from Giljon's empty socket like the tears he should have shed. Nona looked up. She knew it to be memory. She knew there was nothing she could do for the mule straining against his rope, or Marcus twisting in the grasp of Jacob's guard. Even so, her mind clamoured for revenge, for the joy of bloody retribution. She stood, blades ready, intent on attack. Some distant glint caught her eye. Over the wall of the garden, over the roofs of nearby mansions, out across the 5 miles of farmland to the Rock of Faith. Her gaze drawn to the tiny bumps that, at this distance, were all the convent of Sweet Mercy had to offer. Again the glint. The sun reflecting on a window, perhaps. A stained glass window, high in Path Tower. Something told her she needed to be there. The path seemed to stretch out before her in that direction. You're getting further from the door. Gritting her jaw against the sound of blows raining down on 4-foot, Nona ran. She refused to look away from the rock and from the convent's faint outline. She climbed the walls with a great leap and a lunge. As Nona dropped into the next garden, the convent vanished behind the chimneys of the neighbouring mansion. She made to rise, but the wall's shadow deepened into night, miring her like the thickest mud. "No!" She struggled, desperate to return to the convent, but the darkness took her into some other place, and a night filled with screaming and with fire. Nona stood between two dark buildings. She looked slowly around, less worried by any danger than by what new tragedy might unfold, by what black milestone of her life this nightmare had brought her to. Across an open space in front of her, another building burned, the flames so bright that even the dying focus of the moon seemed pale. And although the night gave her nothing but angles and the ferocity of fire, Nona knew exactly where she stood. To her right, the home of James and Martha Baker. To her left, the stone walls of Grey Stephen's house, he who had fought the Palathi in his youth. Relham village burned around her. The shapes moving across the background of blazing huts were those of children she had grown up with, of their parents, and of the soldiers the Emperor's sister had sent to cut them down. Nona knew it for illusion or forgery, or memory, or all three, woven together. Somehow she had fallen into a trap. Perhaps it had happened when she touched the path. Sister Pan had endless stories of the dire ends to which it could lead the unwary, and used them regularly to scare any quantal novice in her care. Nona had to get back to Path Tower, but the chance was gone, and every shift of scene took her further from the convent, putting mile upon mile in her way and allowing no time to cross them. Whatever had gone wrong, it must have happened when she had tried to walk through the wall to the third room. She had wandered into some realm of nightmare manufactured out of her past. Nona ran through the darkness and smoke and confusion, ready to meet any challenge. Though she told herself that a lie surrounded her, the truth of it seduced her senses. There was nothing counterfeit here. Beneath the stink of burning, this place smelled of home, of a childhood now wrapped about her bones. This was hers, like it or not, her foundation, though it stood in mud and ignorance. Somehow no soldier came near her. Within moments, she stood at the door to her mother's cottage. The 2 rooms where she had spent so many years, growing from mewling infant to the girl who had taken 6 lives in the forest upon her doorstep. It was the price of one of those lives in particular that the whole village was now paying for her. The thatch above had begun to smoulder, sparks from the Bluestones' house starting to land among the straw. The interior lay dark. It's not real. Nona approached the entrance. Something would be different. Something would be wrong. Every scene so far had someone out of place, some detail changed. It was a clue, a riddle. Somehow. She stepped in, steeling herself, pulling her serenity around her like a shawl. It's not real. It took a moment for Nona's eyes to adjust to the gloom. A single candle burned, spilling wax where it had fallen at the doorway to her mother's workroom, the place where she wove the reeds. Nona's mother lay sprawled, one arm reaching for the exit, her fingers nearly touching the toes of Nona's shoes. A ruinous wound had opened her back, the blood pooling around her, the candle's flame dancing across it in reflection. And despite all her protestations, a hurt noise broke from Nona's chest, a wet splutter, a numbness in her cheeks as she fell to her knees, hot tears jolted from her eyes by the impact with the hard-packed earth. Nona's serenity shattered. She stayed on all fours, heaving in broken breaths. Her mother lay dead. Her mother. No matter what had passed between them, There had always been a bond of love buried beneath the denials. Gentle times remembered, shared smiles, laughter, hugs. The bonds that formed a branch of the great tree of the Ancestor, a chain of humanity reaching back through eons to the single taproot of the arborat. Nona panted away the hurt and rose to her knees. This was the test. This was the trap. She wiped her eyes, sought her center. Somewhere. It must be somewhere. She stood and cast around her. Something must be wrong. Something out of place? The serenity trance insulated her against grief, but her eyes kept returning to her mother's body, small and broken. There's nothing. Nona fell back to her knees, drawn down, despite her trance, by a weight she couldn't understand. Tears returned to fill her eyes, blurring her vision as she gathered the woman who had been her everything into her lap. Tired. Mother? Nona blinked away the tears. But the brown eyes she found herself looking down into were not her mother's. The hand that enfolded hers was huge. Darla! Nona choked out her friend's name. Darla's brown eyes clouded with confusion, a kind of wonder, staring at some distant place above Nona's head. The smoke and fire around them wasn't that of Relham village. It was Scherzel's stables starting to burn. The 80 miles to Path Tower had become hundreds. She's gone, Nana. Kettle put her hand on Nona's shoulder. Darla. Another raw wound. Nona ground her teeth. Darla's hand still held hers, warm, solid, real. Maybe she could still be saved. Maybe this time it would be different. To drag her eyes from Darla's almost broke Nona. To turn her face from a friend who needed her, a dying friend. It's not real. Nona swung her head around, trying to call the clarity trance, though her heart ached and pounded. None of it's real. Nana. Kettle shook her head slowly, as if the sorrow had made it too heavy. We have to go. There. Amid the swirls of smoke and the red tongues of fire, a door that had not been present when all this happened. A door with no place in Scherzel's stables, and no place to lead. Nana! Cries from the great carriage before the main exit. We need you. Letting Darla's head fall felt like the ultimate betrayal. Every part of her wanted to stay. Every part of her wanted to face the danger with her friends, to save them, to do it better this time. But she sprang to her feet and threw herself across the burning hall, even as the door upon which her eyes were fixed started to fade from view. No! She reached it just as the last lines melted away. No! Floor blades dug deep, and in a frenzy of hacking and a storm of splinters, Nona staggered through. Curved, sigil-crowded walls surrounded her, the inlaid silver gleaming in a light that seemed to be dying swiftly. Nona turned in time to see a doorway fading, and beyond it, the spiral steps of Path Tower. A person's shadow, Ruli's or Ara's, lay across stone steps, lit by the coloured whispers of the day that shone in the classroom above, streaming in through stained glass windows. A moment later, the doorway had gone, and Nona stood, blind and alone. It wasn't true. Any of it. Whispered to the darkness. Some of it was true, though. Abbess Glass had died. And Sweet Mercy would never be the same again. Chapter 7. 3 years earlier. The escape.
They're catching up again.
Nona hunched against the hard-packed snow, too cold to shiver now. The wind stole her words and ran away with them, howling. Scherzel's soldiers knew the mountains and had found better routes to gain the heights. Nona could see black figures to the south, little more than dots, almost at the shoulder between two peaks where she and Zol would have to cross if they were to make further progress towards the ice sheet.
We have to go down.
Zol pointed to an icy defile where the east side of the ridge had fractured along some hidden fault line.
Down?
Nona tried to imagine any way she could achieve that other than falling.
That's Scithrowl.
She stared at the foothills, hazy in the distance and partly obscured by wisps of cloud around the waist of the mountains.
They will be unlikely to follow us there.
Zol shrugged and continued along the ridge. Their path proved to be a serrated blade of stone, coated with 2 feet of icy snow on the southern face, and with black ice on the northern side. The descent proved as hard as the ascent, though in different ways. It found a whole new set of muscles to stress. Nona's legs began to feel as if they belonged to someone else, paying scant regard to her instructions, but letting her have full share of the hurting. Several times she started to fall, and saved herself only by digging her floor blades through ice into rock. They climbed down for an hour, and the world below seemed to grow no closer, though the expanse of black rock towering behind them assured her that they were making progress. The wind blew less fiercely on the slopes that faced Queen Adoma's lands, but it was far from calm. The clouds surged below them, lapping the slopes like a grey sea. Nona heard shouts before they reached the swirling layer of mist, and looking back, she saw that those leading the pursuit were less than 100 yards away. A spear rattled past her.
We will lose them in the clouds,
Zol said. She hopped down from rock to rock, making it seem that her legs were as fresh as if she'd just got out of bed. Coming to the spear, jammed against an outcrop, she picked it up. Nona followed, frowning at the clouds.
We'll lose ourselves in there, too.
But she supposed down to be an easy direction to follow, whatever the visibility. The mist rose to meet their descent, a cold white sea wrapping them, beading Zol's hair with jewels of dew that froze into tiny pearls. Nona stumbled on in exhaustion, the shiphearts' fire filing her mind with unfocused energy, but doing nothing for the muscles in her thighs.
Have you been into Scithrowl before?
Nona asked, sliding down onto a ledge as Zol led off.
No. Their armies are at the border. If we need to kill soldiers to get to the ice, would it not be better that they were Scithrowl? I suppose so.
Nona had a fear of the Scithrowl, a heritage of endless stories told across the grey. She expected that every part of the Empire had its tales of Scithrowl horrors, told no doubt by old ladies like Nana Even, who hadn't ever been sufficiently far east to glimpse the Grampian peaks, let alone an actual heretic. Did they burn prisoners, eat babies, and practice peculiar tortures? Best not to get captured and find out. The wind began to shred the cloud layer around them, tearing the whiteness across the flanks of the mountain and affording glimpses of Scithrowl stretching east. It looked remarkably like the Empire had from the other side. In the north, the ice was a glimmering white line. To the south, it lay less than 5 miles away, a vaulting wall, all in shadow now.
The ice.
Nona stopped. She had seen the corridor's great wall before. shorn off by the focus moon. But for the first time ever, she had the elevation to look down upon what lay beyond. Zol stopped too. Even a life on the shelf itself didn't offer an overview. Mile upon mile of merciless ice, bloody with the touch of the morning sun. Here and there, internal pressures rocked the sheet up into ridges or split it with chasms that looked like wrinkles at this distance, but must be large enough to swallow any tower built by man. The roots of the ground-panes cut across the ice every few miles, grey ribs of stone stretching from the main ridge, becoming frost-wrapped, and at last drowned beneath the glacial flow.
It is a sight to behold.
Zol stood statue still, the wind tugging at her cloak.
The black ice!
Nona pointed at a wound in the ice sheet. You could almost imagine it a hole, its sides shadowed. A black teardrop, impossible not to see now that her eyes had found it, haloed in grey, shading through the surrounding ice and drawn away to the north with the ice's flow in a broad path, dark grey at the centre. Where the grey streak across the surface reached the corridor, the ice wall also shaded grey, and the land all around lay barren, a dead zone reaching out into the farmlands of the Scithrowl levels. The margins of this dead zone were edged in brown, where the corridor's flora fought to endure. In the narrow gap between the tainted area and foothills of the Grampians to the west, a chain of 4 fortresses stepped from one ridge to the next, towards the clear ice. Zol allowed a moment to rest. Nona collapsed into the lee of an outcrop. She huddled there, shivering, and stared at Scithrowl, stretching endlessly to the east. The land lay green and grey, shadowed by scudding cloud, and further coloured by the rumoured cruelties of its people. If the stories were to be believed, their queen was a monster, darker by far than Shurzel. Sister Kettle had told None of the story of her mission years earlier to learn Queen Adoma's secrets, passing images of that time along the thread bond that bound them. Memories shared in such a manner strike hard, and often burn as bright as the recipient's own, until it becomes hard to tell them from genuine recollection. Kettle was not the first or the last Grey sister to be sent to Adoma's capital, but she had come closer to the Queen than any other of the Order had managed in a long time. Close enough to stand within her court in the guise of a Noir Gwyn and listen to the Queen hold forth to her nobles. Among the glittering crowds beneath the palace's gilt roof, Kettle had seen 6 of the Scithrowl's most feared path mages, standing shoulder to shoulder with the nobility. Each of these full-blood quantals wore a golden medallion, marking them as members of Adoma's Fist, a band of quantal and martial mages whose reputation was known far beyond the borders of both Scithrowl and the Empire. It was said that when Adoma's fist struck, even the ice shook. Their leader, Yomrala, had stood before the throne on the first step of the dais, a place of high honour. Kettle described him as a chewed stick of a man, with a predilection for scarlet finery. "He may look weak and foolish," Kettle had said, "but when he turns his gaze your way, it's as if he's uncoiling every secret you own. And where he steps, the ground is left smoking. Pray the Scithrowl's wars in the east keep the Fist on Ald's borders, rather than our own." Adoma had spoken on the subject of the West and of Scithrowl's destiny to claim the coast of Marn. Nona had seen the Queen through Kettle's eyes. A tall woman, blunt-faced, solid, conveying a sense of physical power, of barely suppressed energies. Black-haired, a frothing mass of curls contained by hoops of gold, her pale skin stained and streaked as if rubbed with fresh ink. This, the Scithrowl said, was Adoma's sacrifice. In order to secure the strength to lead her people to victory, she had dared the black ice and been marked by it. Adoma's enemies called her mad, blood-drunk, cruel beyond measure, ready to inflict any torture that imagination could frame. Her people called her ruthless, relentless, born to deliver the full length of the corridor into their keeping. When she spoke, though, addressing her court in the fluid Scithrowl tongue, Kettle found her articulate and entirely reasonable. "If I were a Scithrowl, I would follow her," Kettle had said. "She's right. The ice is closing on us, and how else are we to live but to forge east or west? The world is cruel, our choice is harsh, and every alternative leads to someone's death. The only objection I have is that it's us that she plans to forge a path through." However inspiring her speeches might be, the truth of the Battle Queen lay in the black ice, that place of horror where even Kettle had lost her way, and from where Adoma was said to gain her power. Kettle would share no memories of that darkness, only the conviction that nothing, save evil, could come from it. Zol glanced at the cloud base billowing just 100 feet above them, and made to move on. "Come." "I saw it. The devil." Nona hadn't meant to speak. Maybe the sight of the black ice put it in her mind. "I saw it at your wrist when you climbed onto the road." Zol hesitated, just missing a beat, then continued her descent. "I did not think that I had any more left in me." "Any more?" Nona hurried after her, gritting her teeth against the shipheart's pressure. "It seems that it might take a shipheart from each of the bloods to wholly purify us. Or perhaps it is just me who needs that." "Purify? What are you talking?" Nona slipped. One tired foot tangled the other, and she was falling. She clung to the moment, but although she fell through treacle, she still fell, her hands too far from any surface to save her. "Careful." Zol closed the gap with Hunska speed and caught her wrist. Nona shook free and wordlessly scrambled away from the shipheart, its fire burning in her blood. "Do you think that in all the vastness of the ice, there are no more of these?" Zol jerked her head back towards her pack. "None of your shiphearts? You think they exist only in this narrow strip of Abeth, where green things still grow?" "Well," Nona hadn't really thought about it. "But the ice covers." "There are ways down, and the ice tribes are the descendants of those who refused to run before its advance, people who walked the green face of Abeth thousands of years ago. They took their treasures up onto the ice with them." Zol moved on, and for what seemed an age, it was all Nona could do to keep up with her. The ice driver stopped where a trickle of freezing water spilled from a crack in the rocks. "Drink." She began to fill her water skin. Nona found a still smaller trickle spilling from an overhang and stood with her mouth open to receive it. After a few gulps, she stepped away. "You have a devil in you. One of those... Did you call them Clowlatu?" "You had a Clowlatu under your skin, Nona Grey. An echo of the missing. This..." She opened her hand, and the palm lay scarlet. "Is a Rowlatu. It's not of the missing. It is an echo of me." "I don't understand." Zol narrowed her eyes, looking past Nona, up at the slopes above her. The clouds did not slow them as much as I had hoped. They have found us again. She turned and dropped away, landing on a huge boulder 20 feet below the ledge that Nona's stream trickled over. Nona peered over the drop. Damn. She glanced up at the dark spots moving on the higher slopes. With a shrug, she gathered her aching body into a focused knot, stepped out into space, and let the fall have her. They left the clouds behind them, clinging to the mountain's shoulders, and early sunshine welcomed the two novices into the eastern foothills. Nothing dared the rugged terrain save a few varieties of wiregrass and the goats that pursued them up from the plains. Zoe led the way, although she had no better idea of the geography than Nona, both of them relying on memories of Scithrowl's endless maps. They moved quickly, following streams down into the valleys, alert for any herders checking on their flocks. It could be the Empire, Zoe said. It looks no different from the other side. A couple of centuries ago, it was the Empire. Perhaps the people will not be so different either, for all that Sister Wheel calls them eaters of children and deviants. Zoe veered up towards the crest of the valley. Maybe. Nona felt it hard to shake off the expectations built by 100 fireside tales so easily. She fixed her eyes on Zoe's back and forced unwilling legs to match the girl's pace down the slope. Scherzel's soldiers appeared to have given up the chase, not prepared to venture onto Scithrowl territory. Of the Noir Gwyn, there was no sign, but Nona doubted that they would relent so easily, even if their shipheart weren't at stake. This devil of yours. Nona returned to the conversation abandoned on the rock faces, far above them. A Rowlato. It's some part of you that the shipheart has broken off. An impurity of the spirit. In this state it can be purged, leaving a person closer to the divine. And Nona paused to clamber over a shoulder of rock. And you've touched a shipheart before, on the ice. My tribe calls them Cloudclar Afak, the footsteps of the missing. Most on the ice know them more simply as old stones. And yes, I have touched such a thing before. Two such things, in fact. When the ice speakers find a child that can approach the old stones, they test them. Each new Rowlato takes longer to split from a person than the one before, and is more difficult to purge. I gave 12 to the fire. It was hard to do. Neither of the tribe's stones could find more. How old were you? Nona knew that when Zol described a thing as hard, it meant that anyone else would have been killed by it. 9. The ice speaker banished me to the corridor. He did not say why. My uncle took me to the Empire margins. I was sold to Scherzel's agent in a village called Shard. Do you think that's why you have no threads? Zol made no answer. She had reached the ridge from where she could look down into the next valley and away towards the fortress to the north, the closest in the chain. It seems that the Battle Queen has ears in Scherzel's palace, and swift access to them. Nona scrambled up to join Zol on the ridge. She straightened, wiping the grit from her palms. Oh. A column of riders was spilling down the far side of the valley, a skirmish band on the shaggy ponies that dwelt wild in the region and could run all day over such terrain. 60. Zol turned and dropped back below the ridge. We can't outrun them. Nona wasn't sure she could outrun a 3-legged mule right then. Zol narrowed her eyes. A momentary frown, and she was moving, back down into the valley again, angling towards their original path, tracking the stream. On this side of the Grampians, the rivers ran their course a while before vanishing beneath the ice sheets. On Scithrowl's globe, you could reverse the glacier's advance and set your fingers to ancient oceans picked out in blue enamel. Nona imagined they still lay there under miles of ice, and that the sun-warmed waters of the corridor must eventually reach those hidden seas.
"If we're going to fight, we should do it here," Nona called after Zol. 60 is too many, Zol called back. "And more will come. I would rather rest."
Nona shrugged and followed. 60 was too many. And rest sounded good. Chapter 8. Holy Class. Present day. Total darkness. An enduring silence wrapped Path Tower's third room.
"Dead dog's bollocks."
Nona broke the silence, banging her shin into something hard. The curse was one of Rhaegal's favourites, though he only used it when he thought she wasn't there. One day, Nona hoped to delight Clara with it. She bent to rub her leg, then reached out to examine the obstacle. A barrel-lidded casket. She wasn't sure if she'd seen it in the moment before the light died, or imagined it after. Her fingers explored the metal banding and found a heavy lock. Would there be more troublesome protections? Thread traps? Sigil marks? Or did Sister Pan consider the fact that it rested in the third chamber of Path Tower sufficient defence? Nona sat on the cold stone floor. She could put a foot to the path and summon light, but how that might end, so soon after the strange path she'd just pursued, Nona didn't know, and didn't want to find out. The lock was a big piece of cold iron. Nona defocused her sight to bring the threadscape into view. The lock blazed with them. Threads for the metal itself, leading back through the journey from the locksmiths, through the workshop, splitting through the smithies where various parts were beaten into shape, rejoining in the white heat of the forge, tracking back along rivers to the distant quarry that the ore had been dug from. All of them tangled with the lives of those who laboured to make the lock, and tangled with the old song of the earth, where the iron's constituents had lain for years uncounted. A sudden light lanced through it all, washing out the detail and causing Nona to shield her eyes.
"Thought you might appreciate a lantern,"
Ara said in a shaky voice. She held it up and glanced back at the wall she had come through.
"Well, that was unnerving."
She drew a deep, centering breath and gazed around at the sigil-covered walls in appreciation.
"These are more complex than in the other rooms. There are sentences written here."
"How did you get in?" Nona demanded as she stood.
"The same way you did, I expect."
Ara blinked. Nona doubted that very much.
"Tell me exactly." "Well, I went up and down a few times, and I noticed you had vanished. I found a spot where I thought there might be a door, and tried everything I knew to open it. It didn't seem to work, but when I got back down to the portrait room, it was different. There was a new picture there that... Well, anyway, I didn't stop to examine it. I just turned straight round and ran back up the stairs. And all along the stairwell were doorways into scenes from my life, as if I could just step back into them. Passing by them was hard. I mean, really hard. And I think if I had hesitated, they might have just sucked me through. But I didn't stop. And halfway up was an archway showing you in front of that box. I stepped through, and here I am." She smiled. "Same for you."
"My way was a bit more complicated." Nona shrugged. "The book's in here if it's anywhere." She nudged the casket with her foot. And we really want to steal? From Sister Pan? Ara asked.
None of us wants to. I can't see another way.
Nona knelt before the casket again and checked it over. No sigil marks. She brought the lock threads back into view, hunting for traps or alarms. Won't you notice it's gone? Ara asked.
What's she going to say? Which one of you took the forbidden book I wasn't allowed to have on pain of banishment?
Nona identified the threads that would undo the mechanism's riddle. 3 of them. The key must be a complex piece of ironwork.
Besides, how often do you think she looks at it? It might be a year before she notices it's gone. It might be 10 years.
So we steal a book to help us steal a different book, which also might not exist. Ara sat down, her eyes taking on that witchy look as she joined the hunt for any protective threadwork on the casket.
It exists, Nona said. Abbess Glass wouldn't have lied to me.
That woman lied whenever it suited her, Nona. There was nothing personal in it. Ara's fingers twitched as she sorted threads, plucking one, examining it, setting it aside for the next. Besides, she was very ill. She could have been confused. She kept calling me Darla the last time I was allowed to visit her.
Jula knew about the book already. She tried to tell me about it years before, Nona said.
It still doesn't make sense to me. Shirzel was going to take the Ark and use 4 shiphearts to control the moon. She didn't need a book.
The 4 ingredients of yellow cake are butter, flour, eggs, and sugar. If I gave you those 4 necessary things, you still couldn't make a cake that Sister Spoon wouldn't laugh at.
Neither could you.
Ara took on the nasal tones of Sister Spoon. Ruli was the better mimic, but Spoon was easy to do.
Novice Nona, that is an excellent cake. Perhaps the best yellow cake I've ever seen. If the goal in making such a cake were to produce something suitable for hand-to-hand combat,
Nona continued, holding her nose.
However, if I were to wish to eat a cake rather than bludgeon someone to death with it, then I would do better to scrape something together from the convent pigsties,
Ara finished. Not the point. Nona tried to look serious.
Shirzel wanted the Ark, the palace, the throne. The rest she was just hoping would sort itself out. The Ark was something she needed to get Adoma as an ally. The shiphearts are the necessary ingredients. What we're after is the cookbook.
It looks clean to me. Ara ran her hands over the casket. Try the lock. Nona took hold of the 3 key threads. She didn't need her hands, but it helped her focus. Any lock is a riddle. The threads made that riddle simple, or at least less difficult, and allowed the answer to become clear through suitable manipulation. It took Nona 7 tries. Ara had just opened her mouth, her lips shaping the L of let me try, when the required click sounded. It wasn't until she opened the lid and gazed upon the contents that Nona first felt guilty. Seeing the bundled letters, a carefully folded scarf of Frenneman silk covered with a child's embroidery, the small figures of a horse and a baby carved from dark pearwood, a dozen other personal effects. Nona knew herself for an intruder of the worst kind, trampling a garden of memories. It must be at the bottom. Nona could see no sign of a book. We should go. Everything Nona had just felt resonated in Ara's voice. We have to do this. It's nonsense anyway. Ara stood up to go. If the moon's secrets were written down in a book, they would have been used at the time it was written, or at least 100 years later, Emperor Chalk wouldn't have been forbidding the subject and hiding all the books in a vault. He would have used the secret himself. He wouldn't have left it to 2 novices in his grandson's reign. Nona looked up at her friend. She wished they could go. She wished they could just shut the box and walk away. If I swore to you that the Ancestor had told me the true alchemy was written in a book, that all we had to do was follow the recipe and base metals would transmute to gold before us, would we be rich?
Well, yes. We'd take the book and...
Which book?
You just said the secret was written in a book. Wait, doesn't the Ancestor tell you the title?
Just that it's in a book on alchemy.
Well, no then. We'd be poor because there are 1,000 books and scrolls promising the true alchemy.
And there are 1,000 books promising all the secrets of the moon. But Abbess Glass, who forgot more things than you or I will ever know, and Jula, who would rather read the dustiest book than eat, and who is sharper than any Mistress Academia I've met, both said that this book was different. Jula said it might have something real to say. Abbess Glass promised that it did. Nona reached in with infinite care and began to remove items from the casket, committing their positions to memory. And if Abbess Glass said it, sick or not, that's good enough for me. Ara frowned as she had frowned so often over these past weeks. So, if the book in the Forbidden Library is really what the Abbess said it was, how do we use it? How do we prove it? We don't have 4 shiphearts. Nobody does. We don't have access to the Ark. We don't have anyone to tell who would believe us. We'll least of all. It seemed like a bad plan when we were just talking about it. Now that we're actually doing it... Nona reached for the bundled letters with a sigh. Abbess Glass had taught her many things. She had taught Nona that you can often find an angle where any right looks like a wrong, and any wrong a right. She taught her the song of the Ancestor, the power of the long game, and the need for determination. Above all, Abbess Glass had taught Nona the value of lies. The one thing she had never managed to teach her was not to feel bad for telling them. It's the right thing to do. The key to everything. I need you to have faith in this, Ara. I need you to make the others believe too. We're going to be taking holy orders soon, so we should be good at believing. No?
In the Ancestor. Surely not in any old...
This comes from the highest authority I know. Ara looked up suddenly, incredulous, eyes bright.
You've had a vision? From the Ancestor?
Awe and need mingled in her voice. Nona bowed her head. I have. Nona found 3 books at the very bottom of the casket, wrapped together in a length of black velvet. Aquinas' Book of Lost Cities was the smallest of the 3, looking less old and less impressive than The Mystic's Path or The Lives of Lestal Crow. It looked more like a travel journal than some weighty tome worthy of forbidding. Nona took the leather-bound volume and hid it in an inner pocket of her habit before returning the other 2 to their wrapping and starting to replace Sister Pan's other treasures. A moment of panic came as she reached for the figurine of the baby and discovered on the floor behind it an ancient daisy, dried and pressed, that must have fallen from between the pages of one of the books. She carefully extracted everything, unwrapped the books, and placed the flower behind the cover of The Lives of Lestal Crow, hoping she had guessed correctly. At last, sweating lightly, Nona closed the lid. Done.
Lock it.
Ara nodded towards the keyhole. Right. Nona found and manipulated the necessary threads. an easier task this time. Ara went to the wall and set her hands on it. Now we find that getting in was the easy part. Her smile was a nervous one.
I'll follow you, Nona said. You're better at it than me.
But you got in first. Ara pushed her lips into a pout.
You wouldn't want to go back my way. Trust me.
Nona stumbled out onto the path tower stairway, catching hold of Ara's shoulders to keep from falling. At last! Jula hurried down towards them. I thought you died in there. Got stuck in the wall or something.
Relax, Ara smiled, holding up the lantern.
We got it. We have to go. Jula pushed past them. Bray's about to sound sixth bell. There'll be little red classes lining up outside any minute.
Sixth bell? Nona shook her head. I didn't think we were that long.
Well, you were. Jula all but stamped her foot. Come on. And she set off. I'm surprised Pan's not here already, if it's so close to fourth, Ara said, grinning her disbelief. She is.
Jula didn't stop, just hissed back up at them, around the stairs twist. That got both novices moving. They caught Jula as she hurried out into the portrait chamber.
She's here. I was on the stairs when she started up them. I had to go up into the classroom, hide behind the trapdoor lid, and slip out while she was arranging the chairs. It's a miracle she didn't see me.
Jula looked pale. Ara slapped her on the back.
The poisoner will make a grey sister of you yet. Then I hung around on the stairs again, expecting her next class any minute, and wondering how long to leave it before declaring you both lost and confessing everything.
Jula led them to the north door, opened it with caution, then threw it wide. The three of them spilled out into the day. After the unreality of the past hour, strange and emotional treks through memory, walking through walls, stealing from Sister Pan in a cause that was larger than any of them, it came as a surprise to find themselves in the cold light of the same day and subject to the same old timetable that had ruled their lives for so many years. The friends stood a moment, shivering and blinking in the lee of the tower.
Shade!
Nona remembered where she should be next.
Damnation!
And she veered off with Ara in hot pursuit, scattering 6 approaching red class novices.
Chapter 9. Present. Holy Class.
Nona and Ara ran for Shade class, leaving Jula to make her way to Advanced Spirit class under the Ancestor's dome with Abbess Wheel. Sometime soon, all of Holy Class would take their orders or return to their homes, if they still had homes. Under normal circumstances, the newer members of the class, like Nona, might have expected to wait as long as 2 more years before being allowed to take the nun's headdress. With the world closing in on every side, sharp in tooth and claw, the time of choosing would be hard upon them. Jula had her sights set on the black habit of the Holy Sister, a bride of the Ancestor, hers the life of prayer and contemplation, resting on the foundations of her faith. Beyond her devotions, the simple tasks of the convent would occupy her time. She might even aspire to teach the novices. The black was open to any girl graduating the convent without stain upon her character. To take the red, grey or blue of the martial sister, sister of discretion, or mystic sister, tests must be passed to demonstrate sufficient aptitude. Ara had said she would return to her family if she wasn't offered the red or the grey. She needed the excitement and the challenge, not days of humility, measured out by the tolling of bells. Although Nona's free choice would always be the red, she knew that both the grey and the blue offered sufficient danger and variety to fulfill her too. In the end, though, she would serve in whatever capacity the church demanded. All the sisters would have to fight before this was over. Fight or die, probably both, judging by the streams of incoming refugees clogging the roads both east and west. Less than a minute after fleeing Path Tower, Nona and Ara clattered down the steps to the cave where Sister Apple had just taken her customary place behind her preparation table. Alata, Leanie, Ketty, Ruli and Charlotte all looked around to witness Nona's entrance, Ara at her shoulder. Late arrivals were always a good spectator sport, and the fact that Nona had once saved someone very dear to the poisoner from certain death never seemed to soften any punishments handed out for misdemeanors in class. Nona stood, pinned by Sister Apple's glance, and awaited her sentence. A 7-day spent cleaning the main cauldron had been a favourite lately. A trickle of sweat ran across Nona's ribs beneath her habit, parallel to the spine of Aquinas' Book of Lost Cities. If the book were to be discovered, then all the punishments ever handed out in Shade class would pale by comparison to the retribution that would rain upon her. The poisoner set down her notes.
Sister Mantle has been called away on other duties, so further instruction in Shade Fist will have to await her return.
The nun gestured for Nona and Ara to take their seats.
Thus we are at leisure to decide on today's topic of study. A session on rending would be a wise choice, given the parlous state of this class's shadow work.
Nona hung her head. Without her shadow, even the simplest manipulation of the dark lay beyond her. When the lights went out, she was as blind and helpless as someone without a drop of martial blood in their veins. Knowing where her shadow lay softened the loss, but not by much. A minor compensation was that because her shadow was still bound to the Sweet Mercy shipheart, she received a small but steady contact with the heart's power. Even now she could feel it pulsing along the shadow thread that bound them. The shipheart remained in Scherzel's keeping, part of the terms of the uneasy truce with her brother. But Nona kept to the hope that the years ahead held an opportunity both to recover her shadow and to exact justice for Scherzel's crimes. Hessa and Darla had both died because of the woman's machinations, and Nona would see Scherzel bleed for it.
Or,
Sister Apple continued,
we could practice your wire skills, which are equally in need of attention.
Nona looked up. Wire work included garroting, which was always a messy business, and the setting of various unpleasant traps. But at least it was something she could do.
Any preferences?
Nona and Ara knew better than to speak. Apple had an instinct for the truth, even without her little pills, and she would choose the option neither of them wanted. Nona considered bluffing and asking for the option she least liked, but kept quiet. Sure, Apple would see through it.
Wire work?
Leanie held up a hand.
Wire work it is.
Sister Apple allowed herself a narrow smile and bent to unlock the drawer where she kept the equipment. She rummaged for a while, then removed 7 kits, each a small box of polished wood containing a set of wires cut to various standard lengths. Holding the stack of cases against her body, the nun moved around the class, distributing them.
Thank you, Mistress Shade.
Nona didn't reach for hers, instead letting Sister Apple set it down in front of her. Before opening the box, Nona slipped her hands inside her sleeves. Contact poison was a favourite punishment for tardy novices. Inside, the wires rested tight coiled in small compartments. A set of iron thimbles and finger sleeves, fashioned from very fine chainmail, were included to help avoid lacerations. Beside the finger guards, a wide variety of hooks, wedges, and blocks were set into a narrow line of depressions, shaped to accommodate them. Grey sisters might be entrusted with sigil locks to secure wirework at speed, but only the best were trusted with such expensive tools, and every sister of discretion needed to be able to fall back on more basic methods.
Work in pairs. I want the windows wired. Charlotte,
You're to do the door. Lock it first, dear." Sister Apple waved them to their tasks and returned to her desk. Ara and Nona hurried to claim the centre window. Each of the windows was a rectangular tunnel, about 3 yards long, cut through the limestone. They exited the Rock of Faith via the cliffs that towered over Verity's garden land. The windows were wide enough to move along, crouched or on all fours, so wires could be set at intervals from one end to the other. "I'll prepare, you set, then we'll swap." Nona waved Ara into the tunnel. Nona would select the required wedges and lengths, while Ara went about the fiddly business of fixing wire to block and winding away unwanted lengths. Nona reached for a claw hook. Ara would want a claw hook. She would probably want 6. The hooks worked pretty well on the edges and fissures you found in limestone. Her fingers paused an inch from the device she needed. She leaned in, squinting and sniffing. With a sigh, she took a cloth from her pocket. "Poison on the kit, Sarah." Sister Apple had worked fast, probably with boneless resin, touching a few of the key components. Up ahead, Ara grunted her acknowledgement. "You have a count of 500, Sister Apple called out from her desk. Nona put on an iron thimble and took a length of wire, running it carefully through the cloth. There were no smithies that could make wire of useful quality or length. Only arc steel had the strength to be dangerous at a thinness that might render it invisible to the unsuspecting or hurried. Nona had felt a certain pride on discovering that the wire in the kits had been recovered from ice tunnels by scavengers like her father, an elite breed who would dare the inky depths of the ice, hunting for treasures buried beneath its advance. There were things of great worth to be found in the cities men had abandoned centuries before. Follow any tunnel out from the margins, and you journeyed back in time. Find the right tunnel, put enough miles between you and the corridor, and the ground you trod had last been green millennia before. In rare spots, traces survived, sheltered from the flow of the ice behind granite ridges, or buried in caves. The true prizes, though, were not the ancient remnants of man's work, but the cities of the missing. In such places, a scavenger might find arc steel already formed into wire, fragments of rose crystal, quicksilver gathered in hollows, beads of night black, and 100 other wonders. Nona fixed the tiny claw hook to the wire's end, taking great care not to slice her finger. Given only slight pressure, the wire could cut her to the bone. She wondered, as she always did, what the missing had used such stuff for, and what they would think of the ends to which the Sisters of Discretion turned it in the Ancestor's name. Struck by a sudden thought, Nona defocused her gaze, wanting to follow the threads of the arc steel back as she had followed those of Sister Pan's lock. There was the remote possibility that somewhere along the steel's thread her father might be waiting for her. Perhaps he stood there amid visions of the exploration on which he had recovered it. But to unravel such secrets lay beyond her threadwork. Instead, she saw the wire as if it were its own thread, gleaming with mystery, woven around the lives of anonymous Grey sisters, and leading back towards the darkness beneath the ice. The details of its discovery and the distant wonder of its forging were shrouded in an unsettling mist. "Nona?" Ara's voice, tinged with exasperation. "Corner bridge." Nona started. She blinked away her thread sight and returned guiltily to her work. "Coming. Sorry." 400 counts left, Sister Apple called. Someone in the next window tunnel let out an oath. A moment's distraction could see you cut. Ara set 4 wires, 2 crossing diagonally from opposite corners, one slicing off a corner where a hand might reach, another horizontal at a height level with her eyes. She retreated 2 feet between each placement and dusted the metal with soot to hide its gleam. A staggered placement minimised the chances of detection and meant that the victim might fall onto a second and third wire with greater force, leaving yet more, potentially both ahead and behind, to catch others. Once Ara had crawled back out, Nona went in to begin setting her own wires. The first wedge she set was a rectangular block, rather like those employed by mountaineers, though far smaller.
100?
Sister Apple called. Nona found it hard to believe so little time remained. She could hear Leanie cursing in the next tunnel. She called on her serenity and bade her fingers work faster, setting wedge and hook, stretching wires between them.
Out!
Sister Apple had no tolerance for any who tried to finish off their work after the allotted time. Nona retreated from her 4th wire.
At home, my little sister is learning how to arrange flowers,
Ara said, as Nona brushed off her knees.
Wires, flowers, it's all good.
Nona had to force the levity into her reply. She'd seen what wirework did to people. It wasn't pretty. Sister Apple inspected and dismantled Charlotte's work at the door first.
Possible. You should set the low ones forward, though.
After completing her inspections, she turned to view the novices.
Join me in the corridor, if you would.
Sister Apple led the way, and the novices clustered around her in the tunnel outside.
Every sister of discretion is expected to know how to traverse any wirework she has laid, leaving it intact. It's often a necessity to pass through at speed in order to encourage others to pursue with a suitable lack of caution.
Nona felt a sinking sensation in the pit of her stomach. She tried to recall the pattern Ara had employed. 2 crossing, 1 horizontal, 1 chord. Was it the left to right diagonal closest to the exit?
Sometimes.
The poisoner lifted her hand towards the class chamber.
In the dark.
Shadow rose in a black tide, boiling around the doorway, reaching the roof.
Who should I pick to show us how speedy they are?
Sister Apple turned her head until her gaze rested on Nona and Ara.
Perhaps 2 novices who are late. But, Mistress Shade, Nona won't be able to see in there.
Ara looked worried on Nona's behalf, though she herself had only a touch of martial blood, and shadow work was her only talent. Both late developing and weak.
It's not compulsory,
Sister Apple said.
Unless you want the grey. But Nona will not fulfill all the requirements of the grey if she can't complete this task. You may enter first, Ara, and after a count of 20, Nona may enter. Your classmates and I will then climb the stairs at a modest pace.
If you are not waiting for us at the top, and if Nona is not there within a count of 20 of our arrival,
you, or she, or both of you, will have failed, and need no longer attend my classes.
Ara shook her head.
Nona,
go!
A barked command. All poisoner, and no Apple.
1.
Nona stepped forward and shoved Ara into the darkness.
Don't be in my way when I get to the window.
2.
Nona heard footsteps as Ara hurried to the central shaft.
3.
She allowed herself to be shocked. Even a small error could lead to a wound that might see Ara bleed to death. The loss of a finger, or an ear, or some other important bit of a face was also a distinct possibility. When moving at speed, it was a dangerous game to play, even if you could see the wires. This wasn't a simple poisoning with wretchweed or similar. Being late for class had never carried a potentially fatal punishment before. 10. Lessons were over. The closed world of the convent was about to be broken open. The end game had arrived. 15. Nona reached for her clarity trance, picturing a dead candle and the memory of a flame flickering above it. Her clarity couldn't pierce the shadows, but it made other things clear. Clarity brought her to the realization that Apple didn't expect her to try the challenge. This was a goodbye. She should take the red. 19. 20. Nona ran into the night-dark room.
Nona? What in Ancestor's name are you doing?
Sister Apple's cry rang with genuine distress.
This is madness!
Cold stone greeted Nona's outstretched palms, her clarity enough to bring her to the gap between the left window and the centre one that she and Ara had trapped. Knowing that Apple hadn't intended her to attempt the task brought both relief and dismay. It meant the nun had wished her no harm, but it also meant that Apple didn't believe anyone without basic shadow work fit for the grey. Nona felt for the edge of the window shaft. On occasion, she missed Kiot's acidic commentary, but she'd never really missed his violation of her body until she needed to see in the dark. As unpleasant as having an ancient devil invade your eyeballs was, it could be very handy. Despite the daylight outside, Sister Apple's darkness filled the window shaft. Nona knew where the wires lay, but to trust to memories made with no particular urgency could prove suicidal. A moment of inspiration settled on her. She defocused her sight. With proper illumination, the threadscape overlaid whatever she would normally see, and those visual clues helped make sense of the confusion of threads, a near-infinite complexity of them springing from every surface, passing through each other and solid objects, leaving the world at strange angles. In darkness, the mass of threads was normally far more bewildering. However, Nona already knew how the chamber looked. She had spent a good portion of her life in it. She knew the shape of the window, the nature of the stone, even the weave of the magic that had stolen the daylight. And more by chance than judgment, she had examined the threads of the arc steel wires. This prior acquaintance, combined with a rough knowledge of their position, allowed her to pick out from a chaotic background the taut sections placed in her path. Even so, Nona moved far more slowly than she would have done had she been able to see. With daylight, she could spot the telltale wedges and move her head for a glimmer along the wire's length. She advanced on all fours, having to negotiate a second, third, and fourth wire before being able to wholly discount the first from her considerations. Novices had been badly cut before when manoeuvring to pass a new wire and forgetting the one now level with their knee or foot. Passing the seventh wire, Nona felt a tickle along the side of her left calf. No pain, though, not until the sharp sting as she adjusted her position and moved on. At the cliff face, Sister Apple's shadows boiled away into the day. Nona stuck her head beneath the last wire and looked up. Ara was 20 yards above her, with 10 more to go. She was climbing barefoot, presumably having abandoned her shoes in the cavern in anticipation. Nona had to force herself to patience. Not until every part of her was past the last wire would she be safe. If clinging to the outside of the rock of faith in a corridor wind could be considered safe. She drew herself clear as swiftly as she could, while still remaining sure that she knew where each limb was relative to each wire. A few moments later, she hung above the drop to the plains, some 300 yards below. The delay in the window shaft had left Nona lagging behind Ara by a considerable distance, more than Sister Apple's count of 20 could account for. Unless she closed the gap, there would be no way she could make it in time. In moments, Ara would disappear over the edge to the left of the treacherous section between Blade and Hart Hall. Seconds later, she would be running around the back of Harthall. Finally, a sprint along the length of the winery and across some open space would bring her to the gate that sealed the shade steps. Nona launched herself upwards, disdaining any attempt at finding handholds and footholds. She drove her floor blades into the rock itself and hauled herself up by the strength of her arms. Each lunge risked a chunk of the limestone fracturing away and taking her with it. But the blood was boiling in her veins. A sense of being wronged drove her, and she fought her way towards the heights, screaming with effort at first, then grunting as she saved her breath. She climbed much faster than Ara, who had to rely on fingers and toes. But would it be enough to close the gap? Rather than crab across the cliff, aiming for the edge where Ara had pulled herself over at the back of Hart Hall, Nona made a direct ascent. This brought her to the sheer southern wall of Blade Hall, at a point where it stood flush with the edge of the rock. Further to her left, a ledge started that would allow her to track around the building, ducking and climbing a series of buttresses. This obstacle course was what had forced Ara across the rock face towards Hart Hall. Nona just kept going up, plunging her blades into the stone blocks as she climbed Blade Hall. She hoped Sister Tallow never saw the damage. On reaching the roof, Nona flipped herself up onto the sloping tiles using her core strength and ran. She vaulted the roof ridge, then slid down the far side. A leap from a height of 20 feet brought her to the ground amid a small barrage of dislodged tiles. She tucked into a roll to share the force of impact on feet and legs with shoulder, hip and back. The roll brought her to her toes, and she was sprinting, as only a hunsker can, straight across the plaza, to where Sister Apple would emerge. Nona could see the steps, the iron gate set further back, but no sign of Sister Apple or of Ara. Then she saw the nun, one hand reaching for the bars, the other thrusting a key at the lock. Ara came tearing around the corner, bare feet slipping from under her on flagstones still wet from the last rain. She rolled rather than try to right herself, and as Sister Apple pulled open the gate to ascend the last 6 steps, Ara reached the uppermost one on all fours. The poisoner reached the top step a few moments later. Novices behind her, all heads turned the way that Ara had come, looking for Nona's arrival in her wake. "1," the nun called out. Nona rushed in from the other side, nearly knocking Ara down as she got to her feet. 2. Nona heaved in a lungful of air. 2 novices, reporting as ordered.
"She must have cut the wire,"
Lini said. Ketty and Elata, just behind Sister Apple, stared open-mouthed. The nun herself, though, fell to her knees, her hands reaching for Nona's leg with a roll of bandage.
"You're bleeding, girl."
Nona looked down at her crimson leg and the red footprints leading back behind her. A sudden vertigo, wholly absent when she clung above a drop of hundreds of yards, seized her, and without a cry, she fell into a darkness all her own. Chapter 10. Holy Class. 2 days in the sanatorium proved sufficient for the patient's trance to justify all the effort Nona had put into mastering it over so many years. The wire had sliced her shallowly, but managed to open some large veins in her calf. Sister Rose sewed the wound closed and said that Nona would need a week of bed rest to recover from the loss of so much blood. After 2 days of staring from the depths of her trance out at the small garden cloistered beyond the sanatorium windows, Nona felt herself ready to leave.
"I should try walking."
Nona sat up.
"You're a patient. The clue's in the name."
Ruli pushed her back down.
"I'm an impatient patient."
Nona wriggled up again. Ruli tried to distract her with gossip. She had come to visit on her own, and now looked as if she wished she had Ara to back her up, should restraint prove necessary to keep Nona in bed.
Kettle's home. They say she assassinated 3 Durn war chiefs.
They? Nona had already sensed Kettle's approach through their thread bond.
You know.
Ruli waved the question away. Nona had never got to the bottom of who exactly the mysterious they were.
I heard she went aboard a battle barge to get the last one. Killed him out at sea. I hope it hurt.
Ruli put her head down for a moment, the long, fair veil of her hair closing around her face. The Durns had killed 2 of Ruli's uncles and sunk a good number of her father's trading boats. She'd had no news of her family for months.
I'm sure she made the Durns regret crossing the sea.
Kettle had been on the Marne coast weeks ago, and some of her experience had haunted Nona's dreams along their thread bond. Nona doubted that the Durn commanders had suffered. Kettle was clinical in her kills, but it seemed that Ruli needed to hear something more satisfying. Ruli nodded and sniffed.
Anyway, if Kettle is back, that makes it the perfect time to get what I need from Apple's stores.
Nona kicked off her covers. Ruli's eyes widened on discovering the patient fully dressed.
Perfect. The poisoner has eyes in the back of her head, as it is. If Kettle's there, it'll just be harder still. You don't...
Ruli stood as Nona swung both booted feet over the edge of the bed.
Get back in there!
Yes, the perfect time.
I've been wanting Kettle back.
Abbess Wheel had been sending Kettle away at every opportunity, and war on 2 fronts provided plenty of opportunities. The fact was, though, that she would have sent her on nearly as many missions during peacetime. The old woman had never approved of Apple and Kettle's relationship, but even as abbess she couldn't forbid it. The church rules on celibacy within the sisterhood concerned only relations that might add branches to the tree of the Ancestor. Denial of such opportunity was considered a sufficient marriage sacrifice for the brides of the Ancestor to make. It's been ages since Kettle was here, and who better to keep Sister Apple occupied?
Well,
Ruli hid a grin behind her hand.
You do have a point. They are very loud.
She blushed.
At least, that's what they say. From what I've heard, if you pick your time, you could batter down the store's door with a sledgehammer, and neither of them would hear you. In fact, they'd drown you out.
Ruli! Nona shook her head.
It's settled then. We've got Sister Pan's book to return to the vault. Jula's made the order, complete with the abbess's seal. Which you need to get back without Will noticing. Marcus is ready to help compel any officials or guards who doubt us. And all I need now are Apple's magic drops so that if there's an investigation, the only thing the guards have to say isn't, "Well, I can't remember much about them, but I do recall the girl had completely black eyes." They're not magic drops.
Everything's magic, Ruli. If you'd seen the threadscape, you'd know that. Everything's magic. Or nothing is. Nona slipped from the bed, sliding beneath her friend's reaching arms to rise between them, smiling. I'm fine. And I should do this while everyone thinks I'm still in bed. Ruli stepped back, exasperated.
How will you even get in? The main gate and the store's door both have sigil locks now.
I'll find a way. Nona went to the window. See if you can't put a few me-shaped lumps in that bed, in case anyone looks in to check. With that, she slipped into the sheltered garden and clambered up Sister Rose's prized cherry tree to reach the roof. Despite her brave words, Nona was shocked by how weak her arms were once called on to do any real work. Her calf muscle burned where the wire had cut it. She gritted her teeth and edged towards the roof ridge to survey her path. Sigil locks were a problem. Abbess Glass had approved the expense after Hessa's death in the undercaves and the poisoner's discovery of theft from her stores. Nona had branded herself as the thief by darkening her eyes with a self-brewed dose of the black cure. But the fact that a day before taking the cure, Nona had saved Kettle's life had meant that a better lock was the only action taken. As tempting as it was to cross the convent, Noir Gwyn style, from rooftop to rooftop, the best practice, taught by Sister Apple herself, was far less flamboyant. Nona left the sanatorium by the door once an opportunity arose to do so unobserved. Under her habit, she carried a lantern from the sanatorium, now lit and trimmed to its lowest. Already, it was uncomfortably hot. She walked to the edge of the rock, head down, staring at a section of parchment as if memorizing it for an exam. She came to Blade Hall and waited for a cluster of Grey Class novices to pass inside before she slid quickly over the cliff edge. With her toes on a ledge, she extracted the lantern, turned it up, and tied it to her belt. Bray's next hole was near. Old Sister Grass would already be creaking up the wooden stair to sound it. Nona reached the windows to the shade chamber and hung by her floor blades, wishing her arms weren't already trembling with the effort. If there had been a lesson ongoing, then the bell would have ushered the class out and offered an opportunity to enter. But no sounds emerged, and the quickest of peeps confirmed that the room wasn't filled with shadow work or novices pressed to the walls practicing the watchful patience that Nona herself should be exercising. Nona made to swing through. At the last moment, she caught herself awkwardly and hung, muscles aching, as she confirmed that the window shaft hadn't been left with a crisscrossing of wirework. Relaxing, she dropped in and crawled through. She rose amid the familiar benches and chairs, all stained and seared with a score of chemical spills. How many punishments had been handed out to the unfortunate authors of those accidents? She wondered. How many novices saved from making the same mistakes at some later point in their lives, with consequences more dire than any of Apple's punishments? Nona reached for the door to the corridor. Even through the thick planking, she could hear distant sounds from the cave where Sister Apple kept her bed. Officially, the subterranean quarters were for when she was brewing mixtures that required regular supervision over a long period. Unofficially, it served for times when the bed in her nun's cell off the Ancestor's dome was too narrow and too public. Nona and Kettle had learned to manage their thread bond so that, in general, neither could sense anything of the other beyond a vague idea of direction and proximity when they checked. To gain more intimate levels of connection now required agreement on both sides. Even so, this close, and with the cries reaching down the empty tunnels, Nona started to feel distracting echoes of the nuns' happy reunion. Thoughts of Rhaegal flooded her, and if she let the influence continue, she knew she might find herself running the 5 miles to Verity to find him, bad leg or not. Nona bit her lip, leaning against the wall as another wave of the lover's passion threatened to swamp her. Any more of this, and Verity would be too far. She might not even make it past Ara's study. In the end, Nona called on her serenity trance to insulate her from such intrusion, and set about her business. The store's cave lay closer to Sister Apple's living quarters. Nona hurried there, having no worries that she might be overheard. She needed her lantern now, but if Apple or Kettle should emerge, the light would give her away immediately. Despite Ruli's suggestion, Nona doubted that the sturdy door to the store's chamber would yield to a sledgehammer particularly quickly. It had that obdurate look about it that oak gets after a century or two of seasoning. Besides, the aim here was not merely to steal, but to steal without later discovery. Based on historical evidence, Nona would be prime suspect in any new theft, so she planned to leave no signs that anyone had been there. The sigil had been set above the lock in silver, inlaid into the wood. Nona studied the threadscape. Like all sigils, this one was a knot, drawing in and binding scores of threads. The shape of the sigil, etched into the visible world, echoed its more complex structure and function in the deeper world that lies beyond vision. Each sigil might be thought of as the shadow of an intricate structure cast upon a flat surface. Tricky. Nona put her hand to the wall and focused her will. Slowly, the bedrock began to flow. Within a minute, a groove had formed, allowing the door catch space to move as Nona opened the door. The lock remained locked. Nona stepped through, alert for any further alarms, and drew the door closed behind her. The chamber beyond remained just as she remembered it from her previous theft, more than 5 years earlier. Dried ingredients lay in neat bunches on row after row of shelves. One set of shelves was given over to 100 or more earthenware jars, each crammed with seed pods from a different plant. Elsewhere stood glass jars filled with distillations, tinctures and brews, a dozen kind of snake scales in leather pouches, bones, tiny and large, whole and ground, minerals in all shades of the rainbow, some powdered, some in single crystals, longer than fingers. The cave had been chosen for its lack of leaks, and the walls rendered with pitch to seal it. Even so, pots of deliquescent rock salt stood at regular intervals, sucking moisture from the air to prevent mould. The place had an aromatic smell to it, scores of herb scents mixing. A sharp edge to the mingled aromas served as reminder that sampling what lay on display would likely kill you. In cabinets around the cavern, pots and jars lined further shelves, scores of them in tidy rows. Unlike the herb bunches, which Apple presumably thought impossible to misidentify, the containers were labelled, some with the ingredients written in the glaze, others with the identifier seared onto a leather tag tied around the neck. Cloves, green peppercorns, red peppercorns, illwort hearts, dried cow dung, elm bark scrapings. On and on, the ordering sufficiently abstract that Nona could see only a hint of it. Nona's salvation in all this confusion was that the finished preparations were kept on one great set of shelves with an alphabetical ordering within various subgroups, such as contact poisons, ingested poisons, antidotes, and miscellaneous. The drops that Sister Apple had prepared were stored in a distinctive ceramic flask, wide at the base, narrow at the neck, and about 2 inches high. Nona found the flask quite rapidly in the miscellaneous section, sporting the label, Optorical Greyjack, Recipe 14, Unreliable. The tiny flask released its hold on its cork stopper with a small pop. Nona poured half the contents into a glass tube and sealed the end with wax. She pushed the stopper back and was about to return the drops to the shelf when a key rattled in the door's lock. A great number of thoughts attempted to pass through Nona's mind at the same time. Everything from the excuse she would offer first to which weapon she would use. A rant about the unfairness of it all struggled to be heard among the babble. Nona refused all of them admission. Instead, her hand fell to the lantern. Sister Apple's training was so ingrained that Nona had unconsciously been assessing the room for hiding places ever since she entered. The most obvious was in the gap behind the mixture's shelf. The curvature of the rock walls meant that none of the shelves could stand anywhere near flush with the stone. Instead, Nona moved with Hunsker swiftness towards a sack bulging with fresh pickings from the woods and fields, still unsorted. Beside it lay 2 empty sacks and an overhabit, soiled from some recent work. The key turned, the lock clicked, the door began to open, Nona threw herself down, arraying the overhabit in sacks across the length of her, pressing her body into the angle between wall and floor. She hid her feet behind the full sack, wishing that she was as small and flexible as Genna, who might have concealed herself entirely in such a bag. As the gap at the door grew still wider, Nona blew out her lantern and pushed it down between her legs beneath the overhabit, wincing at its heat. At the last moment, she pulled her hood up to hide her face. Only then did she allow despair in. Perhaps Apple and Kettle wouldn't report her to Wheel, but the loss of trust and the disappointment in their eyes would hurt worse than a whipping. As concealment went, it was a pretty poor job. But people see what they expect to see, and a shapeless heap of sacking and soiled clothes rarely merits close inspection. In any event, neither Sister Apple nor Kettle would miss her, wherever she hid. Even if they didn't notice the groove in the stone that meant unlocking the door had been unnecessary, and neither of them would miss that, then the smell of her lantern would be enough to set them searching. If it were Apple rather than Kettle, then at least Nona's current position held the possibility of a mad scramble for the door while her back was turned. Nona lay as she had been taught, not rigid but boneless, despite every instinct to tense. A lantern's glow pressed through the material of her hood. Why would either nun have a lantern with them? Nobody at the convent worked shadows as well as Kettle or Apple. The person entered. A single person, their footsteps uncertain. Nona called on her clarity, letting her mind sink into the web of its senses. She could still hear distant echoes of passion. Kettle, by the sound of it. Who else would have a key? And how had they got into the caves? A second key to the gate above? The intruder moved hurriedly around the room, picking up something here, something there. A rustle, a sniff, moving on. It reminded Nona of her first raid on the stores, collecting ingredients. Clearly, she hadn't been alone in thinking to make use of the opportunity provided by Kettle's return. Nona lay like a dead thing. Despite her boredom in the sanatorium, she had to admit that Sister Rose might have had a point. The climb down to the shade windows had exhausted her, and all she really wanted to do was lie down, regardless of her racing heart. Listening to the intruders toing and froing, Nona tried to picture where they went in the room. At least the fact that the person carried a lantern themselves left them unable to detect the lingering smoke of her own. Even so, something spooked them. The hurried activity ceased. A long moment's silence, then a high pop, as if a small bottle were being unstoppered. The eye drops. Nona hadn't had time to put them away.
I can see you.
A female voice. Young. Familiar.
Come out.
Nona took care not to tense. The fractional movements could give her away. Silence. Then slow footsteps, coming closer, not a direct path, but gradually drawing closer nonetheless.
I won't hurt you.
Nona reached into the rock around her. It wasn't hard to do. Her face had been pressed to the cold stone floor long enough to go numb. She reached in with her mind and followed the surfaces, her perception tingling over the interior of the cave. Her martial stonework would never move mountains, but watching and sensing Zol at work had been enough of a lesson to help her focus what talent she had. Gritting her teeth, Nona pushed. On the opposite side of the cave, a flake of stone broke free of the wall and fell. The faint sound brought the intruder round in a sharp turn. Something hit the far side of the chamber. A throwing star. by the sound of it rolling for a moment before fetching up against some other surface. Pits! The girl hurried over to where she'd thrown her missile. Nona tilted her head a fraction, enough to offer a slit of vision from beneath the folds of her habit's hood. Her view was partial, a kneeling figure silhouetted against the lantern held high before her. Even so, with the glow setting the golden edges of her hair aflame, it was enough. Jolie Nampsis had favoured pits as a curse of late. Nona returned her head to its original position, losing sight of her enemy. They said Jolie was the best poisoner among the novices, and not Ruli's elusive they, but everyone. Nona had, in moments of particular paranoia when Abbess Glass fell sick, wondered if Jolie were poisoning her. She'd discounted the idea on the basis that Jolie couldn't possibly be so good at the craft that she fooled both Sister Rose and Sister Apple. Additionally, continuing to dose the ailing Glass despite Kettle watching over her with single-minded devotion would have been beyond the girl. Of course, Nona hadn't considered that Jolie might have access to the stores cavern and the rows of preparations waiting there. Could she have been tainting the very cures that Apple applied? The thought sent a cold shiver up Nona's spine, rage burning in its wake. Could Jolie have done it, though? Sister Apple herself was always full of praise for the girl's efforts, and that assessment stood in the face of the suspicion that her truth pill might have been circumvented in the matter of Jolie's role in Darla's death. Jolie could certainly brew with rare skill. As to the delivery, Nona was less impressed. Jolie had never managed to poison her. In fact, Nona wasn't certain Jolie had ever tried, which spoke of a lack of confidence in her skills, as she certainly wasn't shy with her thread work. But if all she had to do was come to the stores chamber during a shade class and add a drop to the abbess's medicines. Jolie poked around on the far side of the room, while Nona seethed with the darkest of thoughts. After what felt like an age, but was probably no more than a couple of minutes, Jolie finished her stealing. Seemingly satisfied, she gathered up her takings. The sound of footsteps making for the door followed. Nona lay motionless as Jolie rummaged for her key. Apart from Mistress Shade, surely only the abbess would have a key to 2 convent sigil locks. Possibilities raced through Nona's mind. Would Wheel have just given Jolie the key? She had always liked the girl, but to risk Sister Apple's wrath like this... The door opened on oiled hinges, and a particularly loud squeal reached through from down the tunnel. Nona pressed her lips against the smile that wanted to show there. A momentary pang of jealousy ran through her. She and Rachel were never so loud. Were they doing it wrong? Perhaps it was just the nuns' misplaced faith in the cave's privacy. Certainly Alata and Leni didn't keep the whole dorm awake at night. At last the rattle of the key being set in the lock broke Nona's chain of thought. A pause. The door closing. Another pause. Nona's heart began to pound. Had Jolie noticed the groove she'd made in the stone? Would she raise the alarm? Jolie knew the abbess would come down lightly on her, and like the rock of faith on Nona. Did she have the stomach to take a whipping in order to see Nona banished again? Or worse? Click. Finally, Jolie turned the key and locked the door. Nona allowed herself a sigh of relief. A moment later, the door opened again without any unlocking.
"I hope you like your mustard grey."
Something hit the ceiling with a soft, popping noise. The door shut quickly, and rapid footsteps faded into the distance. Nona drew a deep breath, initiated by shock, but prolonged by the knowledge that if Jolie really had thrown grey mustard spores at the ceiling, they would not yet have had time to reach her. She turned her face towards the rocky wall, thinking furiously. Her hands were already inside her sleeves, and now she gathered the slack material into her fists, sealing the ends. Jolie had trapped her in a dark cave that was rapidly filling with grey mustard spores. The door stood about 4 yards from Nona's position, with 2 sets of freestanding shelves to be navigated around. There was no way she could make it out in time. Grey mustard. Would Jolie do that? Even for her, it was extreme. Nona's corpse would be an ugly thing, skin blistered and burned, eyes clawed to ruin by her own hands. The agonizing death could take the best part of an hour, so Sister Apple would doubtless find her as she wrecked the stores chamber with her convulsions. There would be nothing that even the poisoner could do, though, other than watch her die. Nona couldn't believe it. How would Jolie even get her hands on? Nona remembered where she was. Jolie could have stolen some there and then. What to do? The time to run had gone, and in truth, there had never been time to run, not after the first soft impact of the package hitting the ceiling. Keep calm. Sister Apple's first piece of advice. Easily said, hard to do. Panic would burn up the air in Nona's lungs more quickly. Grey mustard spores had to be kept completely dry. They lost their effectiveness rapidly in damp conditions. In a fog, they wouldn't spread and would lose potency within seconds. In the moist air of the undercaves, they might stay dangerous for 5 or 10 minutes. But Sister Apple had taken great care to keep the stores chamber arid. It might be an hour before it was completely safe to walk around. The mustard spores wouldn't penetrate cloth in a hurry, and Nona was well covered. But if she got up and started to run, they would swirl up under her habit and likely find a way into her hood and down her sleeves. Nona had seen the scars on Sister Rock's leg, where she was exposed to the margins of a mustard cloud. The wounds were angry, red, and ugly. Sister Apple said the pain could last a lifetime, which went a long way towards explaining Rock's temper. Nona's lungs began to tingle with the first hint of the burn that would grow and grow, demanding that she draw breath. Her rock work offered no solutions. Even if she had the skills to do more than make shapes in the fire, she had no flame. Her martial dominance over water and air was less dominance and more being able to ask the occasional small favour. Speed wouldn't save her. Possibly she could walk the path, but she felt too weak, and the energy she would gain might wreck the room, but they would be unlikely to destroy all the spores. Frustration warred with raw terror. After all this time, Jolie was going to win, and Nona would die the worst of deaths, alone in the dark. Without hope, she began to roll, keeping her legs tight together, depending on the sacks over habit and the skirts of her own habit wrapping tight around her ankles. She raised her arms to pin the hood around her face as best she could. The total darkness stopped her from knowing whether there were gaps through which the spores could reach her eyes. She would soon find out if there were. 5 or 6 rotations were sufficient to get Nona's internal map of the cave spinning. She tried to roll slowly enough so that the sacks and her habit wouldn't flap around her, but the air in her lungs couldn't last forever. Already she wanted to take that breath. Surprise at the sudden impact of her ankles against something unyielding almost made Nona inhale. A series of crashing sounds followed, Sister Apple's precious ingredients taking the plunge. Nona buried any guilt under the certainty that an agonizing death waited in her immediate future. Already, her ankles were burning. She pushed away images of a survival that left her scorched, her face a ruin, scalp pink and scarred, the shock and revulsion as her friends first saw her. Rhaegal's features stiffening, the smile falling from his lips. An adjustment and another set of rolls brought a second collision. Another series of crashes followed. Panic wrapped itself around Nona's lungs, squeezing tight. She didn't know where she was. She couldn't roll to the door. She would have to stand, exposing herself to the spores. And even as she began to rise, she knew with cold certainty that before she found the door in the darkness, flailing around as the skin bubbled from her hands, she would have to draw breath. And then her lungs would start to perish. Nona had seen men die from grey mustard. She'd watched it through Kettle's eyes, deep within the tetragode. She couldn't end like that. Fear only consumed her air more swiftly, but serenity had escaped her. Gathering her courage, Nona rose and launched herself in the direction she hoped the door lay. With arms folded over her face, she crashed into something that was not a door. A whole rack of shelves toppled to the ground, with Nona tangled in the structure. Pots and packages rained down, and each shelf seemed to break free of the frame as the thing fell. Nona hit the ground hard and lay face down amid the sharp edges of the clutter. She had to draw breath. The whole of her body clamoured for it. Traitor muscles lifted her chest, demanding air. She clamped her jaw, hammering the ground with her fists, refusing defeat. Spots of red light flashed in her vision. The beat of her heart became a drum, a thunder in her ears. The pressure built, beyond pain, beyond resistance. With a sob of despair, she released the stale breath she had clung to so long and hauled in a new one. The burn hit immediately. Within moments, Nona was rolling helplessly, coughing, choking, her eyes beginning to sting. Spluttering, the drool running from her chin, Nona gained on all fours and crawled, direction abandoned to panic now. She banged her head against stone and, sobbing, she followed the wall around with blind hands. At last, she found the wood of the door. It gave beneath her push, and she turned out into the corridor. Nona sat, wiping snot and slobber from her face. "A tissue!" An almighty sneeze shook her, ringing down the tunnel. It took another moment to realise that it hadn't been grey mustard. "Pepper! A tissue!" Apart from the echoes of Nona's sneeze, there was no noise. Shit! Somewhere along the tunnel, a door opened. Nona leapt up. A whisper of light from the shade classroom windows gave her direction and the edges of the corridor. She slapped a hand to the wall where she had carved a channel for the lock catch. A pulse of martial enchantment and rock started to rain from the area in fragments. She hadn't time to repair her work, so she hoped to hide it instead. The damage could look like the work of hammer and chisel now. She was running before Kettle's shout rang out. She tore along the tunnel, bashed through the door into shade class, and dived the length of the window tunnel. Escape, now her only thought. As her body flew towards daylight, Nona clung to the moment, so fiercely that she seemed to inch through the air. She couldn't climb. Kettle was too fast. She would reach the window and look up. But down was so much further. Nona touched her hands to the wall to slow her at the exit, and dropped. The cliff below the windows was near vertical. The fall was more than 300 yards to wooded slopes that rose in the shadow of the Rock of Faith. Nona twisted as she fell. When the rock face threatened to scrape against her, she nudged herself out by fractions with Hunsker speed kicks. She dropped 100 yards, now travelling so fast that it seemed rapid, even in the midst of her own swiftness. Nona couldn't use her floor blades, not in sight of the window. Her descent would be too slow, and the marks left behind would make it obvious who had been there. Another 50 yards of wall sped by. The treetops approached at frightening velocity. At the last moment, Nona drove her floor blades into the rock with one hand, at first just the tips, letting her arm take the strain of deceleration. She used the other arm to angle her blades against the stone and keep her body clear. Without that precaution, she would have left half her flesh in a 30-yard smear reaching to the ground. The force on her arm grew and grew with each passing yard, threatening to pull her shoulder from its socket. She slowed from a hurtle to a rush. The thump with which she hit the mossy boulders piled around the tree trunks at the rock's base was the kind you hobble away from cursing, rather than the kind that was both wet and crunchy. Nona hugged the trunk of a screw pine and squinted up through the dense needles. Kettle's upper half appeared through the shade chamber's middle window, tiny in the distance, and pink in its nudity. Nona slunk further into the undergrowth, stifling another sneeze. Pepper. Jolie hadn't meant to kill her, just panic her and leave her to be found amid the inevitable mess. The Lord's daughter couldn't have known for certain it was Nona in there, or whether she had been identified or not. But she'd been willing to take the risk on both. Clearly she felt that even if she was named as having been in there, she would be protected, whereas whoever had broken in would be thrown to the wolves. Or more likely thrown into the glass water, or at least, metaphorically, from the rock of faith. With the pepper still tickling her nose, Nona made her way down the slope. She needed to be somewhere else by the time Kettle thought to check for her along their thread bond. In the meantime, she did all she could to deaden the connection. At the foot of the Seren Way, a sudden panic gripped Nona, and she patted her habit pockets. The damp patch and the crunching within told her all she needed to know. The vial into which she had poured those precious eye drops had broken as she rolled across the cave floor. The others had been right. The drops weren't essential to penetrating the High Priest's vault. It was vanity that had drawn her to that cave, a desire to be normal, to meet another person's gaze without seeing that momentary widening of their eyes. Sister Apple said she had locked the drops away because of risk that they might take Nona's sight. But Nona knew now that she had been blind all along. Chapter 11. 3 years earlier. The escape. The herder's hut wasn't more than a low circle of dry stone wall, topped with a cone of sticks and bracken. The goat shelter proved even more rudimentary. A slanting roof on 4 poles, sides of woven sticks, a simple door at each end, with space to look over the top. Zoe lay down on the soiled bracken bedding and motioned for Nona to join her. "This is the worst hiding place ever." Zoe patted the withered foliage beside her. "This is stupid." Nona crouched down. Old droppings speckled the bracken, which must be bitter stuff if the goats left it. "It's the first place they'll look." The hut and shelter stood alone, the only structures in a wide, desolate valley. The famed Scithrowl crowding seemed to be something of a myth, or at least not to carry up into the high places of the Grampian foothills. "It is the first place they will look," Zoe agreed. "Which is strange, when it is, as you say, a stupid place to hide." "So what are we doing here?" "There is no place they will not find us. But in this place, it is likely that only one of them will find us." "Oh." Nona lowered herself to lie beside the ice triber, steeling herself against the shiphearts' closeness. They passed a minute with no sound, but the moan of the wind and the creaking of the walls. The scarlet stain at Zol's wrist drew Nona's gaze. So the shipheart breaks pieces off you, off who you are, and you throw them away. It's a ridding of impurities, Zol said, her voice low. But a person's flaws are part of them. Nona couldn't keep the horror from her words. My temper is a bad thing, but it's part of who I am. Like Rooley's gossiping or Leanie betting other girls even though she loves the latter. Julia's obsession with learning, Genna's sharp tongue. If you got rid of all those parts of you and approached this ideal, isn't that everyone becoming the same? Zol offered the smallest of smiles. We have to let go of that pride, that ego. It will never bring happiness. Consider the Ancestor, who walks the length of the path towards a perfect future, rather than the breadth of it from life to death. Was not the Ancestor a melding, a commonality in which the good is intensified, and the bad fades? This is why the Ancestor statues are smooth-faced, features poorly defined. The Ancestor is not an individual. But that's when we die. What happens to Genna's sharp tongue, to Clara's selfish ambition, when they join the Ancestor? In that wholeness, the good is stacked on the good, and the undesirable, the individual, the ego, is all washed away. With the old stones, we of the ice pair ourselves toward that perfect core, before we die, rather than after. The wise say that if anyone ever rid themselves of their last relative, they would no longer need to die. They would be the divine. You really do think you're the chosen one? Nona gasped. Zol shook her head. Approaching divinity makes us all the same. If I am the chosen one, then at the heart of us, we all are. Nona looked away. She was lying amid goat droppings in a tiny shed in the wilds of Scithrowl, discussing divinity, with a mad girl. Horses! Zol motioned Nona lower. The hoofbeats were faint but drawing nearer. A single rider. As the sound came closer, a faint background could be heard. More riders following. The novices waited. Nona felt the shipheart's aura dim as Zol somehow reined in its power. Horses drew up nearby. Lots of them, filling the air with their snorting and the jingle of harnesses. Search it. The words thickly accented. Further east, the Scithrowl spoke a different tongue, but in the shadow of the mountains, the language of the Empire clung on. The thump of riders dismounting, their grumbles coming closer. A moment later, the upper half of a man obscured the patch of sky above the door at the far end of the goat shelter. You do not see us. Zol muttered the words, a certain strain behind them. Nothing here, the man called out. Get in there and check, you lazy horsin'. Nona tensed, ready to attack as the Scithrowl irregular kicked open the door, grumbling curses. You do not see it. This place is empty. Zol spoke in a quiet but conversational voice, her hands in fists, fingers white. The man stamped in, bent almost double to avoid the low roof. He smelled of old sweat, stale beer, and some overripe meaty scent Nona couldn't place. He moved forward, kicking at the bracken, his gaze passing over both novices several times. Zol rolled slowly to one side as he approached. She gave Nona a push to indicate she should roll to the other side. The man stepped between them, frowning. He wore a skirt of leather strips, panelled with iron plates. He kicked the bedding everywhere, but in the places the novices lay.
Nothing.
He left by the far door, vindicated. Outside, it sounded as if a dozen or more riders had dismounted and stood in debate.
There's no sign they left again.
A raised voice.
Well, they're not here.
A woman's voice, deep and belligerent.
We should burn it to be sure.
Zol began to mutter to herself. Tiny veins in her eyes surrendered under mounting pressure, lacing the whites with crimson.
Burn it? It's a hut and a stall.
There's nowhere to hide.
Plenty to burn on the other side of the mountains.
A rumble of agreement.
Split up. Comb the valley.
The riders climbed back into their saddles, and within moments the company had thundered off. Nona started to rise.
No.
Zol kept her voice low.
They could have left someone to watch.
So, what do we do?
Rest.
Nona set her head on her arms and tried to relax. She wondered if there really was a Scithrowl sitting on the slopes, watching the hut. She supposed there might be. Zol's demon had moved to circle her neck, a scarlet scold as if she'd escaped a hanging halfway through. So when you force your latest devil out, what parts are you cutting away? Nona asked. Is the Zol who came across half of the Empire to rescue me from the Tetragode in here? She put her hand to Zol's throat, then tapped her forehead. Or here? Zol said nothing, but narrowed her gaze in concentration, and the scold slid away from her neck. Is the Zol who once every 3 years makes a joke the one to be cut out, or left behind? Once they are separate, the Rowlatum must be purged. Their voices grow louder, their ills more extreme. But what you cut away, that's life. Kiot, my devil, for all his ills, was alive, with hopes of his own. You're telling me he was cut away, abandoned, and the perfect beings that remained when all that was excised. What became of them? Shriven of their flaws. Zol rolled onto her back. They say the missing left, but some believe they are all around us, unseen, unknowable, existing in their own harmony. Others think the missing went beneath the sea and lived there in golden cities, burning the very water itself for heat, enough to last them until long after the last star has gone dark. In the far north, there are people that believe it is the missing whose heat bubbles up to melt the domes beneath the ice, and sometimes to give us the open water that sustains the deep tribes. Sister Rule said it was volcanoes at the bottom of the sea that did that. Nona tried to imagine golden cities beneath miles of ice and dark water. Mistress Academia has her own wisdom. Zol shrugged. How can we know the truth? Nona fell silent. She didn't know what death held, what would become of her if the Ancestor gathered her in. She didn't know if the ice speakers were right, or what Zol would become as she shed every last one of her flaws, her jealousies, every shred of malice. But it didn't feel right. Not to her. Perhaps it was her pride talking,
her own multitude of sins, each with their own small voice. But imperfect as she was, Nona wanted to stay here, whole, untouched, while her heart beat and her lungs drew breath. "Where do you think the Nona Grey are?" Nona found it hard to believe the assassins had given up. They had hounded her for nearly half her life, simply for having the temerity not to die. Xol had stolen their shipheart. "Waiting," Xol said. Waiting? Nona would have accepted. Coming. Where? Why? They are waiting because they know now that we are dangerous. They want the Scithrowl to weaken us, to deplete our reserves. The bulk of the Nona Grey will be waiting at the ice, because they know it is the way I would choose to get past Scherzel's soldiers and back into the Empire. They will want to keep us on the move, to exhaust us. They are at their most dangerous when waiting. So we'll have to get through them to get to the ice sheet. Taking on Nona Grey with the advantage of surprise had been difficult enough. Walking into an ambush would be suicidal, especially with the Scithrowl in pursuit. It would be best not to have to, Xol said. That's why we're going to the black ice. The black? Nona broke off to sniff. Something's burning. She turned to see white feelers of smoke rising through the woven sticks of the wall. Xol moved into a crouch. Our rest is over. Chapter 12. 3 years earlier. The escape. The fire drove the novices out, but whoever had thrown the incendiary had not waited for them to emerge. As Xol had suggested, the Nona Grey were playing a longer game. The column of smoke would bring back the Scithrowl riders, and more besides. The two girls made directly for the barrens, favouring speed over stealth. In the distance, green turned to brown, and behind miles of dead, unwholesome land, the grey ice rose in towering cliffs, stepping up nearly 2 miles to the great southern ice sheet. The foothills descended into rolling fields in the shelter of the Grampians. With the corridor wind in the west, hardly a breeze stirred the hedgerows. Jump corn stood amid a riot of crops that had launched themselves from the fertile darkness of soil, such as Nona had never seen. Villages lay almost every mile, the roads well maintained, and set with inns, staging posts, and tiny watch forts. Xol led the way past such places so swiftly that the locals had time only to raise their heads and wonder. Twice groups of children followed, throwing stones. Nona let them bounce off her back. And once, a young man in a patched uniform, 3 sizes too big for him, chased after them, waving his arms and shouting at them in such thickly accented Empire tongue that Nona could understand little past stop. He grew breathless, angry, and finally laid a hand upon Xol's shoulder, which saw him hoisted over a wall into a haystack. Here. She tossed Nona the leaf-bladed dagger she'd plucked from the youth's belt. Scithrowl army issue. With the barons just a mile ahead, and a dark crowd of horsemen thundering through the village on the ridge behind them, the novices found their way blocked by 6 Scithrowl knights. Nona's childhood had been peppered with stories of the heretic knights beyond the mountains. In Nana Even's tales, they were always giants in iron armour, their faces hidden behind visors cast in the likeness of snarling beasts, and with the heads of Empire children hanging from their belts by the hair. The truth was 6 dour men in weathered steel, all looking to be in their 30s or 40s, their scars and bleak-eyed contemplation of the novices marking them as veterans.
Likely, they had served in the endless Eastern wars against the kings of old.
"Stop!"
Their leader nudged his stallion out into the road from beneath the copse that had hidden them. Zol didn't break her stride. She ran straight at the knight with a remarkable turn of acceleration. To his credit, the man cleared his scabbard before she got there, but Zol had vaulted his horse and ducked beneath the belly of the next before any blow could be struck. Nona wove after the ice triber, swaying out of the path of the swinging sword. They got 50 yards before the knights turned their horses and began to give chase.
"Trees?"
Nona hissed the suggestion between breaths. Ahead, the fields gave way to bramble and thornbush, studded with the occasional stunted copse. Nothing that looked sufficient to slow the horses more than it slowed the novices. Zol spun, bracing on her heel as she continued to slide in the direction she'd been running. She raised her hands, fingers extended. As one, the horses stopped, just as if they'd seen a wall appear before them. The knights went over their mounts' heads, crashing to the beaten earth in their plate armour. Nona winced.
"Animals are easier than people."
Zol wiped a trickle of blood from the corner of her mouth. It didn't look as if it had been easy.
"Come."
Nona followed as Zol led off again. Behind them, riders boiled from the last village down into the road. Scores of them. She wondered if the Noir Gwyn had misplayed their hand, letting the Scithrowl wear her and Zol down. Perhaps the Battle Queen's people would kill them and take the Noir Gwyn's shipheart for their own. The vegetation died within the space of a quarter-mile. Trees stood lifeless and brittle, branches vacant of leaves. The thorn bushes petered out. Brambles became black, twisted things, bloated with ugly growths, then gave up their purchase on the cracked ground altogether. The novices ran through an acre of dead grey grass, fraying where the wind worried at it, and beyond that, the soil lay bare. Nona turned at the drumming of hooves, not ready to risk a spear in the back. Zol stopped a few yards ahead of her. The riders slowed and spread out, seeming unwilling to advance, the animals nervous. Perhaps 100 Scithrowl had joined the chase. Nona wondered if the knights had managed to get out of the way, or if they had been trampled where they lay.
"How many horses can you scare off?"
"Perhaps we will find out."
Zol came to stand at Nona's shoulder.
"They are herd animals, but I do not know their minds well."
The Scithrowl stopped 100 yards off, among the last scraps of bramble and thorn. Many unslung short bows.
"They look scared. Perhaps they think this place is haunted,"
Nona said.
"Do you doubt it?"
Zol began to walk backwards, at a slow and even pace. The first few arrows winged around them as the archers sought their range. One came close, and Zol snatched it from the air. She reversed it, took 2 paces forward, and flung the missile back, her arm cracking through the air. A second later, an archer among the riders toppled from his saddle.
"I didn't know we could do that,"
Nona said in a small voice. A dozen archers loosed at once, more following, and for the next few moments Nona was occupied with the business of knocking their arrows aside. It brought a memory of the ordeal of the shield all those years ago. Nona had never imagined when Zol arrived that it would be her who she would be shielding. Not that Zol needed her help. They backed away, and the business of defence became easier with a slight slowing of the arrows and decreasing accuracy, but harder as their stamina for such speed eroded. Nona slapped away an arrow zipping towards her chest, and moved her foot to avoid another that might have skewered her knee. The shafts were angling out of the sky now as the range lengthened. Nona had to squint to see the black dots against the sun. She hoped the archer's quivers would empty before her own reserves ran dry. She twisted back from the hips to avoid another shaft, then swore as it tore a hot line across her shoulder. "Run now!" Zol turned and started to zigzag through the brittle remains of dead bramble to the roadside. Nona peeled off in the other direction, a dust cloud rising where she sprinted. Sister Tallow had explained that beyond a certain distance, an archer could only aim at where they hoped their target would be by the time their arrow arrived. They both ran in the stuttering, shifting pattern Mistress Blade drilled into them. More arrows scattered around both novices, but their luck held, and before long they stood beyond the range of a short bow. "It's good they're so scared of this place." Nona slapped the dust from her coat. "Perhaps." Zol seemed unconvinced. "What are they afraid of? Ghosts? Poison?" Nona gazed across the barren earth stretching out before them, tumbled-down farmhouses and abandoned villages dotting the area. "It's hardly going to be worse than what we'll find in there." She pointed to the distant ice, sullen grey except for where the ridges gleamed bloody in the sunlight. "The Bane has been advancing across our lands for centuries. The Scithrowl are not a timid people. They were taught to fear it." Zol adjusted her pack and glanced once more towards the watching soldiers. "Let us hope we do not meet that which taught them." She set her jaw and led off deeper into the dead zone. At first, it was only a sensation of being watched that pulled Nona's gaze towards the dark windows of abandoned houses. Here and there, the corpses of trees still stood, their limbs all but gone. Even so, Nona glanced at the stark branches that remained, convinced some horror waited there, watching for its chance. They passed a lonely waystone, its corners weathered away, bearing only the legend, 7 miles. Given the stone's age, the place it spoke of might lie 5 miles behind the ice, lost to man generations back. The next rise revealed a graveyard and a ruined Church of Hope. The markers leaned at drunken angles, and every grave mounded like a pregnant belly above its occupant. The wind picked up closer to the ice, lifting the sour dust and swirling it into momentary shapes somehow more filled with horror than any clear image could ever be. The air had a bitterness to it that made Nona press her lips together in a hard line. Her hands felt parched, and the wound the arrow had scored across her shoulder burned more fiercely by the minute. Ahead, the ice walls loomed, the grey taint giving them a strange metallic look. The ice darkened towards the base, becoming jet black right at the bottom to give the impression of a yawning cave mouth. Judging size was difficult, but Nona thought the black region could be no more than 100 yards wide, and perhaps 30 yards high, the corruption leaching up through fathoms of ice, so that even the tops of the cliffs, 1,000 yards and more above, were grey with it, as if rotten. In the margins, great blocks as yet unmelted by the intensity of the focus moon or the duration of the day lay scattered for a mile before the actual cliffs. The ice boulders ranged in size from lumps no larger than a fist to chunks that would conceal a house. All around them, streams of meltwater cut through dead earth to expose bedrock beneath. The whole place gurgled with running water, in places swallowed away through rocky fissures, in others trapped within stinking bogs, swamps of black mud that might suck a person down and not return them before the corridor closed. The blocks themselves radiated not only cold, but something like malice. Nona found herself staring at them, trying to fathom their translucent greyness. Zol took care to stick to the ridges and the firm ground. Where they had to descend to cross a rill or stream, she took trouble not to get her feet wet. Before long, they stood amid ice boulders so thickly clustered that the only open space to be found was in twisting ravines that snaked between them. The black ice yawned ahead, the darkest part proving to cover a significantly larger area than Nona had imagined. The shape was still that of a cave mouth, but several 100 yards wide and 100 tall. "What do the ice tribes say the black ice is?" Nona asked. She realized it to be a question she should have asked earlier. "They do not say," Zol replied. "They know, but these are not truths to be shared." "Well, perhaps you could make an exception this once. I am your shield, after all, and will be in there very soon." Nona moved her head from side to side, trying to make the black wall yield some definition. "If there's any way in." It looked like a yawning mouth filled with midnight, but behind the illusion was a solid wall of black ice. Nona's conviction that there was some kind of tunnel running through it all was based purely on Zol's assurance and Kettle's reluctant admission that she had ventured into chambers within the black. Kettle had been following the Scithrowl queen, and faced with the malice radiating from the darkness before her, Nona had to agree that anyone who claimed their power from such a place should be feared. Zol answered Nona's question after a pause so long that Nona had given up waiting on a reply. "The missing purged their Clawla too, their sins, if you like, in temples built for the purpose. The Clawla are parts of an individual, not properly alive nor properly dead, and they dwell around the margins of the path. But places such as the temples, in which so many were purged, remain weak spots where Clawla can leak back into the world." "And the black ice?" Nona had an uneasy feeling that she knew the answer. "Is where the Clawla have polluted the ice as it moves across the place where such a temple was sited. The corruption, the evil of an entire race, tainting this world again." "And this is the best way to get up onto the backs of the glaciers?" Nona couldn't imagine that it was. "It is the best way to avoid the Nwa Gwyn. They lack purity of heart and are susceptible to the Clawla. They will not dare to guard this path." Nona eyed the sucking blackness ahead of them. "I'm not sure I dare to walk it. I'm susceptible too, remember?" Chapter 13. Present. Holy Class. "We've got to steal the book today." Ara looked shocked. "We need at least until the 7-day to plan." "Today. Now." Nona ducked out of Ara's study room. "I'm going to grab Jula." "Wait, aren't you supposed to be in bed?" Ara's protest followed her down the stairs. Images of Sister Apple's face filled Nona's mind, just as she must have looked when she discovered the ruin of her stores chamber. Nona was sure she'd left the eyedrop flask out. That must have been what told Jolie she was in there. Hopefully it was lost in the mess now, rather than standing incriminatingly on the worktop before the shelves of preparations. Even without such immediately damning evidence, though, Nona didn't think it would take long for Mistress Shade to establish her guilt. What Abbess Wheel would do in response didn't bear thinking of, but Nona doubted a raid on the High Priest's vault would still be an option afterwards. "Nona!" Ara now hung from the dormitory window on the 3rd floor, shutters flung wide. "Are you sure? This is madness." Nona looked up at the friend she was asking to risk so much. Abbess Glass had told her to obtain the book by whatever means necessary. She had given Nona the instruction when her illness first bit, and she had repeated it on her deathbed, knowing that the Empire's armies were failing. Nona had promised the dying woman, and she would hold to the promise, with or without help, even if it meant defying the High Priest and all his archons. She would do it, even if she had to reduce the place to ruin and dig the book out of a pile of corpses. "Trust me." It was all the pleading she would do, and with a nod, Ara withdrew. At the scriptorium, Nona sped to a rear window and jumped up, propelling herself with the window ledge to gain height so that she could check the library's occupants. As was so often the case, Jula sat alone at a desk, a number of yellowed scrolls around her. Nona dropped back to the ground and hurried in through the front entrance. Sister Scar was at her desk in the scriptorium's main hall, illuminating a copy of the Book of the Ancestor. She favoured Nona with a narrow stare, but said nothing. "Jula." Nona closed the library door behind her. "You." She swallowed her words at the sight of a tiny novice carrying a book from the shelves. The girl's habit pulled around her feet. "We were never that small, were we?" "You were smaller than me when you arrived." Jula looked up from her work. "There was room for 2 nonnas in the habit they issued you." She turned her head towards the younger novice. "Yes, that's the one. Thank you, Marta. Put it on the chair if you will." "We need to talk." Nona took Marta's shoulders as she straightened from setting down the heavy book. "Alone," and steered the child towards the door. Jula sighed. "Off you run, Marta. We'll do some more on the 7th day." They both waited for the door to close. "What?" "I need the order," Nona said. "You need to get the abbess's seal back to her somehow. I know it's not used often, but I'm amazed she hasn't noticed it's gone." "That will have to wait." Nona held her hand out. "We're doing this today." Jula reached into her habit and retrieved a leather tube, a parchment scroll inside. "Good." "Good?" Nona took the tube and checked the document. "I thought you'd be horrified." "Come with me." Jula got up and walked toward the rear of the library. "I've something important to show you." Nona's shoulders slumped, as they always did when Jula tried to get her excited about some aging book. She followed, frowning. Some of the writing was so old, it almost seemed they used a different language, all these and thous and words that had to be explained. Others still contained no single word known to her. Jula squeezed past the row of shelves, stacked with scroll upon scroll, and pushed right to the back. She shifted a board aside, sneezing at the dust. In the gloom and after the brightness of the reading room, Nona could make out very little. Jula fiddled with a key. Nona hadn't imagined there was space in the scriptorium for another chamber, some secret vault, no doubt. The door cracked open, and to Nona's surprise, daylight streamed in. Jula stepped through, beckoning her out, locking the door behind them. They stood behind the building with the barrel store and Sister Candle's workshop before them. Nona must have passed the door they'd exited by 1,000 times without ever noticing it. Jula led on, out towards the end of the spur on which the convent sat. The cliffs to either side marched ever closer as the Rock of Faith's plateaued top narrowed towards a point. Jula's shadow leapt before them, as if it were eager to reach the edge first and leap off. Nona could imagine herself alone, and that the shadow belonged to her. Shadows might seem simple things, but somehow they pinned you to the day. Since she'd lost hers, Nona had never quite felt part of the world. "Where are we?" Jula ignored Nona's attempt at a question and marched on. She passed the glass-water sinkhole and continued across pitted stone until they stood just yards from the jagged edge where the rock dropped away. She pointed east. In the distance, smoke smudged the sky. "You've been very busy the last few days, Nona, and nobody wanted to trouble you in the sanatorium. But that smoke, that's Queen Adoma's front line. Shurzel has returned to the Ark. They say the battle in the field is all but lost. Heretics will be at Verity's walls in a week. Maybe sooner." But Nona hadn't known it was this bad. What about the 9th and the 7th? The Emperor's personal divisions were an elite with fearsome reputation, forged through centuries. Everyone says Crucicle will deploy them. The 9th went west last 7 day. A Durn army showed up at the walls of Arnton. The convent of Silent Patients and the monastery at Red Rill are both in ruins. The 7th are lining up before the Ark, but their numbers are badly depleted. "Where did you get all this from?" Nona demanded, not wanting to believe. "You sit in the library all day when you're not in class." Jula pointed again, and Nona followed her line back to the many-windowed spire of the convent rookery. "The armies have lost so many message birds. They're using church rooks now. And Darla taught me to read the standard military codes." Jula's face fell. "General Rathan died at the coast last week." Nona had wanted to tell Darla's father that she had brought Jolie Namsis to justice for her death. The general would never hear it now. Perhaps it wouldn't have given him any comfort, but Nona thought Darla would be happier. Darla had never been the forgiving sort. "Well, it makes what we're doing all the more important." "Be careful." Jula managed a weak smile. "Me?" Nona returned a brighter tone. "You're coming too. There's no time for you to teach me how filing systems work now. I need you to find the book once we're in." The 4 friends met by the laundry well, Nona and Jula arriving to find Ara already waiting with Ruli. "Jolie did this to us," Nona said by way of greeting. "She made us steal forbidden books?" Ruli asked. Nona repressed a snarl. Ruli hadn't seen Darla die, hadn't seen Jolie cause it. "She knows too much about us. She's a Tassa's spy, right here in the convent. We should—" "Kill her?" Jula asked. "The Book of the Ancestor is against the sort of thing." She favoured Nona with a level stare. All right, Holy Sister." Nona shook her head. Jula's calmness, her goodness, was something Nona valued in these situations, though usually in hindsight rather than at the time. "I wasn't going to suggest murdering her." "Not exactly." "What then?" Ara asked. Nona let her breath escape in a long sigh. "We'll deal with her when we get back." She stepped into the well, taking hold of the rope. "Come on, then." The 4 of them descended to the chamber beneath the novice cloister, then began to thread the undercaves. They passed through the cavern where the strange, freestanding ring stood taller than a man, crossed the spot where they had once faced down a holotur, and went on down the cliff beyond. 10 minutes later, they passed the sad, calcified skeletons in their niche, and finally emerged back into the light through the hidden crack onto the slopes towards the base of the Seren Way. Despite their covert escape, Nona felt watched. Jolie had driven her to this. Jolie had spurred her to sudden action. And although she saw no sign of the girl, somehow Nona felt that the eyes on her back belonged to that same despicable puller of threads. Jolie was a spider in a web, but one bigger than she could ever have built herself. The sense of being under observation waned as they approached the city gates after an hour's brisk walk from the foot of the rock. Although the streets of Verity had lost none of their colour, they had gained enough streaks of grey and brown to paint a very different picture from the usual scene. Groups of refugees huddled on every corner. The city guard moved them on, but there were always more to replace them. Peasants, muddy from their journey with tattered bundles on their back. Townsmen leading carts heaped with their household treasures, bewilderment in their eyes. Injured soldiers, lost children, a tide of displaced humanity seeking the sanctuary of the Ark. Nona let Ara lead them through the city's finer quarters, where the press of humanity eased, and allowed them to make progress. Even Verity's great mansions had a haunted air. Windows boarded up, newly conscripted guards at the doors, uneasy in ill-fitting uniforms. Few among the aristocracy or wealthy walked the broad streets around the Empress Palace. Ara took them close enough to see the spires of Crucicle's home. Somewhere deep within lay the Ark, around which the Emperors had built their power. Nona could sense its heartbeat, even at this distance, a faint pulsing in the fabric of the world. Perhaps they had a shipheart in there. Perhaps something more. Behind Nona came the grating of the gates opening at the mansion they had just passed, people emerging, the clank of armour. She ignored it.
Novices, and so very far from home in dangerous times.
A man's voice, dripping with the accents of nobility. The girls turned to see a ring of armoured soldiers forming around 4 figures, 3 dark-clad, and 1 in the finery of a lordling. This last one, lean, tall, his small smile full of mockery and malice, was known to Ara and Nona.
Leno Tassis.
Ara used none of the honorifics that convention demanded. Nona opened her mouth, but her words ran dry. She had last seen the man as he stood and watched her writhe and soil herself in screaming agony on the floor of a Noir Gwyn cell. Floor blades sprang unbidden from each of her fingers. At their last meeting, Leno had watched her suffer the touch of the Tassis family toy, the harm, a sigil-worked torture device. Before leaving, he had slit her nostril, a scar she still bore, and promised to return to inflict all manner of horrific mutilations upon her. She remembered the pleasure in his voice, the eagerness.
Nona.
Ara's fingers knotted in the shoulder of Nona's habit, and she found herself anchored, having unknowingly taken a pace towards Leno. The soldiers, in Tassis blues, set hands to sword hilts. The 2 dark men at Leno's side adjusted their stances. The third of his close guard was a black-haired woman, Saphira, who long ago had stabbed Kettle before fleeing the convent and selling her services to Scherzel. Her presence here spoke of renewed associations between the Emperor's sister and his most fractious vassal.
Arabella Jotsis.
Leno ignored Nona's advance.
I hear that the Scithrowl dance in the charred ruins of your uncle's halls. These are dangerous times, especially for little girls.
Nona found her tongue.
You. And Nona.
Leno turned his dark eyes her way. He glanced at his right hand and the 2 crooked fingers injured when he had first tried to take hold of her years before.
I had them dig up your little friend, you know. What was her name?
Saya. Sila.
Saida, that was it. I had a cup made from her skull and gave her bones to my dogs.
Saphira moved in beside Leno, frowning, hissing something.
Nona.
Ara held her back with increasing effort.
It's obvious what he's doing. Don't give him what he wants.
Nona understood. They were here for the book. That was what was important. But she physically couldn't move away, any more than she could fly. Images of Saida flooded her mind. Saida in the cage, offering comfort. Saida screaming in Raymel Tassis's grip. Saida's body beneath the sheet before the gallows. She gathered herself to leap among the first of Leno's guards. Leno's grin broadened, and he mimed, taking a drink.
I said.
It was Jula who stepped forward.
Honoured Leno of the House Tassis, I understand that your soldiers are skilled, and those you have beside you likely share Saphira's training. I am sure that you have about your person sigil amulets that you have been assured can absorb and deflect hostile magics. But I must caution you. Nona Grey could tear this street open to the bedrock to see you dead, and level the houses all around us. She could blast you with such force that the amulets your gold has purchased would burn and fall to dust. And before I could take a single step to stop her, you would all be smoking offal amid the ruin.
Jula shot Nona a look.
You should know that I would do everything with my power to bring her to the Emperor's justice after such an outburst. But it would be scant consolation to your corpses.
Saphira must have been saying something very similar because, with a snarl, Leno allowed himself to be steered away, across the street, towards another road. Nona watched them go, attempting to regain control of her breathing. The soldiers at the rear of the Tassis cordon glanced back at her, as if even now she might give chase. Nona still wanted to. Jula had been right that she would have killed Leno, but she wouldn't have used the path to do it. She would have cut his heart out with her bare hands.
The novices resumed their journey in a strained silence that lasted for several blocks. Eventually, Nona stopped walking and stared at Jula. You do everything in your power to bring me before the Emperor's justice.
Jula turned. She folded her arms.
Yes, I would. We're being invaded. We need every citizen, every soldier. The rule of law is vital to civilization at all times, and when else more so than at times when we're under such strain? You know I'm right, Nona.
Nona fought to keep the smile from her face. You'd take me in. Jula nodded.
I would.
Nona shrugged and grinned. And when we've stolen this book, you're going to confess and throw yourself on the court's mercy? Jula harumphed and started walking again.
That, Nona Grey, is a very different thing.
The Friary of St. Castor stood in one of Verity's least desirable quarters, an area given over to industry and warehouses, edged by slums. The stink of tanners' curling hides hung over the street so thickly that Nona felt she should be able to see the fog of it in the air. The shadows had joined hands to usher in evening's gloom, and behind closed shutters the first candles were being lit. Ara, Jula and Ruli walked almost arm in arm, trailing Nona by a few yards. They covered their noses and cast nervous glances at the alleyways. Not that any of them had anything to worry about. Even Jula would be able to knock down a common criminal or two. Nona supposed it to be a sort of anticipatory guilt, setting their nerves on edge.
Try to look natural?
Nona glanced over her shoulder at the trio. Yes, Mistress Black Eyes. Ruli stuck her tongue out and ringed both her eyes with finger and thumb. Normal. The more scared Rudy got, the more jokes she made. Nona shook her head and led on. With her stolen wimple, she probably looked like a mistress leading novices out. She'd kept growing when the others stopped, and stood a head taller than Jula, half a head taller than Ara, with Ruli in the middle.
Stop touching it,
Ara hissed. Nona found her fingers at the headdress again. After the disaster at the shade stores, wearing a wimple was likely to be as close as she ever got to being a nun. Ahead, the friary lowered over its neighbours, an ugly brick-shaped building built of huge sandstone blocks cut from the Rock of Faith. Travelling brothers from all of the Empire's monasteries were afforded accommodation within the friary walls when their duties brought them to the capital. Generally, those duties would be delivering illuminated manuscripts to patrons or educating the children of the Cis. But at such troubled times, Red Brothers, along with their grey and mystic counterparts, might well outnumber their holy cousins on the friary guest list.
"Wait here,"
Nona told them.
"Yes, mistress."
Next to Ruli, Jula stifled a giggle. The enormity of the crime she was about to take part in seemed to have left her slightly hysterical. Nona would make sure they were all deep in their serenity trances before they approached the records hall. The street door stood a good 10 feet tall, oak weathered to a pale grey and studded with rusty diamond-headed bolts. The monk who opened it looked older and more weathered.
"Yes, sister?"
The frown beneath white eyebrows suggested that in a long life of thinking that nuns seemed to get younger every year, he'd yet to see one this young.
"I need to speak with Brother Marcus."
A pause while he looked her up and down. Even from the height of the street step, he had to crane his neck to meet her eyes. On finding them wholly black, his brows lifted. He turned away and closed the door. His "wait here" reached her through the thickness of the wood. Nona huddled in the doorway, eyeing the street. If Jula's reports were to be taken seriously, the Scithrowl hordes could be pouring past this door within days. Nona found it hard to believe. The Emperor had legions at his disposal. The brothers and sisters of the Red, all the might of the Academy. Fortresses and castles dominated the corridor from the Grampians to the Marne. The Empire had endured for close on 1,000 years and withstood 100 wars.
"I thought you were supposed to be hard to sneak up on."
Marcus's voice startled Nona from her pondering. Already the ancient was closing the door behind him, lest the mere scent of a nun corrupt the brothers within. For an instant, Nona pictured the old brother in an embrace with Abbess Wheel. They would probably get on.
"Something funny?"
Marcus asked.
No. Actually, rather the opposite."
Nona led him out into the street, stepping over a fetid puddle.
"We need to do it today."
"Today?"
"Today."
She glanced back. A moment of worry crossed Marcus's face, but he pushed it aside and made a smile so warm it brought colour to Nona's cheeks.
"Today it is, then. It's not as if I need to prepare anything."
A few more strides brought them to Ara, Ruli, and Jula, the latter two staring at Marcus with wide-eyed fascination, while his gaze lingered on Ara's golden beauty. Not for long, but for rather longer than it took Nona to grow irritated.
"Novices?"
A large smile and a small bow. Nona felt a pulse of the martial empathy that Marcus worked so well, at a low enough level to be an unconscious thing. She remembered how he had been in the cage before his talent flowered. A rather awkward, argumentative boy. She supposed that they had both changed, beyond recognition.
"Won't you be missed?"
Marcus asked. The sun had set, and in the broad streets of the merchants' quarter, stray leaves spiraled here and there in the wind's swirl.
"No."
Nona was less confident than she sounded. Genna and Ketty had been primed with cover stories about the four of them going to bed early. They had also been encouraged to exercise all the skills Sister Apple had tried to impart to them in creating the illusion that the missing novices' beds were occupied. Ruli and Nona had long ago fabricated fake heads from dried gourds onto which they had glued their own hair, saved from past punishment shavings. But there remained the distinct possibility that Sister Rose might come up to check on Nona after her unauthorized departure from the sanatorium, or that Kettle might drop by seeking clues to the day's theft, or that Rock might burst in on one of the not infrequent chastity patrols ordered by Abbess Wheel. Nona hoped that the looming crisis would distract the nuns from the doings of novices and focus them on matters of more existential importance. The houses grew larger, older, and somewhat more shabby as they approached the old cathedral. The building had lost its status over 100 years before, at the time the church constructed the spectacular Sacred Blood, whose spires threatened to overtop even the Ark. The old cathedral had been given over to various purposes, including housing former priests too decrepit to care for themselves, the management and payment of church staff across the empire, and, crucially, the storage of documents deemed too important to destroy, but for which regular access was not necessary. Even this close to the city's geographic heart, and so far from the walls that not even the towers could be seen, soldiers stood on many corners. Patrols hurried past in full armour and the colours of the 7th. The citizens watched and worried. Verity was the only city Nona had spent time in, so she didn't know if other cities had moods. But Verity did, and it was scared.
Tree of Gold.
Jula pointed to the elaborate cathedral tower, peering over the roof of the mansion ahead.
It doesn't look like a tree, Ruli said.
That would be architecturally challenging,
Ara said.
At one time, Marcus's deep voice sounded behind them. The central tower bore golden branches, similar to the arboret. I believe they were wooden and covered with beaten gold. The taproot runs down through the great hall and is said to burrow beneath the catacombs.
Nona glanced at the cuffs of her habit. The arboret was stitched there, a dozen of the tree symbols embroidered to encircle her wrists. Their taproots strained towards the first ancestor, though they thinned and vanished before reaching her elbows. She tried to imagine the arboret 100 feet tall, the ancestor's tree gleaming in the sun.
Serenity,
she instructed, and reached for her own. The former cathedral stood at the centre of a broad plaza where a handful of stallholders still lingered, dismantling their awnings and counters. Guards stood at attention on the main steps, 6 of them. Their presence was probably dictated by the fact that the clergy's wages were held somewhere within, rather than the need to watch over dusty books. But they would guard the high priest's vault just the same.
Ruli, I want you high and watching. There might be threadworks on the vault. We could trigger an alarm. If anyone comes running, do what you can to slow them up with mist and shadows.
Ruli nodded.
I'll try. Ara, you're on diversion. If we have trouble, it could bring soldiers. If that happens, they're going to need a better reason to head somewhere else. Perhaps a light and thunder show would do it.
Ara nodded.
I'll be up there.
She pointed to the roof of a mansion facing onto the plaza.
Marcus, you're with me. All we need is for everyone we meet to be agreeable.
He nodded.
That rather depends on who we meet, but I can be pretty persuasive. And Jeweler, you're the brains.
I am?
A moment of panic threatened from the far side of Jula's serenity.
I am.
The repetition bore more confidence.
Let's do it then.
Nona led towards the cathedral doors, wondering where it was that Jula renewed her confidence, and whether there was any more left there. This was dangerous. The killing kind. Stealing Sister Pan's book could see them thrown out of the convent and possibly into a cell. Being caught stealing from the High Priest's vault would see them executed, no doubt in some unpleasant manner, prescribed by an antiquated church law. Nona tried to steady the tremor in her hands. So much at stake, and all for a promise to an old woman. Staked on a promise and on the faith that even at the end of her life, Abbess Glass could still outplay all comers in the long game. As she mounted the broad steps, Nona reached for the order imprinted with the abbess's seal of office. Jula had Sister Pan's book in a leather satchel beneath her arm.
"Sister?"
One of the guards stepped down to intercept her.
"It's too late in the day to go inside. All the clerks have gone home."
"I'm delivering a forbidden text to the High Priest's vault." Nona nodded towards Jula, who held out the order blazoned with the abbess's seal.
"I'm sorry, sister."
The man frowned at Jula's paperwork.
"You should have sent ahead to make an appointment. You'll have to return in the morning."
He blocked her path. He lacked an inch or two on her in height, but stood far broader in the shoulders, a steel breastplate protecting the space between them. Marcus stepped up, an easy smile in place.
"Guardsmen, this blue-eyed nun can't wait in a war-torn city with a forbidden book. It could fall into the wrong hands. It needs to be placed safely in the vaults."
A moment's silence hung between them. Marcus started to nod, and the guardsman hesitantly took to nodding too.
"Blue eyes."
A frown, and then with more confidence, he said,
"Yes, it would be better stored away, brother."
The guardsman led them up the steps. The other guards opened the doors, 2 men to each, then closed them at their heels. And although Marcus had won their entrance with a power that should see the 3 of them safely in and safely out again, Nona couldn't help feel those great doors closing behind them were the jaws of a trap that they had willingly stuck their heads into.
"We'll rouse Brother Adrian from his chambers and get that book where it belongs."
"Brother Adrian?" Nona asked.
"He oversees the High Priest's vault. Spends more time locked up with those books than he does with people."
The guardsman shuddered. The cathedral's great hall had been divided up long ago, timber frames set to support new levels and partition walls. The guardsman led them into a maze of corridors, smoke-stained and sparsely lit with lanterns. They passed a few elderly clerks, one busy locking doors and extinguishing lights. Here and there, guardsmen slouched along on patrol, old men and boys, now that the wars had claimed those fit for battle. Their guardsmen stopped at a door deep within the structure and hammered on it.
"Adrian? Adrian! Customers for you."
A long pause followed.
"He's a bit deaf."
The guardsman shrugged apologetically.
"Adrian!"
This time, a series of clatterings mixed with complaints grew louder, until the door jerked open and an old man in a bedrobe stared up at them, his bald head surrounded by a fringe of white hair, with more of the stuff erupting from both ears.
"These folk have a book for the vault,"
the guard said.
"Has he finally turned your brain to mod, Mika?"
Adrian squinted at Nona, Jula, then finally Marcus.
"Tell them to come back in the morning."
Mika frowned and eyed Nona with a measure of suspicion.
"It is irregular."
Marcus spoke, his voice vibrant, each word sinking into the mind. "It is important. The book must go in the vault now."
"Nonsense. Today some monk, too young to shave, comes to order me about in my own archive."
Outrage overtook the old man's tongue.
"Get out!"
Marcus blinked and shot Nona a worried look.
"It is important." "It will be important in the morning. Right now, it's just irritating."
Adrian advanced, pushing Marcus before him.
"Get out! Mika! Drag this boy out of here, or so help me!"
Jula backed away, looking mortified. Nona couldn't believe how easily the old man was shrugging off Marcus's best efforts. Despite herself, she believed his words, more deeply than she believed her own name. She stared at the librarian, hunting for some clue to his resilience.
"Yes, Adrian. Apologies."
Mika interposed himself between the two men and took hold of Marcus. Nona moved quickly. She moved in front of Adrian, meeting his outraged stare with her wholly black eyes, and pressed one hand firmly to his chest.
"What?"
His eyes widened at the sight of hers.
"How dare you?"
At the same time, Nona reached around with her other arm to pinch the silver chain she had seen at the back of his neck, above the bedrobe's collar. With the links between her fingertips, she applied enough sharpness to part them and let the chain fall. In that instant, she gave the old man a shove, hard enough to rock him back on his heels.
"It's important."
Somewhere between Adrian's bare ankles and slippered feet, an amulet tinkled unnoticed to the floor, trailing a silver chain.
"Guards!"
Adrian's shout was hoarse with rage.
"Explain again, Marcus,"
Nona called out. Marcus, halfway down the hall and being manhandled away at speed, spoke over the guardsman's shoulder.
"You want to help us?"
Adrian's anger clouded with confusion.
"Wait!"
Mika released the monk, brushing at his habit apologetically.
"Let me help."
"We need to get this book stored safely in the vault before nightfall," Marcus said. The old man threw up his hands.
"If you must, you must."
He frowned at Nona, as if remembering the shove. A guardsman rounded the corner, puffing, but Adrian waved him away impatiently. He turned to Marcus.
"Wait here. I'll get my keys."
And with that, he retreated to his room, closing the door.
"You should go now."
Marcus sent the guardsman back to his post. Nona bent to scoop up the amulet, and as Marcus turned back to her, she opened her hand to display it, a sigil wrought in silver.
"It's the Mendant sigil."
Marcus squinted at it, as if the thing were too bright to look upon.
"To negate manipulation of thoughts and emotions. Abbot Jacob and the senior monks at St. Croisius have similar protection. The novices would be in charge otherwise."
Nona closed her fist around it. Part of her wanted to take the thing as her own. Security against Jolie's manipulations and whatever else might come her way in the future. But such a valuable object would be missed, and in the resultant hue and cry, her visit to the archives would undoubtedly be discovered. With reluctance, she set the amulet down by the doorway.
"Let him find it later."
Adrian kept them waiting 10 minutes, finally emerging in his ink-stained work robes, jingling a heavy bunch of keys.
"This really is most irregular. Let me see your order."
"It's here, Archivist." Jula produced the document and held out Aquinas' Book of Lost Cities. Adrian studied both, raising a white eyebrow as he leafed through the pages of the latter.
Amazing that such works keep cropping up."
He snapped his fingers.
"Let's be about it, then."
He led them through more corridors, unlocking 2 sets of doors and descending a flight of steps.
"I've told them 1,000 times that it's madness to store books in the catacombs, but do they listen?"
With his lantern raised, Adrian hurried along a tunnel lined with empty niches, coming to a halt before a heavy door on which he rapped. 4 knocks, a pause, 3 knocks. After a long pause, someone unbolted the door, and Adrian pushed through. The antechamber beyond lay bare save for candles arrayed around the walls, and a chair on which a single guardsman had been sitting. Opposite the door they entered by stood the iron portal to the High Priest's vault.
Hernas, I'm making a deposit.
Adrian held out an impatient hand towards Jula.
The book, girl.
The guardsman adjusted his iron helm and stepped in close, frowning. Unlike the hirelings at the entrance, this was a church guard, perhaps 40, weathered by the corridor wind, the lines of old cuts recorded in white seams across his hands and face, his tabard displaying the Ancestor's tree, a sword at his hip. He stood in contrast to the soft boys and geriatrics they passed on the way in.
The vault says shut after hours, Archivist. You know that.
Adrian hesitated.
He's making an exception, Marcus said. It will be all right.
The last words buzzed with power, each pulling at a multitude of threads. Nona found herself nodding. It would be all right. The church guard's hand slid towards the hilt of his sword. Nona moved fast. Like Adrian, the man before her seemed immune to Marcus's influence. Like Adrian, he was likely wearing the Mendant sigil. If she could get the thing off him, and quickly, the possibility remained that Marcus could smooth things over. The helm. It had to be the helm. It looked too well made. Out of place on a church guard was no other armour save a chainmail vest beneath his tabard. She crashed into the man, contriving to cut his chin strap and tear the helm free before they both hit the door behind him.
Tell him, Marcus.
Nona seized the man's wrist, trapping his sword in its scabbard. Marcus blinked in surprise at finding both of them on the ground.
You should help us.
Spoken through teeth, gritted against the strain of command.
To arms!
The church guard yelled.
To our...
Nona banged his head against the door hard enough to silence him.
Well.
Nona slipped a vial of boneless syrup from her habit and administered it to the dazed guard.
Perhaps we should have come back tomorrow.
I don't understand.
Adrian started to back towards the door.
Sorry.
Jula caught the archivist's arm and twisted it behind him.
Do you file the books using the Octadavian system, or is this place still on Dewey ordering?
How dare you?
The old man bristled, craning his neck to glare at the novice behind him.
Sorry.
Jula gave an apologetic smile and twisted his arm higher until he yelped.
But I really do have to know.
Dewey!
Jula eased the pressure.
And is that with chronological ordering and the Aleph categories for research?
I don't... Guess!
Another twist replaced truculence with a squeaked affirmation.
Got what you need?
Nona asked.
If he's not lying,
Jula said.
I don't think he is.
Marcus approached, staring the old man in the face.
No.
Nona shrugged and, knocking aside Adrian's hand, smeared the last drops of her boneless across his lips. They laid him beside the guardsman, both face down.
We should have asked him which key,
Jula said, as Nona pulled the bunch from Adrian's limp fingers.
It'll be the biggest one.
Nona brought up the best candidate, black iron and nearly 6 inches in length. The guess proved right, and Nona pushed the door open on hinges that squealed louder than Adrian had. Fortunately, the vault's secure location put it out of earshot of all but a handful of clerics, and Marcus had made Adrian send those on their way.
Ready?
Nona looked pointedly at Marcus, still crouched over the paralysed men. The monk nodded, lifting his hands from the backs of their necks, still muttering something. A sigil amulet, twin to Edrin's, glimmered on a chain hanging from his fingers. He replaced it around the church guard's neck before standing and stepping away. Nona followed Jula into the vault, Marcus close behind her.
What did you do to them? I was trying to make sure that the only thing they remembered about you was your dazzling blue eyes.
His gaze flickered to her face, and he forced a quick grin.
Will it work?
He shrugged.
I hope so.
Nona turned back.
Let's give them a different story to tell.
She took from beneath her habit a Scithrowl carver, the leaf-bladed dagger issued to Adoma's shock troops. Years ago, Zol had given her the blade after taking it from a boy who probably got it from his father. She set it by the guard's feet before retreating into the vault and pulling the door closed. Just inside the chamber beyond, she dropped a copper groat, worn and stamped with the head of Adoma's father. It bounced and rolled against the wall. She didn't see which way it landed, but heads or tails, it would still point eastwards.
What are you doing?
A little misdirection. Let them think it was Scithrowl agents in disguise.
Very careless Scithrowl agents.
The horde is on our doorstep. Everyone's jumping at shadows. It won't take much to send them running the wrong way. Let them think spies were here, and that soon Adoma's fist will blow open the city gates for their queen, Nona said. It probably wasn't far from the truth in any case. She turned towards the towering shelves. In the space before the shelves, a thick and slightly narrowing length of iron wood wandered down from the ceiling and continued into the stone floor. The deepest root of the tree of the Ancestor, part of the golden arboret that once spread above the cathedral. The taproot leading back to the source. Nona wondered what she might find if she dug down after it. She shook away the thought.
We need the book, Jula.
Jula, who had been gazing in hungry amazement at the stacks of tightly bound tomes, jolted back into the moment and began to move between the rows. The shelves bore labels relating to the books they held, each tome carefully wrapped in scaleskin to fend off the damp. The air hung heavy with mildew, mould, and the stink of foxed paper. Marcus began to sneeze, and Nona, feeling her own nose begin to tingle, moved to the vault door and fresher air, opening it a crack.
I'll listen out for any trouble.
She waited, calling back the tatters of her serenity trance so that she wouldn't be tempted to urge Jula to hurry up. Outside, Ara and Ruli would be imagining all manner of disasters that might have befallen them. Time crept by, seeming slower than the deepest Nona's Hunska blood could bury her between the seconds. She discovered her foot tapping without instruction. Outside the door, either Adrian or the church guard made a soft grunt, probably an angry shout muted by the boneless. More moments crawled by, mounting slowly into minutes.
How's it going?
I'm getting there. I found the right section, I think. I'm having to unwrap everything, though, and then wrap it back up so they don't know what we were after. A distant shout rang out, and at the same time, Ara pulsed along their thread bond, an image of soldiers crowding in through the cathedral doors above.
Hurry! Someone's coming!
Nona hissed. The distant sound of booted feet approaching at a run. Lots of booted feet.
Dung on it!
Nona stepped back and pulled the door to, locking it.
We've been found out.
It didn't seem possible.
Found out?
Marcus hurried over.
Ancestor. They'll hang us all. How can we be found out? We've been betrayed.
Nona stared around the shadow corners of the vault. There must have been a lot of them coming, or Ara and Ruli would have delayed them more effectively.
We're done for. We can't get past them.
Nona started to walk the perimeter of the vault, trailing her fingers across the wall.
Jula, hurry up with that book. Marcus followed, panic in his voice. "Leave the damn book. If we don't touch it, we can say this was all about turning in the other book, just that we were rather too zealous about it." He trailed off, hearing how weak the excuse sounded once said out loud. Someone outside shouted into the pause. "Open up!" A fist pounding on iron panels. "Barricade the door, Marcus." Nona took hold of his shoulders and pointed him back at it. "They'll get another key soon enough." "How will that help?" But he went, taking hold of a ladder used to reach the top shelves. Nona's mind raced, shredding her serenity. She might battle a way through the soldiers who crowded the antechamber and corridors beyond, but it would hardly be an escape. Murder would be added to the charge of theft. Her own sisters would be sent to hunt her down. All she had worked for, lost. She continued pacing, stepping away from the wall where the shelves demanded it, returning to set her fingers to the stone once more. Martial rockwork allowed for more than the manipulation of stone. Nona sank her senses through the blocks lining the vault and into the ground beyond, a mixture of subsoil and rubble used for the cathedral's foundations. She moved on, her perception continuing to quest through the walls. "Found it!" Jula had to shout over the hammering at the door. She lifted her lantern in one hand, in the other, a fat book bound with black leather. "Wrap the others! Put them back!" Nona shouted. "I don't know how long this door will hold." Marcus had the ladder wedged against it and was struggling to move one of the smaller, freestanding shelves, books spilling to the ground as it lurched and wobbled. The door looked undamaged to Nona. She hoped they'd take hammers to it, and that by the time another key was found, the lock would be jammed, or the door panel too warped to open. On the wall opposite the entrance, Nona found what she was looking for. A void beyond the stone blocks. The space beneath the cathedral would have housed store chambers, vaults, sewers, drainage channels, and catacombs where the rich and the holy were interred. Nona wished she had the talent to tell how far off the void was, whether it led anywhere, and what lay between her and it. All she could say was that it was a reasonably large space, and probably not more than a yard from where her fingertips pressed the wall. Nona didn't want to follow through with her plan, but their options had narrowed to almost none. Jolie had done this. Nona felt sure of it. She had thought that if the Namsis girl discovered their actions, she would wait longer, eager to unravel more of their plan and unmask them before the abbess. But even if Jolie missed out on seeing her enemies come to grief this way, she would undoubtedly relish the idea of having them caught like rats in a trap, bottled up in the very room they had tried so hard to enter. Something hit the door with considerably greater force than any previous blow. Nona glanced back at Jula and Marcus's shocked faces, and the great dent in the door behind them. The ladder clattered to the ground, and the shelf shed more books. "You should stand back and cover your ears," Nona said. She had only to picture Jolie's face to summon the anger she needed. Nona shut her eyes, and against the red mist, she saw the bright line she sought, burning through her vision. The door shuddered again, another mighty blow reverberating around the vault, and without hesitation, Nona leapt at the path. As always, the path's touch lit her whole being, as if the Ancestor had reached out and plucked her like a harp string. The power that thrilled through her brought with it such unalloyed joy that it threatened to wash away all trace of the necessary fear that would allow her to fall from it again. Fear that even as the path's energies burned through her, they consumed from within, fraying the fabric of her being. Fear that on returning to the world, she would neither be able to hold or shape what she had taken. Fear that with insufficient care, she might never again find Abeth, but fall into the dark places Sister Pan warned of, places from which there was no return. Jula's scream brought Nona tumbling from the path, building up an awful velocity as she fell back into her flesh. For an instant,
Nona stood, shuddering with power, light bleeding from her skin to fill the vault with crimson and shadow. In the next moment, the past momentum caught her up and flung her at the wall like a stone from a sling. Nona lay sprawled and smoking. With a groan, she stood up, still armoured in the past strength, half deafened, shaking off rock and dirt, chunks of both still falling behind her. Back through the dust-filled tunnel she had made, she could see the glow of Jula's lantern. "Come on!" Her voice escaped as a hoarse whisper. "Hurry!" Louder this time. Jula came running through, head down. Marcus behind her, bent low, stumbling across the rubble. Another blow rang out from the vault, followed by the sound of an iron door crashing to the ground. Nona glanced around as Jula's light started to reveal the space about her. They were in a brick-lined tunnel with a low arched ceiling. Rectangular recesses punctuated the walls, places where coffins might have been slid for eternal rest, prior to their relocation when the cathedral closed. "Quickly!" Jula moved past Nona. "Come on!" Marcus too, galvanizing her into action. Shaking off the last of her disorientation, Nona gave chase. Shouts echoed back in the vault as the soldiers began to pour in, ready for battle. The tunnel met a second, and they turned left. That tunnel met another, and another. Left, right, their choices mounted as they hurried into what proved to be something of a labyrinth. "We'll never find our way out." Marcus turned, white-faced. Ahead of him, Jula splashed on through ankle-deep water. "We will," Nona said. "And this is good. We can lose them in here." "I can't stay down here." Marcus seemed more terrified than when they'd been moments from capture. Nona could feel the fear bleeding from him, infecting her as only a martial empath can, filling her mind with images of being trapped, held tight in unbroken darkness, far below the ground. She shook him. "You're a monk. Have a little faith." "I'm a monk stealing from the church. I'm not sure the Ancestor would want to help me," Marcus whispered, but a shadow of a smile came with it. "There's a grating here," Jula called back. "It's too high to reach, but I can see the stars." "There you go." Nona tried to hide her own relief. "The Ancestor approves." Chapter 14. 3 years earlier. The escape. The tunnel into the black ice was hard to see. They found it easily, though, announced by the great fan of ink-dark debris strewn before the mouth of it. "They dug this?" Nona gazed with horror at the opening, little more than 6 foot high. The malice pricking at her made her want to scratch the skin from her arms. Even without Zol's story, she would have known that the black depths of the ice were filled with devils. She felt them, countless, hungry, far worse than Kiot, and eager for flesh to occupy. "People actually dug this?" Zol only nodded and walked on in. Nona followed, trying to imagine the effect on those that had laboured here with picks, the black frost melting all across them. "I can't see." After 20 yards, Nona felt as if her eyes had simply stopped working. Turning, she could see the circle of daylight behind her, just a patch of brightness, illuminating nothing, holding no meaning. Zol grunted, and a moment later, the noir-gwinned shipheart spilled its violet light between them. Nona could see herself now, and Zol, but nothing else. Their surroundings swallowed the glow, returning nothing. Zol led on, her footsteps cautious on the broken ice. The passage took them perhaps 400 yards before joining a natural tunnel carved by the passage of meltwater that had long since found a better course. They trampled down from the breach on a ramp formed from the passage debris, now frozen into an irregular, solid mass. The water-cut tunnel crossed theirs at right angles, making their choice of direction unclear. Zol crouched, considering. "Up," Nona suggested. Zol scrutinized the ice for a silent minute, then another. Nona hugged herself. Her toes had grown numb in her ill-fitting boots, and the cold had started to seep into her bones. "Or down?" Nona just wanted to move. 1,000 eyes watched them, the freezing air sharp with their hatred. "Up." Zol stood and started along the barely perceptible incline. She moved more slowly here, the ice slick underfoot. Nona paused for a moment. Where Zol had crouched and waited, the ice had paled to a translucent grey. In the depths beneath them, the ancient floors glimmered with the shiphearts' violet light. "It pushes them away." Nona caught up with Zol, nearly losing her balance in the process. "The shipheart." "It does." Zol nodded. "It breaks them free of our minds, and then, if we are strong, it drives them from our flesh." Nona kept close to Zol after that. The shipheart's radiant was hard to tolerate, but it shielded her from the devil's malice, and of two unbearable choices, it proved the lesser evil. The tunnel led them for an untold distance. It might have been miles, snaking through the thickness of the sheet, the vanished stream turning one way and another, where pressure hardened the ice into something closer to the consistency of iron. In places where one ancient glacier swallowed another, or pushed it from its path, their burden of rock and stone lay bedded through the ice, in bands many yards deep. Several times the gradient steepened, and neither novice could continue without falling to their knees and using knives to find purchase. Nona tried her floor blades first, but they would hardly scratch the black ice, just as they had proved impotent against Raymel Tassis's devil-haunted skin. Gaining height, they found the ice riddled with meltwater channels, where surface water had drained away after the passage of the focus moon. The sound of running water penetrated the ice, a constant behind which deep-throated gurgling reverberated as chambers filled and emptied around natural airlocks. In several places, vents in the tunnel walls would erupt without warning, blasting out spray-laden air at tremendous velocity. Nona had been dimly aware of such phenomena from her father's tales, but it was Zol who dived and took her to the floor when she walked unknowingly in front of one fissure, just as it started to blast. The spray of black mist hurt where it found skin, neither scalding nor freezing nor acrid, but somehow worse than all three, as if wrongness had been made into liquid. "How did you know it was coming?" Nona wiped her hands on the range coat Kettle had given her. "Working air and water is not so different from working rock." Zol helped Nona to her feet. "There are chambers in the ice that fill with meltwater until they reach a certain level, then empty rapidly. The sudden changes in air pressure can be extreme." Zol called several halts as they went on, waiting for vents to blow. Each time they paused, the ice's blackness faded to grey around the shipheart. In one long gallery they passed the gauntlet of a dozen vents, each blowing to their own rhythm. Zol explained that the previous night's surge of meltwater must be passing around them on its way to the hidden seas. The most powerful of the vents was fringed with icicles and blasted with regular ferocity. Nona learned the tempo of it before she crossed, and was still almost driven from her feet by the tail end of the previous gust. Nona marvelled at the volume of water that must have flowed through the gallery, but it opened onto a chamber that dwarfed it. Nona could see no further than the shipheart's glow, but Zol described the space beyond as if a vast bubble had been trapped beneath the ice. "There are several exits Zol fell silent.
We what? Yisht is there. Nona heard a tremor in Zol's voice for the first time and found it mirrored in her own. Yisht, you said the Nuagwyn wouldn't come near the black ice. She strained to see further into the darkness ahead. You can't get much more susceptible to devils than Yisht, right? Maybe. Maybe not. Her mind is far from weak. Zol lifted the ship heart. But Yisht no longer has need to fear the Clala-too. She doesn't. Nona drew her sword. No. Zol sat at the lip of the tunnel, setting her empty hand to the ice, ready to slide into the great chamber. She is full.
Yisht stood waiting for them close to the great drain at the lowest point of the bubble chamber, a yawning mouth into which thin cataracts of black water cascaded on all sides. Nona knew that nobody who fell down there would be coming out again. The hole seemed to exert a pull all its own, above and beyond that of gravity, on a slope of slick, wet ice.
Why here?
Nona hissed. She released a dagger, slid a foot down the ice, anchored the dagger, pulled the other clear.
Why wasn't she waiting at the entrance?
We might have run away, Zol replied, sliding lower.
Here, she believes she has us trapped.
Yisht had found, or cut a niche, where she could stand. Zol and Nona remained on their sides, Nona anchored by her knife hand, Zol somehow finding purchase with her fingers. Their enemy stood impassive, watching, her stocky figure statue still. The shipheart's violet light picked out edges, coaxing a detail here and there, the dark glimmer of an eye, the angular planes of her face, the razored length of her chula. Nona had already felt the kiss of a chula in Yisht's hands. Her thigh still bore the scar. Her thigh bone, too, had been notched by the jagged end of the ice triber's broken sword. The leg ached now, as if the cold had entered her through the old wound. It seemed somehow that through all Nona's dreams of vengeance, Yisht might have been waiting for her here, within the cathedral vastness of this lightless cavern, black waters rushing past her, the meltwater rain falling endlessly around her. Yisht saw the short game with unequalled clarity, just as Abbess Glass saw the long game. Nona had difficulty seeing either, but somehow she knew this would end here, one way or the other. Nona hung, soaked and freezing, enveloped in the wrongness of devil-laden water, strange urges and alien thoughts trying to ease beneath her skin. The voices competed with those from within her skull as the shipheart gripped her mind, trying to squeeze out devils of her own. She shivered uncontrollably, though whether more from terror or the cold, she couldn't tell. Above all these multiple sources of distress, she felt stupid. She didn't dare stand up or see how they could possibly make progress other than on hands and knees. Would they have to crawl to Yisht?
It would be a sorry place for you to die, child.
Yisht watched Zol with blood-filled eyes.
Give me the shipheart, and I will let you pass. The other.
She turned her gaze on Nona.
I mean to hurt. The best that she can hope for is that she can throw herself into the depths before I get to her.
Under Yisht's stare, Nona found her old anger rising. She'd almost forgotten it in the freezing night of the under-ice, but now, with the ice triber's attention upon her, the old images that had haunted so many dreams rose again, filling her mind with Hessa's death. She sheathed her sword and fumbled a throwing star, numb-fingered from the bandolier around her chest.
The Ancestor cautions us against becoming a slave to revenge, Yisht. And although I want to hurt you, I'll be satisfied
just to see you die. She lifted her arm to throw. How well can you dodge down here? Yisht opened her mouth wide, her expression savage, the snarl of a fever-sick beast. The teeth she bared at Nona were as black as the ice. She's been drinking the water. Nona shuddered at the thought, then drew back her arm. Wait. Zol held out a hand to forestall her, then curled the fingers into a fist. Hang on. All around them, the ice began to fracture, black plates carving away and sliding towards the gullet. Ice began to explode upwards and outwards, as if some creature were burrowing beneath it. The air filled with fragments. When the frost cleared from the air, a different topology lay revealed in the shiphearts' glow. How? Nona gasped. Waterwork is not so different from rockwork, Zol said, especially when it is ice. Zol had carved them a stepped path to Yisht, 2 yards wide, with a broader ledge immediately in front of her. She reached out and sunk the shipheart into the ice before them, so deep that only the top half remained in view. Why didn't you just tip her down the hole? Nona asked. Zol glanced her way. She is a warrior of the ice. She stood and drew her sword. Besides, the Klalotu would not let her fall. Violence is sweet to them. Nona got to her feet, still wary of her balance, her borrowed coat hanging wet around her, dripping. She returned the throwing star to its place among the others and drew her sword. Together. Nona gritted her teeth against their chattering. She would use us against each other, Zol said. There is too little room. Nona sighed and stepped forward. No. Zol put a hand out to stop her. I will go. I'm your shield. Nona's anger faltered under a sudden wave of relief. She wanted to end Yisht, but no part of her truly believed herself capable of the feat. She saw Hessa's face again, felt her last moments, and the anger surged back. She's mine. No. Zol spoke the word with that buzzing resonance that had stopped a Scithrowl rider seeing what lay right before him. And while Nona struggled with the compulsion, the ice triber advanced on Yisht, along the ledge she had fashioned. Yisht stepped forward, Chula in hand, ready to meet her former pupil. The first clash of steel broke Nona free of Zol's command, and immediately she started to follow her friend. The 2 ice tribers fought within the level circle that Zol had formed, their footwork precise, hardly slipping despite the black slickness beneath them. Zol attacked with all of the swiftness and precision that Nona found so hard to counter. A relentless assault, free of flamboyance, efficient and focused on the kill. Yisht defended with unnerving skill, countering Hunska's speed with the ability to anticipate every attack. The ringing of blades echoed around the vast, hidden chamber, returning in fractured peals. Once, Yisht slipped and fell, but immediately Nona saw that she had allowed it to happen, dropping beneath Zol's thrust to kick her shin, taking her down too. Both combatants found their feet together and rose with swords swinging. While Yisht could mount an impenetrable defence, she could find no way to pierce Zol's guard. Her attacks were too slow, and she hardly tried, knowing such moves left her open. Instead, she relied on her greater strength, knowing that Zol's speed would fade, leaving her with the advantage. Somehow, even with Zol, Yisht was able to see all action and consequence with several seconds' warning. Kiot had told Nona that Yisht saw only what people would do. She read the future actions of her opponents. She would know if Nona was going to flip a coin, but not whether it would land head or tails. In such a fight, though, knowing what her opponent would do seemed to be enough. The din of sword on sword continued. Razored steel turned away from flesh again and again, sometimes with fractions of an inch to spare. "Draw back!" Nona could see Zol beginning to slow. "I can take her." She felt ashamed, standing there while Zol fought her battle for her, ashamed of the relief she'd experienced when Zol stepped forward. "Retreat!" Zol showed no signs of drawing back. She attacked, her swiftness almost that of her initial assault. For a moment, Ysht was forced to retreat to the very edge of the platform. At that instant, Zol stamped, and the ice erupted beneath her opponent, a detonation every bit as violent as those that had created the platform in the first place. Somehow, Ysht contrived to have the force of it drive her at Zol. She deflected the novice's sword thrust and grappled her. Zol slid back before the impact and drove her knife into Yisht's side. But despite the wound, the woman kept her feet. A moment later, Ysht held Zol's knife hand at the wrist, placed her other hand behind the girl's elbow, and spun her, straight-armed, out over the slope. The force and timing of the move was sufficient to loft Zol above the ice, and she fell into the gullet below them without touching the sides. Her scream hung in the air far longer than she did. "No!" Nona stared in disbelief, first at the void into which Zol had fallen, then at the space where she had been standing. "Yes." Ysht pulled Zol's knife from her side, then reached around to remove a shard of black ice embedded in her back. Her blood should have run in rivers, but somehow the devils inside her refused to let more than a trickle escape, the air around it steaming. Terror and fury waged their old war through Nona. Ysht had killed another of her friends, and now she would come for her. Nona tried to see the path, but it was a distant thread, even with the shipheart just a couple of yards away. She had walked the path twice in Sherzel's palace. The second time had nearly killed her. A third surely would, even if she could manage it. Half of her demanded that she run, half that she launch herself at Ysht and attack with every ounce of her passion. Ysht picked up her chula and began to advance on her. The shipheart lay between them, the cleared ice all around it, violet-lit. "I will enjoy killing you, little girl." Ysht barely seemed to notice her wounds. She walked with a hunter's confidence. Nona sheathed her sword and drew a second knife from her belt. Clutching only the corner of a plan and a faint hope, she followed her fear and ran. Pursued by Yisht's laughter, she began to retreat towards the mouth of the tunnel she had entered by. She climbed the slope using the strength of her arms, stabbing her knives into the ice to advance, her goal lost in the darkness above her. As the curve of the chamber steepened to near vertical, Nona paused to look back. She could see nothing of her surroundings, only Ysht below her, approaching the island of greying, violet-lit ice around the shipheart. And just behind Ysht, defying all illumination, the black throat that had consumed Zol. The air still echoed with the memory of her despairing scream. Ysht reached the shipheart and broke it from the ice, snarling as if it burned her hands. She stood, clutching the orb, then came after Nona, apparently unconcerned by the slickness of the chamber floor that curved steeply up to become the chamber wall. To Nona, hanging by her knives, the ice triber's advance seemed impossible. Maybe the shipheart was enhancing Yisht's martial talent. All the devils inside her were powering her on in their eagerness to see violence unfold. Nona redoubled her efforts, reaching up to anchor a dagger, heaving herself up behind it, repeating the action with the other hand. She hauled herself over the tunnel's lip, sobbing with exhaustion. All around her, the shiphearts' light grew stronger as Yisht steadily narrowed the gap between them. Nona got to her feet, slipping back to her knees immediately. No feeling remained in her extremities, and she shuddered with the cold, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. She stood again, almost falling again, and staggered on, tearing off the bandolier of throwing stars. She could lie in wait for Yisht, try to behead her as she crested the tunnel mouth. But Yisht could see Nona's actions in the near future. She could examine how each of her own actions and each of Nona's actions would unfold, and could choose the one that suited her. Whatever Nona chose to do, she would end up dead. Or worse, captured. With only the thinnest slither of hope, and pursued by fear, Nona fled into the dark. Moving with reckless speed, Nona opened up a gap while Yisht was still climbing. She could hear blasts from the air vents in the gallery ahead, the irregular tattoo of their eruptions reverberating down the icy tunnel. Soon she could feel the edge of the explosions, the pulses of freezing mist and the wrongness as the black frost settled and melted on her skin. Nona came blind into the gallery, relying on memory, reaching for her clarity to separate and time the blasts. Numb-fingered and trembling, she pulled her throwing stars from the bandolier. If she cut herself, she didn't feel it. A blast roared out close at hand, and as it died away, Nona found the vent. She lifted her double handful of spiked steel to the icy moor and hurriedly jabbed as many of the stars as she could into the interior. Most of them spilled from her grasp and rattled away. In the distance, the tunnel along which she had retreated lit with a violet light. Nona drew her sword and stood her ground. She thought of Hessa and of Zol and let her anger warm her as the black figure approached. "Come on, then." Nona spoke into the lull between a series of blasts farther back along the gallery. Her sword hand trembled, but her voice held steady. Yisht dropped the shipheart at the entrance, her hands white to the wrists. By the time she had pulled her tula clear of its scabbard, the stains of competing devils were already advancing from beneath the sleeves of her tunic. A scold spread across the back of her sword hand, and Nona wondered if it might be Kiot, eager to play his part in her demise. Nona threw her knife with her offhand as Yisht closed on her. The ice triber stepped aside, letting the blade cut her hair as it passed.
"I can see what you will do before you do it. You must know this by now."
Yisht thrust as soon as she came in range. Nona turned the blade from her body, almost losing hold of her own. The sword felt dead in her hand, her frozen fingers barely able to tell they gripped a hilt. She tried a swing, a clumsy effort that Yisht knocked aside with contempt.
"Hunskas, so proud of their quickness, so simple to undo."
Nona attacked again, with little hope other than to stop Yisht launching attacks of her own. With the cold in her fingers, Nona felt as if someone else were wielding her sword. Once, twice, 3 times, Yisht blocked swings so clumsy that Scithrowl would weep to see them.
"Time to end this nonsense."
Yisht pressed forward. Nona took a step back. Her footing was so unsure she hardly dared move, a fact which by itself removed any advantage of her speed. Yisht feinted left, then cut in towards Nona's sword arm. Nona blocked the blow just barely, but lost her grip on her weapon. As the sword tumbled from her fingers, an icy gale howled in from the right, building swiftly past hurricane towards something altogether worse. The vent blast lifted both of them from their feet, and it came edged with more than ice. Glittering amid the blast in the shipheart's light came a dozen and more of the throwing stars, some torn from the ice that Nona had jammed them into, Others vomited up from the depths to which they had fallen. Nona slowed the world to a crawl. Kiot had told her that Ysht knew every move she made against her ahead of time, but Nona had dumped the throwing stars too far ahead of this moment for Yisht's recognition to reach. The act that now propelled them was not of Nona's making. Ysht might be able to explore the next few seconds of any human's future, but when it came to the dropping of an apple from a tree, or the roll of a die, she had no more warning than any other person. As the throwing stars hurtled forward, Nona twisted her body to avoid them, ducking her head beneath the flight of one star, pulling her hand from the path of another. She couldn't avoid them all. One of the projectiles sliced her side as she lacked the traction to move away. Ysht, however, hung as if frozen, held in the jaws of fate. One star hammered into her chest, another into her left wrist, and a third hit her forehead, just above her right eyebrow. The blast slammed both of them against the far wall of the gallery. Ysht slid to the floor. Nona dropped too. A wheezing laugh echoed behind Nona as she lay stretched out across the ice, all of her hurting.
"You cannot kill me."
Nona glanced back at Ysht, sitting propped against the gallery wall, almost lost in the darkness, a knife in one hand. The ice driver, seemingly dazed by the impact, tugged at the star embedded in her forehead. The steel point came clear of the bone with a squeaking noise, and blood trickled into Yisht's eye.
"I cannot die."
She tossed the weapon aside. She sounded like Ramal had at the last. Nona had run him through, stabbed him 12 times, and yet the devils inside him refused to let him fall. It had been Yisht's own sigil of negation that had finally broken their hold, and been destroyed in the process. Yes. Nona's fingers found the hilt of Yisht's tula, lying where the wind had dropped it, a yard to her right. She drew her remaining knife and stabbed it into the ice, gaining purchase to spin around. Yes, you can. Blood had blinded Ysht on the side the blow came in from. She raised her hand even so, but the knife slipped from her fingers. Nona didn't know if Ysht were too dazed to properly mine the future, or if the circumstances simply gave no chance to evade the blow. All she knew was the rush of relief as the tula sheared first through Yisht's hand, and then her neck. Her severed head followed the sword's arc and bounced away into the darkness. Chapter 15. Present. Holy Class. Ara and Ruli were waiting at the agreed spot by the statue of General Issen in Grampain Square.
Thank the Ancestor.
Ara threw herself at Nona. For a long moment Nona held her, breathing in the gold of her hair, grateful for the security of her arms. Ruli hugged Jula wordlessly, leaving Marcus standing somewhat bemused, surrounded by embracing novices.
There were 100 soldiers at least.
Ara broke away, glancing at the streets joining the square.
We couldn't stop them. They ran straight to the cathedral doors.
Well, they didn't get us, Nona said.
And we got the book.
Jula stepped back from Ruli and dug in her habit. Her face fell.
I had it. I know I had it.
Jula. Nona's stomach made a cold fist.
Kidding.
Jula produced the book with a flourish. Jula? Ruli shoved her.
We'd better get back.
Ara's face grew suddenly serious.
Whoever got those soldiers to raid the archives isn't going to stop there.
They'll be waiting for us at the convent. We're all going to be banished. Ruli grabbed hold of Jula again, as if she might somehow save her. Her mood had oscillated between carefree and hysterical ever since leaving the convent that evening, as if the gravity of their situation kept returning, despite her best efforts to drive all thoughts of it away.
"We've done nothing."
Nona frowned, concentrating.
"At worst, we've been out after hours. If we get back up top unseen, we've just been out by the sinkhole, moonbathing."
"Until they find the abbess's seal on you," Jula said. "I can't believe that she hasn't missed it yet. Just wait until she has to confirm a new nun and finds it missing."
"Confirmations happen on high holy days. We've got weeks."
Nona managed a confidence she didn't feel. The opportunities to get close to Abbess Wheel were few and far between.
"Fine. Well, what about this?"
Jula waved Aquinas' Book of the Moon at her.
"One look at it and we're all done for."
"So we make sure they don't get a look. We hide it before we get back. Perhaps you can find what we need and memorize it."
"I liked the whole Agatha prophecy better when it was supposed to be a four-blood who saved us."
Jula frowned at the tome in her hand.
"Not four shiphearts, the Ark, and some poor idiot who has to memorize a whole damn book. Just one four-blood. Nice and simple."
"I miss Zol."
Ruli let go of Jula's habit and stared at the ground.
"Even if she wasn't the chosen one."
Nobody had anything to say to that, and for a moment only the wind spoke.
"I have to get back," Marcus said. "Lovely to meet you all, novices."
He brushed some of the mud from his robe.
"Brother Marcus?"
Ara inclined her head. Marcus bowed his head in return, then looked at Nona.
"I did you a great injustice at the academy. I hope that account is now settled."
"It is,"
Nona said.
"I'm not sure any of us will survive the next month."
Marcus raised a hand to forestall any patriotic objection, though none appeared to be forthcoming.
"But if we do survive, then whether it's under Durnish overlords, the Battle Queen's dominion, or our own glorious Emperor, long may he reign, I would like to meet you again, Nona Grey."
Nona felt the heat rise in her cheeks. Ruli and Jula stared from her to Marcus and back, open-mouthed. Nona opened her own, calling on the Ancestor, or the Hope, or any small god who might be listening to put some words there. Any words at all as long as they were cool, witty and sophisticated. A moment's silence stretched to the point at which any coherent sound would be acceptable, as long as it vaguely resembled a response.
"Ancestor's blessings, brother?" Ruli asked, probably for the 10th time. "Ancestor's blessings?"
11.
"It was all I could think to say."
Nona picked up the pace again. Verity's lights lay 3 miles behind them, the twinkling of the convent 2 miles ahead.
"But Ancestor's blessings,"
Jula panted.
"I was stressed, all right."
Nona saw Marcus's eyebrows go up again. She couldn't stop seeing it.
"Leave Nona alone."
Ara came up alongside her, running tirelessly.
"Brother Marcus is clearly a very holy man. It's only natural that Nona should want to share blessings with him. Rather than, respond to what he said."
Ruli and Jula snorted and fell back, gasping for breath. Nona ran on towards the Rock of Faith. A kind of hysteria had infected her friends, the type that demanded you cry or you laugh. In the east, distant fires peppered the countryside, too many and too bright. And on the road, despite the hour, they had already passed a dozen ragged bands limping towards the city, many with everything they owned heaped upon handcarts. The fears that surrounded the novices were the kind that were too big to hold inside all the time. War in the east, war in the west, both converging on the capital with horrifying speed. And now the distinct possibility that the full authority of the church itself would be turned upon them. The novices branded as thieves of a forbidden book, a crime for which Nona had no doubt that some antique law would demand a gruesome and almost certainly fatal punishment. She vowed it wouldn't come to that, but even if the others agreed to fight their way free, any future that awaited them looked very bleak. Close to the plateau's base, Nona called a halt. She and Ara waited while Ruli and Jula caught them up. Ara patrolled the area, her shadow work unravelling the night for inspection, while Jula got her breath back. "I'll go up first," Nona said. "Ara will check the Serenway, shadow-wrapped, and get you two into the undercaves." The cave entrance lay close to the start of the track. "Ruli will lead Jula through to the novice cloisters, and somewhere on the way you can find a place to hide the book. Somewhere Jula will be able to visit alone when she needs to study it." "What are they guarding the track?" Jula asked. "We could all go round to the Styx Valley and come up from the west." "Too far." Nona shook her head. Gaining the plateau from the west was easy, and the Styx Valley was generally unwatched, but it would take a detour of several miles. "Ara will have to make a distraction so you can get into the caves. Then find her own way up so she can scout the cloister exit for you." Nona stared up at the cliffs. Here and there the moonlight caught a hint of the Seren Way, zigzagging its path towards the heights. "Ara can take the vinery stair. I'll climb." "By myself?" Ara threw up her hands in mock horror. "We all know the story if we're caught. I'll reach the convent first and check that nobody is waiting for the rest of you at the dorms." "You'll check the coast is clear using your legendary shadow-weaving skill?" Ruli said. "Ara should be the first in." "Ara will wait for you at the laundry well." Nona didn't care that Ruli had a point. If anyone was waiting for their return, it would be Nona that they caught. Not Ara, not Ruli, or Jula.
"I have to go through the caves blind?" Jula asked. "And rely on Ruli to find the way?"
"Yes, and don't drop the book," Nona said.
"I said we should have bought a lantern," Jula pouted.
"You did not."
"Well, I thought it."
Ruli rolled her eyes and set off towards the base of the cliffs. "See you in the dormitory, Nona. Or trying to swim in the glass water with iron yolks on. One or the other." Nona had no answer to that. It was an end she had come perilously close to before, and with Wheel now in charge, it seemed that the oldest and cruelest of the church's punishments were more likely to be applied than they had been for many years. "Get Jula back safe. Don't tell anyone where you put the book. Not even me or Ara," Nona called after her. She turned to Ara. "Make sure you get them in safe, and watch out for Jolie." Ara gave a curt nod and set off after Ruli, pulling Jula with her, all of them grave-faced. The good humour that had sustained them after Nona's parting words to Marcus had died somewhere along the road home. Perhaps as they passed the first of the refugees, or when they first caught the smell of smoke on the wind, or maybe at the point when they saw the convent lights blazing, every window in the abbess's house aglow, the comfort of routine cast aside on a night where sleep would be a stranger. Nona scaled the cliffs, choosing a spot that steered well clear of the windows to the shade classroom. She came up behind the convent where the peninsula narrowed, and hung with just her head above the edge, waiting for the moon's focus to blind any watchers. The moonlight had been building as Nona climbed, the warmth rising with her. The convent buildings began to shine, crimson in the focused light of the dying sun. And Nona marvelled, as she had so many times before, that the moon reflecting that light had been put there by men and women like her, people who now stood within the Ancestor and whose blood ran in her veins. Nona hauled herself over the cliff top with sufficient strength to land on her feet. Keeping low amid the fierce dazzle of the focus, she ran towards the convent, hiding in the mists vomiting from the glass-water sinkhole. Like the mist, she allowed herself to be drawn away on the uncertain wind, angling towards her target. Nona made a quick circuit of the convent, watching for any sign of trouble that might be waiting for the others. Although too many lights burned in the windows, the spaces between the buildings seemed quiet. Unusually so. She spotted Sister Rock on patrol, and a subtle bump on the conical roof of the rookery tower that was likely one of the Grey sisters keeping watch for troubles of a different order than errant novices. Nona watched until Ara came slinking in from the vinery stair, betrayed only by the shadow trailing thickly in her wake. They watched together from the cloister roof, wrapped in those same shadows, as Jula and Ruli emerged hesitantly from the laundry wing and hurried to the dormitories. Before the girls made it to the door, a band of mounted soldiers clattered in among the convent buildings, their lanterns held high as if seeking something.
"Hells! They'll be spotted!"
Ara hissed. Already Sister Rock was hurrying towards the sound of hooves, and the bump on the rookery roof had detached itself, now, no doubt, flowing invisibly to join the riders. If Jula and Ruli were hauled before the abbess's desk, their whole night's work could unravel. Wheel wasn't shy of using harsh methods to get to a truth that satisfied her, and if she had discovered the theft of her seal, there was no telling what anger might drive her to.
"Go after them. Get them inside,"
Nona hissed back. She grabbed a roof tile and with a crack of her arm sent it scything through the night, to explode against the side of the bathhouse. The detonation drew all eyes. Ara was already gone. Nona launched a second tile, this one aimed at the flagstones past the bathhouse, further from the soldiers. Before it hit, Nona had slithered on her belly and dropped from the roof. Kettle would be out there on the rooftops or prowling between the buildings. After the disaster in Sister Apple's stores, Nona was far from sure what sort of reception she would get from either of the nuns. She wasn't keen to find out. Nona had never been able to spot Sister Kettle. Her friend was one of the few who could put fear into her. There's nothing like running in the dark and knowing that you're exposed, vulnerable to attack from any angle. Nona relied on her foot speed. She ran towards the rear of the dormitories, the flesh of her back crawling with the knowledge that at any moment a venomed dart might come speeding from the shadows to bring her down. Nona reached the rear wall of the dormitories and released a sigh of relief. To avoid the activity towards the front of the building, along with any of Jolie's thread traps, she climbed the wall and slipped the shutter catch to Ara's study room, creeping from there to her bed. Part of her wanted to cross the room, haul Jolie from her bed and pin her to the wall, with floor blades if she put up a fight. The truth would come out swiftly enough. Nona bit back on her instincts and went to her bed instead. Ara already lay in the neighbouring bed, feigning sleep, and faintly illuminated by the hooded lantern on the wall. Nona slid beneath her covers, straining her ears for sounds of heavy feet on the staircase. Those soldiers had come for a reason. It couldn't be long before they brought the abbess to the dormitory door and began to ask questions about the theft from the high priest's vault. She lay staring at the dark with the need for violence twitching in her fingers, still wanting to haul Jolie from her bed before the soldiers arrived. Kettle had once advised that she count to 10 in such circumstances, or perhaps 1,000. Nona found that Abbess Glass was more of a help than counting. Not something the abbess had said, just how she had lived. The abbess had taken on more powerful enemies than Nona had, and bested them by playing the long game. A game her opponents had thought they were winning, right until the moment of their defeat. The abbess had never raised her hand in anger, but the blows she struck were more powerful than any taught by Sister Tallow. Nobody came. No tramp of boots on the dormitory stairs. Perhaps the soldiers had arrived on other business. As sleep took hold, Nona saw again the abbess lying pale on her deathbed, the flesh wasted from her, eyes fever-bright. On that last night, she had summoned Nona to her side and found the strength that often comes before that final goodbye. She had spoken to Nona, rediscovering the lucidity that had been a stranger to her for many days. "A million words won't push the ice back, not even the breadth of a finger. But one word will break a heart, 2 will mend it, and 3 will lay the highest low." Abbess Glass had spoken, and Nona had made promises. Promises to a friend. Promises she meant to keep. The bell that drew Nona from her dreams spoke with a steel tongue. Bittle! All around, her fellow novices were jumping from their beds, shedding nightgowns, grabbing habits, shouting questions. All except Jolie, who sat on her bed, fully dressed, her hair already brushed to its usual golden magnificence. She watched with a private smile as Nona struggled first into her smalls and skirts, and then the latest in a series of habits, this one already too short for her. "This is bad." Ara hopped across to Nona's bed, trying to get her foot into her shoe. "You should be ready to run," Nona said. Ara stood, frowning, her foot half in the shoe. "Where's Jula going to run to? My father lives in a castle. Jula's has rooms above an ink shop in Verity, and Ruli would have to cross 50 miles under Durnish occupation." Nona didn't have an answer. She could have pointed out that Ara would have to cross more than twice that distance under Scithrowl occupation to reach her father's holdings, and would likely find it smoking ruins, or home to one of Adoma's royal cousins. If Leno Tassis had spoken the truth, the main Jotsis stronghold had already fallen. Ruli joined Ara, white-faced at Nona's bedside, and all the while Jolie smiled. Nona laced her shoes, and wondered yet again if Jolie, with her key to Sister Apple's stores, could really have been poisoning the abbess's medicines. Or had Glass's death, like so many evils in the world, been a simple matter of blind chance? Certainly the abbess had thought so. "I'll meet my son again in the Ancestor. So don't cry, Nona Grey." She had taken Nona's hand in the withered claw of her own, still scarred by the flame of that candle long ago. "The fight matters, but in the end, it is never truly won or lost, and victory lies in discovering that we are bigger than it is." "Where's Jula?" Nona could see no sign of her, and her bed lay empty. "An hour after we got back last night, she took a lantern and went off to read that book." As Ara answered, Jula appeared at the doorway, dark circles around her eyes, hair in disarray, and a look of mild panic on her face. The opening of the door sparked a mass exodus, with the latter first out, pushing past a confused Jula. Within moments, Nona and the rest of them were hurrying down the stairs, joining the stream of younger novices and the crush at the main door, as everyone spilled out into the day. Bittle's harsh chimes ceased almost as soon as Nona left the dormitories. In the east, the sun still occupied the notch that the corridor put in the horizon, and every shadow pointed to the abbess's house. Nuns and novices had begun to line up, organised by class, as Nona arrived. Bittle had rung out only a handful of times in her decade at the convent, and on no occasion had the bell heralded anything good. Nona watched for church guards or the soldiers from last night. Finding none, She studied the disposition of the Red Sisters. If Abbess Wheel meant to detain them, then, given her low opinion of Nona's piety, she wouldn't expect mere obedience to hold her in place while the yokes were brought out. Her heart sank as she saw that the Red Sisters were arrayed around the novices in a loose circle. Sister Tallow stood close at hand.
"It looks like a trap," Ruli hissed.
"Ruli, the abbess doesn't need to trap us if she thinks we've done wrong."
Jula sounded bone-tired, as if she had been reading the whole night.
"Abbess Wheel speaks for the church, and we obey."
Nona understood then that breaking the rules once to get the book was as far down the road to damnation as Jula was prepared to go. If Abbess Wheel ordered her surrender, she would not be running. It spoke volumes that Jula had been prepared to come with her when she said she couldn't find the book alone. Of all of Nona's friends, perhaps Jula was the only one with true faith, not only in the Ancestor, but in the church as an institution, something she intended to devote her life to in the black habit of a holy sister.
"All the Reds are here, even the ones who should be on patrol."
Ara kept her voice low, shuffling into the line beside Nona.
"The Greys are positioned too, from what I can see."
She motioned upwards with her eyes towards the big house.
"Benter's on the roof."
"Sister Cauldron,"
Nona corrected.
"Don't underestimate her."
Abbess Wheel did not emerge until all the novices were gathered and in order. Sisters Superior Rose and Rule stood one step below the abbess's doorway, Sister Apple a step below them, and with her, Sister Iron. It hurt Nona to see the woman in Sister Tallow's place, and she looked again for the older woman in the crowd, finding her still close, beside Sister Rock. As Wheel's assistant, Sister Ice, opened the door, Sister Pan came up the steps to join Apple and Iron. She cast a grim eye over the assembled novices.
"Ancestor,"
Jula muttered a prayer.
"She doesn't look happy,"
Ruli hissed.
"Is she there to own up to the forbidden book?"
If she was, it would be the last nail in their coffin. Who else could have stolen Pan's book but Ara or Nona? And Sister Pan never joined the abbess on the steps, not even when it had been glass, someone she liked, rather than Wheel, someone she did not. Wheel emerged and scanned the crowd with her customary glower. Nona's fingers closed about the abbess's seal in the depths of her habit pocket. It was hard to tell from the old woman's face whether she had discovered it missing. She looked close to fury most of the time anyway. The abbess thumped her crozier for attention. It put Nona in mind of High Priest Jacob, stamping his staff at Abbess Glass's trial.
"Novice Nona, approach."
Wheel glared in her direction. Nona's heart sank. She didn't know if she would try to fight her way past nuns she had known for years, or surrender to injustice. She couldn't take her friends with her. Certainly Jula wouldn't come. The knowledge paralyzed her. Her cheeks prickled with shame or shock. Nona wasn't sure which. Half-dazed, she walked towards the abbess's steps. After Zol, the old woman had abandoned all talk of the Agartha prophecy. There had never been a moment following Nona's return when Wheel had indicated that she might be the chosen one. The abbess had shown no interest in the interpretation that said 4 shiphearts rather than 4 bloods were the key to the Ark. With Zol gone, the whole matter was over, as far as Sweet Mercy was concerned. Abbess Wheel scanned the assembly with a sour eye.
"These proceedings are highly irregular, but we live in pressing times, and haste is required."
She gestured imperiously with her crozier to a spot before the lowest step.
"Stand there."
Nona stood, summoned by the steel bell, the focus of the whole convent upon her, head bowed,
Well, Sister Pan? Wheel said. Get on with it.
Pan frowned and hunched her shoulders. She raised her voice. Novice Nona has entered the 3rd room of Path Tower. She is charged. Nona readied herself to run. To have passed the path test. And I offer her the blue of a mystic sister. Sister Iron coughed.
The novice has passed the blade test and is acceptable to wear the red. I offer her a place as a martial sister.
Nona looked up, bewildered. Sister Apple fixed her with a narrow stare. Novice Nona has passed the wire test, and I can find no legitimate reason for her not to be offered the grey of a sister of discretion.
There you have it.
Abbess Wheel snapped.
Choose. And hurry up. You're not the last to take our orders today. There's war on our doorstep.
Nona glanced past Wheel, past the roof of the abbess's house. Smoke streaked the sky as if Verity's chimneys had crept to the foot of the plateau overnight. She opened her mouth, then closed it. How close must Adoma's troops be now?
Well, girl.
Abbess Wheel stamped her crozier again.
You have what you wanted. Take it.
Nona returned her gaze to the steps, to Sister Pan, bowed beneath her years, dark eyes watching from a dark face, to Sister Iron's level stare, to Apple, pale in the morning light, her headdress as ever unequal to the task, a red coil escaping. Abbess Glass had said this day would come. She had said it on her deathbed, and Nona had nodded, and said that she believed it, and felt guilty because she did not. Nona looked from one sister to the next. Unexpectedly, she thought of Zol, the girl from the ice tribes with her quest to achieve perfection in this life, rather than in the embrace of the Ancestor in the time beyond.
Well?
A holy sister, Nona said. I want to be a holy sister. A burst of exclamation rose behind her, a swell of muttered questions, quickly silenced as the abbess came down from her steps, pushing past the sister superiors.
A holy sister? You wish to be a bride of the Ancestor?
The old woman raised her hand, and Nona resisted the urge to block the blow. I do, Abbess. Wheel clasped her bony fingers to Nona's cheek.
A holy sister.
She raised her voice.
A holy sister.
For faith is what is needed in the darkest hours.
Faith.
She stared past Nona at the ranks of novices behind, daring any to disagree. Her gaze returned to Nona. She drew back her hand.
Perhaps I was wrong about you.
A shake of her head.
Perhaps.
The old woman embraced her, as every abbess must embrace each soul called to the Ancestor's service. May I serve, Abbess? Nona went to her knees, as all novices do to receive their orders, rising again as nuns. Wheel stood above her. She patted the front of her habit, then frowned as if remembering some annoyance. Her fingers paused over a lump beneath the cloth. The frown deepened. She reached to her neck and drew from beneath her collar a necklace of prayer beads, the Ancestor's tree in gold on a silver chain, the keys to her front door, and, on a knotted leather thong, her seal of office. Nona had tied it around Wheel's neck during their embrace just a moment before. She hoped that she had hidden the act in the moment, as Mistress Shade had taught her. Times when all eyes are upon you are often those when such sleight of hand is most easily accomplished.
A day of miracles.
A rare smile twisted the abbess's lips. She took the seal and pressed it to Nona's lips.
Stand, Sister Cage. Stand.
And Nona stood. Sister Cage of Sweet Mercy Convent, bride of the Ancestor, holy sister.
Novice Arabella,
Abbess Wheel called.
approach the steps.
Chapter 16. 3 years earlier. The escape. Nona crouched in the margins of the shiphearts' glow and watched the devils slowly leach from Yisht's corpse into the ice, a sliding patchwork of grey moving across the woman's hands. Rats abandoning a ship that had sunk. One patch of colour lingered on the back of Yisht's hand, even as others flowed over, under, and around it. In the end it remained, sinking by fractions towards the 2 fingertips that touched the ice, and through which the rest had drained into the greater blackness. For a moment, the blasting of vents and the gurgling of meltwater in hidden channels fell almost silent.
Kiot?
A whisper. In this frozen place of horrors, so deeply buried, anything familiar could be counted a comfort. Even a devil carved from the mind of one of the missing eons ago.
Is that you?
Nona sensed no reply. Whatever fault line had let the devil into her when she killed Raymel Tassis no longer seemed wide enough to admit Kiot. Killing Yisht had been an empty thing. Even now, with the woman's torso cooling in front of her and her severed head lying somewhere in the dark, Nona felt no satisfaction in the deed, just the echoing loss of her friends. Nona watched while Kiot finally drained away, and she wondered whether it had been him who had made the knife slip from Yisht's fingers as she tried to block that final blow. Some things were beyond knowing. Nona left Yisht's body untouched. The woman might be carrying things of use, but the Noir Gwyn often set traps in unused pockets, with venomed needles for the unwary, and Nona had no wish to find out if it was a habit Yisht had acquired too. She stood and waited, timing the blasts from the vents, and crossed to the shipheart. Even moving the shipheart awkwardly before her with the tip of her sword brought Nona far deeper into the thing's radiance than she felt she could endure for long. The light dazzled rather than illuminated, seeming unaffected by niceties such as whether her eyes were open or closed. The shipheart drove from her mind the insidious whispers haunting the dark all around her, but replaced them with a louder muttering that bubbled many-voiced from her own interior darkness.
I don't know where I'm going. I've forgotten why I'm going there.
Nona spoke so that her own voice would sound louder than any of the competition. She nudged the shipheart ahead. It rolled a few feet and stopped. On the blade of her sword, Yisht's blood looked black in the strange light. As she approached the bubble-shaped chamber where they had first encountered Yisht, Nona took care that the shipheart not run away from her. If it went over the lip where the tunnel met the chamber, it would roll down to the bottom and vanish down the throat that had claimed Zol. Nona sheathed her sword and took a knife in her left hand.
I have to do this.
She gathered around her all that could be found of her serenity and bent to pick up the ball of light. It seemed to weigh nothing and to burn her bones. With a snarl, she stepped over the edge into the void beyond. She slid nearly to the moor at the chamber's base before her knife found sufficient purchase to bring her to a halt. All around her, narrow streams of meltwater divided the ice, cutting deeply into it before spraying out into the shaft. A dozen voices filled Nona's head, and she could hardly tell which of them, if any, was hers.
Una.
What? Nona tried to concentrate. She needed to edge around the hole and somehow climb the far side of the chamber one-handed in search of another exit. She wondered if her father's explorations had ever left him this terrified, this lost.
No.
A distant echoing cry amid the cacophony inside her skull.
Nah.
What? Nona lifted the shipheart for greater illumination, but the shaft, dropping away just beyond her heels, devoured its light and gave nothing in return.
Who's there?
She bit down on further questions. Even she knew better than to talk to the voices. It made them real, helped them break free.
Oh.
I know you're a hole. Nona lay cold against the wet ice, anchored by the point of her knife, the shipheart burning in her hand and in her mind. I'm talking to the hole.
Zol.
Zol? Nona sat up.
Hard.
What? She shouted.
Nida.
Nona felt suddenly terrified.
You're in my head, aren't you? One of my devils.
Eid. Nona stared into the inky nothing before her.
You want me to drop the shipheart into that hole? After all I've been through to keep it?
A laugh spluttered past teeth, beginning to chatter with the cold once more. All around her, the ice had paled to a translucent grey. Of course the devils wanted her to throw the shipheart away. It was all that was keeping them from sliding beneath her skin and turning her into something worse than Yisht.
Nona.
The voice seemed to echo up from the depths where Zol had fallen. But so many other voices clamoured for attention. How could she accept any of them as real?
Soul.
She leaned forward, yelling into the hole.
Oh, to me.
Throw it to you. Nona's laugh came edged with hysteria.
You're dead.
The shipheart burned her and splintered her thoughts, but it was also precious beyond measure, and the only source of light in this place of endless darkness. The voice in the hole fell silent, while those in Nona's skull grew louder.
Zol?
Nothing.
Zol.
Only the clamour behind her forehead as her mind began to break into the fragments that would drive her mad. It was the silence that convinced her. Zol would never plead. The ice triber had said her piece, and there was nothing more to say. Nona looked into the glare. Zol had called it an old stone. No part of Nona wanted to let it go, even as it hurt her. She tilted her palm and felt the voices falter. The greatest treasure she had ever held rolled across her fingers. The shipheart fell from her hand, rolled to the edge, and dropped suddenly from view. A rapidly descending band of violet light lit the black gullet, finding the occasional gleam from faults and fractures. A moment later, it was gone, and Nona sat alone, blind in the dark. Time needs something to be counted against. Nona had nothing except for the slowly building pressure as the devils made their return to the ice beneath her. The shipheart's presence had driven them from it, and now they reclaimed what was theirs. She felt their malice like tiny claws, trying to slice away under her skin.
I won't die here.
Numb fingers fumbled a second dagger from her belt, and she turned to begin the climb back to the tunnel. She would rather stagger back into the corridor, half dead, and fight the Noir Gwyn than face insanity alone in the freezing dark. She reached, stabbed, and hauled herself up. With no light, she might miss the entrance entirely, but trying would at least warm her a little. What followed was a long, blind nightmare of stabbing, straining, and slipping. Nona had no idea how many minutes or hours she laboured at it, how many times she slid back, how many times she cursed the Ancestor. She even called upon her father's ghost for help. "I can't." She hung on the ice wall, so steep it was near vertical. The strength had left her arms, and although she could no longer feel her grip on either knife, she knew that it was weakening. Her hands looked shockingly pale. "I can't." No hope remained to her. Not even the hope of an easy death. She looked again at her hands, hardly feeling she still owned them. Both were tinged with violet. How? How could she see them? Nona turned her head, and there, far below her, Xol stood at the edge of the shaft into which she had fallen, the shipheart in her hands. At the sight of Xol, Nona lost her grip on first one knife, then the other, and plummeted down the side of the chamber. Somehow, Xol managed to intercept her and arrest her considerable momentum with just one hand, while keeping both her balance and her grip on the shipheart. The ice triber seemed unhurt, untroubled by the cold. Nona wondered if she were a ghost, the product of her own fractured mind. But the grip on her wrist was warm and real. How are you here?" Nona gasped. "You threw me the old stone," Xol said. "It gave me the control over the ice that I needed in order to climb out." She managed the smallest smile. "Thank you." "It was nothing." Nona coughed an amazed laugh over chattering teeth. "Damn thing was killing me anyway." Xol lifted her gaze and scanned the darkness, as if considering her options. "You'll have to leave me here," Nona said. "I can't go any further." Xol didn't appear to have heard. She was staring at a particular spot, high up. "Come." "I said I can't." "You can." Nona tried to stand, but her legs went out from under her, and she fell. Xol caught her wrist again, her grip iron. Without further words, she hauled Nona back to her feet, bent, and took her over one wet shoulder as she collapsed. "Don't be silly. You can't carry me out." "Can." Xol straightened with a grunt. "And will." Xol began to walk towards her goal. With each step, the ice splintered beneath her feet, reshaping itself to form footholds. Nona fell into her own darkness and missed most of their escape from the bubble chamber. She had glimpses of the steep ascent, Xol hugging the wall, sinking the shipheart into the ice, and somehow using it to steady herself as she moved from one ledge and created the next. Nona missed much of what followed, too, and while conscious, put most of her effort into fighting the shipheart's effort to break her apart. But slowly, the warmth of Xol's body began to penetrate her own chilled flesh. "I can walk." The weakness in Nona's voice made her doubt her own claim, but Xol set her down without debate. The ice around them had shaded from black to a dark grey. And not just where they stood, but ahead and behind. "We are getting closer to the surface." Xol sounded weary. "If your clothes are wet, when we come up into the wind, you will not survive." Nona coughed. "How do you propose I dry them?" "Body heat," Xol said. "We run now." And she began to jog ahead. Nona groaned, and staggered in pursuit. They noticed the sound first, the distant howl of the wind, blowing across the mouth of the tunnel an unknown distance ahead of them, and reverberating with a low tone. Next, they noticed the light. Just a whisper at first, a hint reaching down through the ice, a suggestion that even this long night would come to an end. Zol called a halt.
"Take off your coat."
"Really? Because I'm cold enough with it on." Nona shed Kettle's rangecoat despite her protest. Meltwater had gone right through it and had frozen on the outside, leaving the garment too stiff to fold.
"And the shirts."
"No!" Nona folded her arms across her chest. Both layers were warmer following their run, but still damp. Sister Tallow had told them many times before their ice trek that something as simple as working up a sweat could get you killed on the ice once you cooled down and the wind got to work. Zol shrugged her backpack off and set the shipheart down. The contents of her pack were wrapped tightly within a sealskin. The knots put up considerable resistance and finally had to be cut. At last, Zol pulled out a thick woolen vest and unrolled what seemed to be leather leggings.
"Dry."
She started to draw out strips of velvet that looked to have been cut from a lord's cloak.
"To wrap around your hands. Fur would be better, but they should make sure you keep your fingers."
"You could have told me earlier." Nona took the vest and began to strip off her layers.
"And if you had got wet again, your death would have been assured."
"Fair point." Nona struggled into the dry clothes and hugged herself. She felt warmer already, though a vest and leggings would be scant protection out in the open. She cast a suspicious glance at Zol, who had stooped to pick up the discarded garments. "Why aren't you wet? You climbed up through half a dozen waterfalls." Zol stood, holding one of Nona's shirts, frowning. A stream of grey water started to run from the lowest points of the dangling sleeves.
"I find ice harder to work than stone, and water more difficult than ice. But I can do it."
The stream became a dripping. Then the dripping stopped. She handed the dry shirt back to Nona. Nona put on each item as Zol dried it. The rangecoat came last, ice flaking away from the outer surface as Nona slung it around her shoulders. Being dry after so long made her feel human again. The tainted water gone from her skin. With daylight in the distance, she felt almost good.
"Let's go."
A few hundred yards on, and the end of the tunnel blazed ahead of them, a circle of hope.
"Follow me."
Zol raised her voice above the wind's howl.
"Step where I step. It is dangerous on the ice."
"It's dangerous under the ice." Nona hurried towards the light. Zol put an arm out to stop her.
"More of those who leave the corridor die on the ice than below it. Walk with respect here, Nona Grey. The White Death waits."
Chapter 17. Holy Class. "How could you not tell me you'd taken the blade test?" Nona asked. Ara held up her hands. "To begin with, I didn't want to put pressure on myself. If I failed, I wanted to tell people in my own time, not have them lined up to ask me. And then afterwards, I didn't want to put pressure on you. Tallow said you'd be called up next." Nona shook her head.
"I can't believe you beat me to it."
"I'm almost 2 years older than you."
"You know what I mean. We joined the same day."
Nona looked up at Path Tower. They had gone with the rest of the class to the lesson, only to have Sister Pan gently point out that neither of them were in Holy Class anymore, and as such had no business in her classroom.
Explain it again, Ara said. Nona Grey, a holy sister.
I told you.
You did, but I'm hoping it will make sense second time around.
What's wrong with being a holy sister? Nona asked. It's good enough for Jula, but not for me. Don't you love the Ancestor, Sister Thorn?
I love the Ancestor fine, Sister Cage, but I know you love this.
Ara patted the sword at her hip.
How are you going to live without all of that?
Abbess Glass didn't need all of that, and she made a difference. She was more dangerous than a dozen Red Sisters or Grey. More deadly even than holy witches.
But to never swing a sword again. And you're so good at it. Isn't it a sin not to use a gift the Ancestor gave to you?
Nona said nothing for a long moment, her eyes on Ara's sword. Any sister can be drafted into the Red during an emergency. Jula says that the convents east of the Grand Panes armed even the youngest novices when the enemy came for them. Nona quoted, "Every child of the Ancestor wore red on that day when the Scithrowl arrayed their number before the convent of wise contemplation. They ran short of habits for Red Sisters, and instead painted the newest novices with the blood of captured heretics." Ara opened her mouth, then closed it. Nona looked up at the smoke-stained sky and shook her head. "I don't think many days will pass before I'm handed a sword again, Sister Thorn."
I should go and report to Sister Sister Iron, Ara said. I take instruction from her now, and she from the Abbess.
And the Abbess from the Emperor. Nona frowned. You don't think the Emperor actually talks to Wheel, do you? Ara shook her head.
Father told me that the new Lord Glossus is the Emperor's military advisor. Glossus instructs the generals, and General Wences oversees the deployment of martial brothers and sisters in times of crisis.
She glanced across to Blade Hall.
I'd better go. I guess I'll see you tonight at the dormitory.
We'll be given cells. We're big girls now.
Oh, yes. Well, at least we won't have to see Jolie every morning.
Ara frowned.
Why do you think she didn't report us? I was sure the Abbess had us wrung out of bed to face charges.
I guess whoever she tells her tales to wants what we were after. Once we escaped, they couldn't be sure to recover it. If it were just up to Jolie, she would have seen us humiliated and punished.
Who does she pass her stories to?
Lord Namsis pulled a lot of golden strings to get her back here, didn't he? Nona asked. Do you think he's really that keen for his oldest daughter to be a nun? My guess is that the tales Jolie tells reach Scherzel in at most 3 steps. You can't think that the Emperor's sister has forgiven any of us. We ruined her alliance with Adoma. For Ancestor's sake, we set her palace on fire. Ara made the sign of the tree over her heart.
I've been telling you what she's like for years. I wanted us to be a lot more careful over this book business, more secret. But you wouldn't listen. Getting that monk involved was madness. You hardly know him.
She held up her hand to stop Nona's reply.
I have to run. I don't think Sister Iron is any more easygoing than Tallow. You'd better hurry too. I'm sure there's some important praying that needs doing.
With a shake of her head, Ara sped off, sword bouncing against her leg. Nona watched with a certain degree of envy as her friend crossed the square. Ara's pity had been poorly hidden, and it stung, though Nona understood it. She had turned her back on the sword, on the shadow arts, and on the mysteries of the path. it would take time for her friends to understand the choice. With a sigh, Nona looked towards the dome of the Ancestor. She could smell the char on the wind now. If ever there were a time for praying, this was it. Kettle intercepted Nona outside the doors to the dome. "You made a hell of a mess in Apple's storeroom. What an Abeth was that about?" The lie starting to form on Nona's lips evaporated under the intensity of Kettle's scrutiny. "It was a stupid mistake, I'm sorry." "Well, you should be." Kettle shoved Nona's shoulder, still angry. "Abby's furious." "So why did she offer me the grey?" "The real question is, why didn't you take it?" Kettle shook her head, as if trying to shake off the foolishness of Nona's decision. "I asked first, sister." She would have offered you the grey anyway. At least, she would have if there had been time to calm down. But... Kettle paused, and her eyes grew bright with tears. "But what?" The backs of Nona's arms prickled. She knew what Kettle was going to say. But she promised Abbess Glass that she would offer you the grey, come what may." Nona's eyes misted, her mouth too dry to speak. Come what may. "Why didn't you take it?" Kettle asked. Apple thought nobody could be a sister of discretion without being able to work shadow. She was always going to offer you the grey because of the promise, but she didn't actually want you to take it until the day you passed the wire test. Then she did. You were born to this, Nona. I didn't take it because I made a promise of my own. On her deathbed, Abbess Glass asked me to become a holy sister, and I swore that I would. They stared at each other for a moment. "She's still doing it, isn't she, sister?" Kettle said. "Even dead, she's still playing a long game that none of us understand." She stepped in, gave Nona a fierce hug, and left at a run. Nona went into the dome of the Ancestor, deep in her thoughts. She hadn't known of the promise Abbess Glass had asked of Sister Apple, but she knew, or thought she knew, the game that was being played, and she would play it to the end. In the vastness of the Ancestor's dome, kneeling before the statue of the Ancestor and deep in her serenity, Nona hardly noticed the other holy sisters come and go. Hours slipped by, and the bells spoke them, Bray and Farah competing for her attention, though now the iron voice of Farah spelled out the day for her, as it did for all the nuns. On her first night as a holy sister, Nona had slept in her nun's cell, by chance the same one that she had slept in nearly a decade earlier on the night she arrived at the convent. Lying wakeful in her narrow bed, she thought of Ara in her own narrow bed, 3 cells down. Ara who had taken the red. Ara who she could not allow to come to harm. Not because of some cryptic request from Abbess Glass, but by order of her own heart. And when at last her dreams had come, they had been troubled ones. Her dreams had been troubled ones, filled with screaming, blood, and the light of shiphearts. With her fast broken, Nona had been following Farah's call to the dome for second prayers when she noticed novices streaming from their cloister towards Blade Hall. Not just one class, but all of them mixed together. Holy class novices with red class girls half their height running between them. Nona allowed herself to be drawn along with the flow. Blade Hall was not the destination. Instead, the novices, and 6 nuns, joined others at the edge of the rock. Nona's height allowed her a clear view. "Ancestor, watch over them." At Nona's elbow, Sister Rose wrung her hands, staring out at the smoke-dark sky. The fires in the east had advanced overnight and seemed to burn against the very walls of the capital itself. Even from Sweet Mercy, Nona could see that the road stretching the 5 miles to Verity lay choked with traffic, all headed one way, to the sanctuary of the Emperor's walls. The sharp tolling of Bittle brought the convent to the abbess's steps. The gathered nuns and novices learned that the enemy were indeed within 10 miles of Verity, their skirmishes moving through the surrounding countryside in bands of 10s and 100s.
"None of you are to leave the convent, except by my authorization," Wheel declared from the doorway of the big house. "We will await orders from the church. Sisters Iron and Apple will organise our perimeter."
Unexpectedly, the abbess descended the stone steps in front of her house and came to stand among the novices of Red Class. She ran her bony fingers through the blonde curls of the smallest girl.
"If the heretic comes to our door, we will fight them. Fight them to the very last drop of our blood."
The fierceness left her voice.
"Until then, pray, sisters. Pray."
Nona returned to the dome of the Ancestor and followed orders. While Ara joined the patrols of red and grey sisters defending the convent, Nona bent her knees before the Ancestor's golden statue, one figure among many, offering their devotions. Abbess Wheel joined them for a while to read aloud from the Book of the Ancestor. She read that they were blessed, that eternity awaited them in the glory and goodness of the tree to which all born of a woman are connected, and in which all are joined. Later, she took to her knees beside Nona and prayed in silence. When she left, the old woman set a hand to Nona's shoulder to help her rise.
"Pray, child."
She stood and looked across the rows of bowed heads.
"Your faith is a gift that keeps him strong."
Nona remained on her knees, and though many thoughts battled for her attention, she ran through her head the litany of St. Aphid, whose day it was. Nuns in black prayed to either side of her, each with an incense stick smouldering before them. And towering over their heads, the Ancestor stood, silent as ever, promising nothing but to watch their lives and wait for their arrival. Though none of them had talked about it, it seemed that they might all be called to the Ancestor over the course of the next few days or weeks. The Scithrowl were no more merciful to the perceived heresies of the Church than the Inquisition was to theirs. They might let the dome of the Ancestor remain standing, but none of the sisters who tended it would outlive the fall of Verity.
"A penny for your thoughts, Sister Cage."
Sister Rose got to her knees beside Nona with some difficulty.
"I was praying."
Nona looked across at the shorter woman. It was odd to see Rosie out of the sanatorium.
"We all say that."
Sister Rose made the sign of the tree, a single finger tracing up from the taproot, all of them spreading for the branches.
"But we're always thinking of something."
Nona sighed and nodded. I was thinking of Zol. She had been thinking of what it would be like to be one with the Ancestor. The perfection that Zol and the Ice Tribe sought in life both fascinated and repulsed her. It seemed like a kind of death, and life was for living. But the faults she clung to brought her pain as often as pleasure. She had been thinking of Rhaegal too, forbidden by her own oath now that she was a sister, a bride to the Ancestor. Rhaegal, Marcus, all men were her brothers now. Had Zol cut that particular weakness out of herself first? She wondered. Bittle's harsh chiming cut through Nona's thoughts.
"Twice in one day." "I've been at this convent 30 years, Sister Rose said. "I've never heard that bell sounded twice in a day."
Nona helped the nun to her feet, then took off running for the abbess's steps. A dozen church guards and a tall man in armour waited in front of the big house, the armoured man still mounted, his cloak of gold and green streaming in the wind.
"The Emperor's colours."
Ruli came up beside Nona. Nobody was trying to group novices into their classes. The chaos felt more unsettling even than the sight of church guards and the Emperor's man. The convent had always been a place of order. Abbess Wheel came from the direction of Blade Hall, flanked by all the Red Sisters still residing at the convent. She climbed a few steps to get the elevation needed to see over her gathering flock.
"We're for it this time."
Jula came up, panting.
"Jolie must have told."
Ara joined them.
"I think there are bigger fish than us to fry today."
Abbess Wheel stamped her crozier for attention, unnecessarily since every eye was turned her way.
"Today is a glorious day,"
Wheel shouted above the freshening wind, her voice thick with the passion she usually reserved for reading the most dramatic passages of the Book of the Ancestor.
"Today, sisters and novices, we get to stand before the Ark and defend our faith with blood and bone."
"Oh, hells," Jula said weakly.
"All senior novices and all nuns of a fighting age will accompany me to the Ark, where we will join with our sisters in the Red under the direction of General Wences."
Wheel's eyes gleamed, and she gripped her crozier like a weapon, as if all her long years had been leading up to this moment, and her life's ambition had been to march her fellow nuns and the children in their care onto the battlefield.
"Sister Iron will oversee the immediate equipping of our force from the convent stores."
The old woman raised her arm.
"Follow me,"
and she stalked off towards Blade Hall, followed by Sister Iron. She, at least, had the decency to look worried.
"Oh, joy,"
Sister Apple, somewhere behind Nona, in a dry tone.
"A lifetime dedicated to the arts of discretion, and now I get to stand up in broad daylight and stop arrows for the Emperor."
"I won't let any arrow near you." Kettle, fierce and upset. Any more of their conversation was lost beneath the general outbreak of worry and complaint, as 3/4 of the nuns and half the novices surged after their abbess. Nona emerged from Blade Hall wearing the oldest Red Sister habit she had ever seen. It must have been defying moths at the back of the storeroom for decades. Tatters trailed both sleeves, perhaps sliced free by the blows that cut the last occupant from their mortal remains and sent her to join the glory of the Ancestor. At her hip hung Sister Tallow's sword. The nun had pressed it on her, ignoring all protest.
"The best artist needs the best brush."
Sister Pale took Nona's arm as she stepped through the crowd of novices, comparing weapons outside the doors.
"The abbess wants to see you."
She gave a tug, then started to jog away.
"Hurry."
Nona glanced back to see Ruli emerging, a barren steel sword in her hand. Jula had a group of mystic-class novices around her, admiring the long-hafted battle-axe with which she'd been issued. Ara had yet to come out.
"Come on!"
A distant shout. Nona set hand to hilt and ran. It had been a long time since she had worn a sword outside Blade Hall. The corridors of the abbess's house were crowded with nuns and church guards. Abbess Wheel was waiting for Nona in her office, under the painted gaze of a score of previous occupants. Abbess Glass's portrait hung over the door where Wheel's gaze would rest each time she looked up from her papers. Nona looked up at it as she came through, a good likeness that removed a decade or more, but caught with perfection the stare that seemed to be fixed on something distant only she could ever see.
"I've been told to leave you behind,"
Wheel said, without preamble. She held up a roll of parchment. In the event that the sisterhood is called to the Emperor's aid, it is fitting that the shield be left to guard the younger novices. One bony finger moved to indicate the High Priest's seal. He means to guard the shipheart, of course. Nona felt as if she'd been punched in the stomach. No, Abbess, I can't stay here while all my sisters are facing the enemy on the battlefield. I won't. Wheel raised her hand. I must admit it seemed a strange instruction. To single out a particular novice, and even if High Priest Nevis had somehow anticipated your elevation to the sisterhood, to give such a significant duty to such a young nun. She rested her gaze on Nona. I haven't held a high opinion of you, Sister Cage, but you showed a wisdom beyond your years when you chose the black. Truly, faith may reside in the most unlikely of receptacles. She looked at the parchment in her hand. I sense politics at play here. Favours, bought and sold. And if there's one thing I despise almost as much as heresy, it's politics. Unfortunately, there seems to be no choice but to obey. Nona's mind raced. To be left on the Rock of Faith, watching over children while her friends fought and died together before the Emperor's walls, was not an option. It's the shipheart the High Priest once guarded. And it's the shipheart that puts the novices most at risk. Nona glanced at the window and the dome of the Ancestor beyond. We should take it with us. What? Take it with us. The shipheart. You know, I can bring it up from the vault and put it somewhere safe at the palace. We need it on the front line. All the Quantals will fight more effectively, and if we lose there, the enemy will get the shipheart, whether it's with us or hidden here. Abbess Wheel tilted her head, considering. Do it. Nona stood in shock for a moment. Wheel had actually agreed with her. For once, she had done what Nona needed her to do. It struck her then that this was at least part of what Abbess Glass had wanted, what she had purchased with the promises she had extracted. How else could Nona Grey have obtained the goodwill and cooperation of Abbess Wheel? The Abbess frowned and tapped a finger to a ledger on the desk before her, the record of novices. The young ones will still need guarding, though. Someone capable. Maybe. Ara could do it. Sister Thorn, I mean. The idea struck Nona from nowhere. They didn't all have to face the Scithrowl. She could save Ara. If the Ark fell, Ara would lead the novices away to the west. Even the Durns would be better than the Scithrowl. They had their own gods and weren't given to burning people over the finer points of ancestral doctrine. Ara could do it. A weight lifted from Nona's heart. Again the Abbess tilted her head. She should have followed your example when called to her name, sister. Today of all days, it's faith that's needed. More tapping of a finger on the ledger. I suppose you're right. Once upon a time, I thought she was the chosen one, come to save us all. Let her save the children, at least. Thank you, Abbess. Nona could have wept. She made for the door as Wheel waved her dismissal. Nona ran down the steps, weaving past startled sisters. She felt ready to endure the shipheart's awful power, ready to stand with her sisters against the Scithrowl shock troops, ready for anything. All that scared her now, the only thing she felt unready for, was telling Ara that she had saved her. Chapter 18. 3 years earlier. The escape. The great white sheet, in which every part of Abeth save the green thread of the corridor was wrapped, seemed to Nona as terrible a place in its own way as had the chambers and tunnels within the black ice. The very personal malice of the multitude of devils was replaced by the impersonal malice of an endless, freezing wind beneath a bone-pale sky that stretched to forever in all directions. The openness of it staggered her, even though she had stood in places within the corridor where the walls could not be seen. This was something different, a relentless exposure that made her feel like a single tiny dot of ink upon a vast, unwritten page. "We're going the wrong way." Nona spoke through the cloth that Zol had given her to bind around her face. "We are going the right way." "We're heading away from the corridor," Nona said. "We need to make a fire," Zol said. "How in the name of Ancestor will we do that? I mean, it would be nice." Just the thought of it made Nona pause to visualize crackling flames. "Should we find 2 icicles and rub them together?" "This close to the corridor, the tribes cache timber and coal. Out on the far ice, there are far fewer caches, and they will hold whale oil and dried blubber." "And how are we going to find one of these caches?" The idea seemed ridiculous. With the exception of the Grampanes thrusting through the ice some miles to the west, the sheet seemed entirely featureless. "They often lie along pressure ridges." "But we're not following a pressure ridge. I can't even see any." Zol said nothing, just carried on tramping across the snow. Nona, lacking any alternative, bowed her head against the wind and followed. A mile further on, Zol halted. "Look." Ahead of them, the wind had eroded the snow across several acres, exposing the ice beneath. White striations lay in parallel lines, running through the translucence all around them. "Pressure lines. The thickest of them often turn into pressure ridges." They carried on. The wind was beginning to get the cold into Nona's bones in a way that even the freezing wetness of the tunnels had not. Her fingers became strangers to her again. She knew from Sister Tallo's lectures that frostbite could set in less than an hour. First, the flesh turned a dead white, later black, and finally it would rot, poisoning your blood if the affected area were not amputated or cut away. "You were right." A pressure ridge had begun to make itself known. Ahead of them, great plates of ice lifted like broken teeth, a fractured line following a roughly straight path off into the distance. Zol walked as close to the ridge as the surface allowed, affording them a degree of relief from the wind. They walked another mile, then another. Nona glanced left, then right, across the endless white relief. Here and there, the wind tore plumes of snow crystals from low drifts and set them racing across the ice in rivulets. "You really lived here? Whole tribes live here?" Just crossing an expanse of the sheet felt like a foolish gamble. To spend a whole life in the vast, unchanging whiteness, always freezing, always torn by the wind, didn't seem remotely possible. They followed the ridge for another mile. The sun grew low in the west, skimming the ridge's shadow across the ice for dozens of yards. Soon it would throw the shadow of the Grampanes across them, and night would descend. At a point no different to any other, Zol stopped. She stalked around, head down, kicking snow aside here and there. "You should dig in this place." Zol stamped. "Me?" "We do not have the correct tools. It would be foolish to risk our swords,
when you have blades that are sharper and more durable.
Nona sighed and knelt at the spot. She extended her floor blades and began to cut the ice. Zol used her knife to prise free the blocks that Nona incised. Within a few minutes, they could see a dark mass below them. It turned out to be a sack of charcoal, packed with a small amount of kindling. Now a shelter. Zol employed Nona and her blades to cut slabs of ice from the ridge where the untold pressures beneath had broken them clear of the sheet. By the time it grew dark, they had, through Nona's labour and Zol's expertise, constructed a small shelter with 3 walls and a half roof. Zol produced an iron fireball with 3 legs and made a tiny charcoal fire. They placed it in the middle of the shelter and squeezed in to either side of it. The change was marvellous. Nona felt as if she might almost survive the night.
"Wake up."
Nona groaned. All of her hurt. Even groaning hurt. Even in the turmoil of her nightmares, waking up was not something she wanted to do.
"Wake up."
"No." Nona found herself being dragged from the cold to somewhere much colder. She opened her eyes, trying to remember where she was.
"The focus is coming."
Zol pulled her to her feet. The moon, already bright, was growing brighter by the moment.
"I was sleeping,"
Nona complained, her voice weak and wavering.
"We need the warmth,"
Zol said,
"and to keep dry."
She tugged Nona higher up the slope, formed by the pressure ridge. The ice splintered around them as Zol used her waterwork to make a flat platform.
"Do not fall."
The moon's heat built around them. Nona sighed with pleasure, spreading her arms. Zol hung a damp shawl over each of the outstretched limbs, clothing she had not taxed herself to dry earlier.
"Let them dry, but put them under your coat when the mist rises."
The heat built from a luxurious warmth towards something fierce. All around them, the sound of dripping water started up. The ice began to melt beneath their feet, meltwater sheeting down the slope. A short while later, the water stood an inch deep in places and started to steam.
"Ancestor, I thought I'd never feel warm again."
Nona screwed her eyes shut and opened her coat. The simple pleasure of not being cold made her want to cry. She gave silent thanks to whichever of her long-distant forebears had set their moon in her sky. A mist rose above the steaming waters, and Nona rolled Zol's shawls beneath her tunic, then closed her coat around them. She stood, first knee-deep, then chest-deep, in the milky ocean rising about her. She met Zol's gaze briefly, and the white tide drowned them both. From the inside, the mists took on a bloody tinge. Nona stood, enjoying the heat, though knowing that when the wind found its strength again and stripped the ice clear, her hair would freeze solid. Eventually, the focus began to pass, and the brilliance paled. The steam flowed on a strengthening wind, a white sheet that began to tear, then tatter, then shred. For miles all around, the ice stood like a dark mirror, showing the firmament of crimson stars anew, a second moon fading in the reflected depths.
"It's like we're standing on a lake."
Even as Nona spoke, she saw the first white threads of ice spreading out across the surface, frost-fingered. She doubted that the water stood much deeper than an inch anywhere. A distant gurgling reached her.
"It will soon be as it was. We should get back into shelter."
Zol brushed the frost from her hair, then ducked back into the icehouse they had made. Its walls were thinner now, but still good against the wind. Nona stood watching a while longer as the tracery of frost spread across the water's surface, growing from multiple sites now, with the furthest reaching tendrils, joining hands. Soon, the moon's work would be undone. Doesn't it drain away? It seemed wrong somehow. So much heat wasted, so little impact. If the passage of the moon really did melt an inch from the ice sheet every night, who knew what might be accomplished? Some does. Most refreezes. We are nearly 10 miles from the corridor. Nona joined Zol in the shelter and pressed against her. They huddled around the embers in the firebowl. Even before sleep took Nona back, no patch of open water remained. The ice had frozen again, and the wind swept a thin dusting of snow back across its smoothness. Nona woke to a deafening cracking and splintering. What? The ridge is growing. We should move. Zol had almost completed her packing. In the east, the sun was struggling to break free of the horizon. Now! Shards of ice peppered the walls of their shelter, shattering away where new blocks lifted from the main sheet. Do not look back. Zol left the shelter and strode away. Nona followed. Chunks of ice hit the back of her coat with considerable force as she came into the open. Others flying past and skittering on for hundreds of yards. Once clear, Nona and Zol halted, turning to face the way they had come. Beyond the line of the pressure ridge, and a second and third beyond that, the Grampanes rose, implacable stone teeth shearing through the ice. I don't want to climb those. Nona felt cold just looking at the peaks. Her fingers and toes were numb already. We will wait here. Zol folded her arms. Nona sighed. Come on, then. She started to move off. Zol stayed where she was. Good joke. She beckoned the novice on. Joke? Nona trudged back. Why would we wait here? I am meeting someone. Nona scanned the white expanse around them. A snowman? Zol frowned. I do not. It was a joke, Zol. Zol's frown deepened. Are jokes not supposed to make people? Just tell me who we're meeting. Zol pursed her lips and squinted into the middle distance. Tarkak's ice spear. Tarkak's? Nona blinked. Yes. Tarkak's, as in Tarkak's who worked at the Caltes. Tarkak's who was supposed to be protecting us when Raymond Tassis came to kill me on the ranging. Nona supposed that the man was an ice triber at least, but the idea of meeting anyone in this wilderness was hard to believe in, let alone someone she knew. Yes. It doesn't look as if he's coming. Nona made a slow circle, calling on her clarity. How would he find us in all this anyway? We have a shadow link. He can locate us more easily if we remain in one place. Ah. Nona hadn't seen Tarkax since the day she killed Raymond Tassis. Clara had stuck Tarkax with a pin coated in lock-up venom. Nona guessed that the incident had been somewhat of a blot on the warrior's reputation. For a while, only the wind spoke. How long are we going to wait? Nona had grown steadily colder, and she had been cold to start with. At least walking generated some heat. Not long now. You can sense him. I can see them. Them? Nona followed the direction of Zol's gaze. She saw nothing but white. Her clarity had introduced a few more shades into the icescape, but it was still just a pallet of ice and snow. Wait. Nona waited, staring until her eyes began to swim. She still saw nothing. I don't...
Hello, novices.
A man's voice calling from somewhere to her left. Nona spun around. Tarkax was about 50 yards from her, approaching at the head of a group of 5 other tribesmen, all in white furs, near invisible, even if Nona had been looking in the right direction. You tricked me into looking the wrong way. Nona shot a scowl at Zol. The girl shrugged. I thought you should know what a joke was.
Nona, the Countess Ringfighter.
Tarkax's cry forestalled any reply to Zol. Nona nodded a greeting. The tribesmen gathered around as Tarkax drew Zol into a hug, which the girl tolerated with a long-suffering look. He released her and slapped her on the back before turning to Nona.
How are you enjoying the ice?
I'm not dead yet.
Ha!
Tarkax punched her shoulder, then returned his attention to Zol, unleashing a torrent of tribe tongue. It sounded like a dozen questions all at once, all asked at once. While Zol replied in the same guttural language, Nona glanced around at the others. They stood impassive under her scrutiny, all with the same reddish skin tone and flat features that Tarkax and Zol displayed. In the corridor, 100 shades mixed, remnants pressed together from all the lands and kingdoms that had once covered a whole world. On the ice, though, it seemed that the tribes had sprung from more singular sources, or that the harsh conditions whittled away at any not perfectly suited to survival. Nona noted that each carried a heavy pack and an array of tools hanging from their belts, fashioned from the black iron that the ice tribes favoured, for its reluctance to shatter when chilled. They returned her scrutiny with dark eyes, and Nona wondered how, in the immensity of all this wilderness, someone she and Zol both knew happened to be so very close. Eventually, Tarkax's string of long questions and Zol's series of short replies came to an end. Tarkax stamped his feet and frowned at Nona.
Well, we had better go then.
Where? Nona asked. Can you guide us across the mountains? Tarkax snorted.
I wouldn't wish that on a Palarthi.
He stamped again.
My brother's daughter has convinced me to show you a quicker way home.
Quicker than crossing the mountains? We have to cross them. They're in the way. Nona pointed west, in case the miles of raw bedrock had somehow escaped the ice spear's attention. Wait, Zol is your niece.
Am I not blessed?
Tarkax didn't sound as if he felt blessed. Several of his companions snorted, their breath plumes streaming on the wind. But why didn't you look after her when she was orphaned? New confusion mounted on the old.
I could think of 1,000 good reasons,
Tarkax said, to more snorts.
But the best answer is to note that my brother is still alive. Though with a wife like that, I have no idea why he didn't make his snowbed long ago.
But Nona turned to stare at Zol. You're not an orphan.
Have I ever said that I was?
Well, no, but Scherzel.
You believe the Emperor's sister in this matter?
Zol raised an eyebrow. Fine. Nona threw up her hands. Why on Abeth were you with her then?
Is that not obvious, Nona Grey?
Zol asked.
I have been spying on you.
Chapter 19. Present. Holy Class. In the end, Nona left it to Sister Kettle to inform Ara of her new appointment to guardian of the convent. Looking east from the cliffs of the Rock of Faith, it seemed that all the width of the Empire was aflame. Nona doubted that any of them would be returning from the defense of the Ark. She didn't want her last words from Ara to be angry ones. In truth, she wasn't strong enough for that goodbye. Abbess Wheel gathered her war party before the forest of pillars. Nona joined them to find the old woman shouting at someone.
"You are most certainly not coming. This is an open battle we're walking into."
"Hold my bag, Ruli Dia." Sister Pan affected not to have heard the abbess.
"You are 102 years old, Mallyglossus. I will not have you dying at the end of a Scithrowl arrow."
Wheel sounded as angry as Nona had ever heard her, but there was more to it than anger, an edge of fright, of distress, perhaps. "You don't think I will be of use?" Sister Pan turned towards the abbess, rubbing her hand over her wrist stump.
"I don't think you'll make it down from the rock. You are over 100 years old."
Heh! Sister Pan waved the idea away. "I've a few tricks left in me yet." Nona agreed with Wheel. Sister Pan walked at a shuffle. Her eyesight was poor. There was no doubt that Pan knew everything there was to know about the path. In the past few years, she had taught Nona to do more than she ever thought was possible. But not once in all her time at Sweet Mercy had Nona ever seen her so much as touch the path. Certainly she could walk to the hidden rooms and see the threadscape, even pull a few when the need arose. But when it came to enduring the path long enough to gather its power, that was a young person's game. The fierce energies that coursed through a body on the path would tear a frail old woman apart. Abbess Wheel stamped her crozier.
"Sister Pan!"
"Are we all here?" Pan peered around at the nuns. "Sister Oak, are you sure? Perhaps you should stay, dear."
"Sister Pan!"
Wheel roared.
"I am giving you a direct order as your abbess. You will remain here at the convent."
Sister Pan shook her head, smiling. "I'm Mistress Path, child. I go where I please." And with that, she began to shuffle towards the pillars. The wind blustered around the departing war party, the corridor wind contemplating a reversal of direction, and an ice wind seeking to insert itself into the confusion. The stink of smoke gusted from the east, and no doubt the Durns fires were drawing closer on the western front. Their band held precious little of the strength that Sweet Mercy had been training for so many years. The bulk of the Red Sisters and the Grey had been sent ahead to war. Of the Grey, only Sisters Apple, Kettle, and the newly appointed Sister Cauldron remained. Wheel's force of Red Sisters was limited to Sisters Tallow, Iron, and Rock. Sister Pan was their only mystic sister, and where the others might be, no one could say. Thread bonds were an invaluable means of communication, and as Sister Tallow taught it, good communications were more help on the battlefield than a spare army. If Abbess Wheel had her way, every mystic sister would be bound to every other, and Nona to every marshal too. However, without a significant degree of affection between the two parties, such bonds were extraordinarily difficult to form, and impossible to sustain or endure, much to the abbess's annoyance. Abbess Wheel led them towards the vinery stair, belting out the battle hymn of the Ancestor, the convent's ancient banner snapping above her on a pole gripped by Sister Pale. The nuns formed the vanguard, novices behind. The shiphearts sat in an iron casket on one of the carts used to transport wine barrels. 6 novices pulled it using a long pole. Nona still burned with its aura. She had brought it up from the vaults using 2 laundry paddles, but that was closer than she ever wanted to get to the thing again. The memory of its violet light tingled along her bones. The others couldn't feel it the same way she did, but a sense of unease set in at around 10 yards, becoming a terror at 3, and madness much closer than that. Nona could feel Ara's anger vibrating along their thread bond, but she kept a tight hold on the channel and refused to open a discussion. Ruli had said they gave Ara black skin armor and an arc steel sword. Abbess's orders. Ara was a Jotsis after all, even if a nun was supposed to have no family. Nona took comfort in that. Ara would survive. There would be time for recrimination and apology if Nona also lived to see the week out. And if not, perhaps the thread bond might offer a last moment for honesty, to say that their friendship had always been too precious for Nona to risk with the admission that she wanted more.
"I've never even seen a Scithrowl,"
Sister Oak muttered into a pause between verses. She was marching between Nona and Kettle, and looked as if she would much rather be watching over Red Class. Nona doubted Oak had held a sword since she had taken holy orders over 20 years before. "Don't worry, Sister Oak. Sister Cage has seen hundreds, and lived to tell the tale." Kettle grinned across at Nona. "I have." Nona didn't mention that she'd had Zol with her all the while, and that they'd spent the whole time running away or hiding. At the top of the vinery stair, Nona turned to see if Sister Pan had given up or fallen behind yet.
"Holy Ancestor!"
Nona stopped dead.
"What?"
Ruli and Alatta turned with her. Sister Pan was sitting on the barrel cart, with one arm resting on the shiphearts' casket, apparently untroubled.
"Keep it moving!"
Sister Rock and Sister Scar scowled back at them. Ruli and Alatta turned, pushing an amazed Nona onwards. The plateau's arms formed an alcove where the convent vineyard was able to catch the sun while sheltering from the wind. The vinery stair wound a gentle gradient high above rows of grapevines, offering a limited view to the south. Having lost 3/4 of its elevation, the track rounded the northern arm of the alcove, and suddenly the destruction at their doorstep was revealed. Farmhouses, upon which Nona had rested her eyes countless times across the years, now vomited flame towards the sky. Others were now nothing more than charred patches of ground, trailing smoke. She hurried to join Ketty near the front of the nuns, astonished at how quickly the destruction had been wrought, and within sight of both the convent and the city walls. Abbess Wheel's song halted abruptly at the scene, and silence reigned while they rounded the last turn that brought them to the turnpike gate near the end of the track. Ahead of Nona, the abbess turned the corner and stopped in her tracks. Nona found herself pressed against Wheel's back and struggling to prevent the nuns behind from knocking them both flat. A Scithrowl warband was advancing in the opposite direction, a dozen foot soldiers in chainmail vests, padded armor on their arms and legs, stained with soot and blood. They came in 3 ranks of 4, the first row shouldering long spears, the next with great swords at their backs and shorter blades on both hips. Behind them 4 archers, a skirmish band out to kill and burn. No doubt Adoma sought to goad the Emperor's forces to leave the city and protect his peasants. Crucicle would of course allow no such thing. On open ground, the Scithrowl numbers would make a slaughter of his soldiers. Where every other sister paused, Sisters Tallow and Iron, who had been flanking the abbess, kept walking. They drew steel from their scabbards, fast enough to make it sing, 2 of the Scithrowl first rank, startled by the unexpected encounter, were too slow to lower their spears. The nuns wove past the thrusts of the other 2 spearmen. A heartbeat later, they were among the foe, 3 Scithrowl collapsing behind them, while a 4th tumbled from the outer edge of the track. The soldiers with great swords reached for shorter blades and died before taking a swing. 2 of the archers managed to run. Tallow and Iron both took up spears from the fallen. Tallow hefted her weapon, taking a moment to appreciate its balance and weight, and launched it before either archer had made it 50 yards. Iron's spear gave chase, and both struck their targets between the shoulder blades. The soldier's mail prevented them from being transfixed, but both fell, badly hurt. Iron reached the 2 fallen archers first. One of the Scithrowl raised her hand for quarter. She received a quick death, the sweetest mercy on offer. Abbess Wheel led her flock through the carnage, pausing only to recite St. Hegemon's "Cursed is the heretic" over the corpses. Many of the Holy Sisters paled as they passed the fallen, ugly wounds gaping, the stink of death too ripe and real to ignore. The novices, closer to their training, seemed more composed, though Jula did retch once. Nona glanced across at Jolie, stepping over a man whose head lay at an odd angle, neck half severed. At least her smug little smile had vanished. Looking back, Nona saw that Apple had stopped among the dead, with kettle and cauldron, all 3 of them tugging armour and clothes from corpses. "You were up all night reading that book, Jula?" Nona asked, dropping back a few steps to walk beside her. "Shh!" Jula motioned for Nona to keep her voice down, eye pointing towards Jolie. "Did you find anything good?" Nona moved closer. "I found out that I would have spent the time better practicing with an axe." Jula swapped the weapon in question from her left shoulder to her right. "Wasn't there anything useful in there?" Jula made a sigh that turned into a yawn. "There's a lot in there. Aquinas seemed pretty confident about it all. But without seeing the parts of the Ark he claims to be describing, I've no way of knowing if it's all a fever dream. And even if it makes any sense at all to someone inside the Ark sanctum, it's still